Chapter 251 The Road to Escape was full of joy and anger. The expressive Zhao Zhongqing is now completely free to let himself go. Director Zhao, who was both wise and courageous in the past and held a high position in the police, may have disappeared forever. Fong Tang didn't know if this was caused by absorbing Agent Alice's personality. But now Lao Zhao is very interesting. Kai Linlin, wearing a SWAT uniform and carrying a small bag, also walked in. As she walked, she looked around curiously. Sister Zhao, isn't this the hotel that is haunted? When Sister Zhao saw Fong Tang's expression, old Zhao blowing out a perfect smoke ring. I changed my name. Zhao Lizi. Don't laugh. If you still laugh, I will fall out if you laugh again. Fong Tang suppressed his laughter. Xiaolin, what kind of haunted hotel are you talking about? Seeing the familiar duo, he felt extremely happy. Old Zhao Heron. This Chang'an Hotel is a famous haunted hotel. And if you want to stay in it, you must be a VIP customer of the hotel. But for so many years, no one knows how VIP members are issued. Ji Bingwang was nearby and said, this is a protective measure to prevent irrelevant people from coming to the hotel to harass. He smiled. For ordinary people who have to pester them to come in, the hotel waiter will take them to a special elevator and release them. By taking hallucinogens, those people will see the ghosts they fear most in their hearts. For so many years, Chang'an Hotel has been able to handle this kind of incident, and there has never been an intrusion by ordinary people. It can be seen that Manager Winston of Workability, Fong Tang, smiled and introduced Lao Zhao and Xiao Lin to everyone. There were more and more people in the room. Even Xia Baizi and Young came in. But this situation is also very strange. Everyone is related to Fong Tang, but they know each other only slightly, and are not familiar with each other at all. After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Tang looked at Kailin. Xiaolin, you are wearing the SWAT uniform again. Congratulations. Kailin sighed. This is a temporary loan. Now the SWAT team is short of manpower, and there is a need outside. There are a large number of personnel maintaining law and order, and I took the initiative to apply for patrol. She was still struggling with this matter. Zhao Lizi flicked the cigarette ashes. Comrade Kai Linlin, why are you looking so sad? That old song from the SWAT team. The one in charge of personnel. Hey, I brought it up single-handedly. And the current Captain Chang. That young man, every time I was so frightened that I shivered when I saw you in the meeting. You want to go back to the SWAT team. And it's not a matter of a word from me. She also shook her phone. Look, this guy Chang Beihai sent me a WeChat message again. Kai Linlin looked weird. To the extreme. It took him a long time to whisper. Director Zhao. No. Sister Zhao. Haven't you noticed yet? Captain Chang. He is teasing you. Cough. Cough. The blonde old Zhao coughed violently, and his face turned red. What did you say? Fong Tang took old Zhao's mobile phone wordlessly. The first thing I saw on WeChat was a picture of a bouquet of roses, followed by a private message from SWAT Brigade Chang Beihai, Miss Zhao Lizi. I was recently watching a scenic documentary about your hometown of Ohio, and it was said that tomatoes are abundant there. Such as just like you. It is sour and sweet. It scratches people's hearts. There is beautiful snow there in the winter. And it is just like you. Crystal clear and beautiful. Like sugar. I wish I could put it in my mouth and turn it into sweet thoughts. Evil. Fong Tang covered his body, they all got goosebumps, and threw the phone back. Old Zhao. You really can't see it. Can you? The blonde old Zhao trembled and reached out to touch the gun. I'll shoot this bastard right now. Fong Tang touched his chin. You have a gun in your hand. But there is no gun underneath. Don't be arrogant here. I can't imagine that you can still sneak back like this. Zhao Lizi stood up and faced Fong. Tang winked. Let's chat here. When Fong Tang came over, she said mysteriously, my current identity is an anti-terrorism operations instructor from the United States. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. You call me Alice with my identity. I joined the anti-terrorism police force in Shanghai. It's not just anti-terrorism. It involves police force building, personnel training, and even criminal psychology research and on-site forensic analysis. These are all the academic qualifications and identity that the old man Douglas helped me get. Now I am a famous person here, at the instructor level. Old Zhao explained the recent events non-stop. As soon as I came back, I went through my previous relationship network. After all, I also served as the director. Now the relationship network has almost been restored. I first transferred Xiaolin back. Now she is mine assistant. It can be regarded as an arrangement by the Magic City to monitor me. At this point, the blonde old Zhao was very sad. The next step is to get a green card as soon as possible, so that I can always protect the daughter of Huawu Island. It is best can join the Chinese nationality. He shook his head. But the basis of these is that I can make a name for myself in the infinite game. Kai Linlin also came over and smiled at Fong Tang. Expert trial. The pregame guidance task is this file. A thick file was handed over. Fong Tang opened it immediately. There is a criminal police card, an ID card, and a job notice in the file. The rest are various qualification certificates, police school diplomas, psychological evaluations, training evaluations. But the last stack is the police team benefits and salary that have already been processed, card, and an accidental death insurance. All documents and files use Fong Tang's photo and name. Now, he has suddenly become a top student who graduated from the National Central Police Academy. He has just passed the psychological evaluation, won the Police Academy's highest Golden Shield Award, and officially joined the Magic City Criminal Investigation Corps. Fong Tang nodded lightly. My goal in the game this time is to get a ticket. In order to get the ticket, I have to solve 3 special cases codenamed Wind, Moon, and Fog. It seems like I have to be a criminal policeman for once. The blonde old Zhao jumped over and glared. Although this is the identity given to you by Infinite Company, I don't care what weird games you want to play. I hope you will not live up to this ID, let alone the police badge on this ID. She was very excited. Fong Tang was solemn. I understand. Although I rarely make this kind of promise. But this time, I promise not to insult my identity. Old Zhao patted him happily. Xiao Lin and I will fully assist yours. At this time, the game system prompt came. Senior player Fong Tang, you have obtained the game identity. Now release the current game goal. Please rush to the police station number 308 Beishan First Road before sunrise. That is, before 6 hours 9 minutes and 13 seconds on the 18th. To complete the new player report. Beishan First Road. Just in Putua District. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he turned to ask Ji Bingwang. Brother, where are you going in Putua District? Yes, near a garbage disposal station. It happened to be on the way. Fong Tang immediately made up his mind. It is now past 2 o'clock in the morning. Before dawn, I will send Brother Ice King to the garbage dump first, and then report to the police station without delay. He asked Lao Zhao again. What is the situation outside? Why is the road to Putua blocked? Zhao Lizi immediately whispered. The warehouses of Bingrun Group are located along the road. Now they are on fire, causing a level 2 red biohazard. There may be a large-scale leakage of poisonous gas, and this road is completely blocked. Now things are still under control. All aspects have been done well, and there is no panic among the people. Fong Tang understood something. He turned around and found a city map. After opening it, he called everyone over. Fong Tang pointed on the map and drew a line on the route that went directly to a garbage disposal station in Putua District. The guys in the family deliberately created panic and turned this route into a blockade. In this way, thousands of game players can easily arrange to snipe along the way. Ji Bingwang said coldly. They already know my escape route. This is a man-made disaster. Fong Tang put away the map. Yes, and I'm afraid it's not just the players in the guild who are chasing you. Skylark came over at this time. Yes. There was a bounty post on the World Game Forum just now, and we were all rewarded. Chapter 252 The Tragedy of the Crow. Infinite Company. The World Game Forum is bustling with activity at this time. The bounty from the Ice Royal Family Guild is posted on the largest bounty hunter section. The bounty mainly invites hunters and advanced players in Asia. Recently, many high-level players are preparing for expert trials, so there are a lot of people reading the post. The reward is very eye-catching, and the bonus inside is a large amount that has been rarely seen in several years. There is a reward for Skylark. If you want to live or die, you will get a bonus of 15,000 game coins. There is a reward for Ji Bingwang. If you want to live or die, you will get a bonus of 50,000 game coins. The last reward message uses a highlighted font, which is especially bold and makes it more dazzling. There is a reward for Fong Tang, life or death, and a bonus of 100,000 game coins. Fong Tang smiled. It seems that my head is the most valuable, and you both have to live. Under the reward, there is another special thing note. This reward is strongly sponsored by the security guard of the data department, Director Crow. Director Crow said, Skylark must be captured alive with his body intact to get the full bonus. As for Fong Tang, if his head and chip can be retrieved, Director Crow an extra 10,000 game coins will be awarded. After the note, there was a barrage reply from the ID of Crow. Fong Tang. Yo Fong Tang. Are you still awesome? I'm just asking you the HL. Do you still dare to be awesome? Skylark belongs to me. Hee hee. I hope you can watch me playing with her under Jiochuan. And I will live broadcast in front of your head. Huh? Even if your brain is separated. If you have a chip, your brain can still receive information. I am looking forward to you garbage. It looked like his head was being sent. Over. Fong Tang's face darkened. This Crow is so shameless. At this time, a special golden barrage suddenly popped up under the bounty post on the game forum. Damaku ID, the abandoned sister number 20001. Content of the barrage. Insult my brother? Crow, you are dead. You are so angry with me. So angry with me. Data department. Right. Everyone in the Asia data department. Listen. Because of Crow, you are honored to have sex with this girl. The death list. As a former member of the special incident team of Infinite Company, I will put it down and say that you all must die to death. This golden barrage shocked the forum. Although she was abandoned by the company, she was still a sister. Countless sister admirers came in droves and frantically called below. We support. Count me in. I'll join too. Then, another barrage popped up. A golden special reply. Damaku ID, sister. The leader of the Asian Special Incident Handling Team. The content of the barrage. I once spent a good time with Fong Tangjun at the Resurrection Gate. As the Special Affairs Team Leader of Asia, I regret to see the ugly behavior of my colleagues in the data department. Based on this matter, I will first make a stern report, and at the same time made suggestions to the person in charge of the data department, recommending the inhumane destruction of the Crows. This time, the World Players Forum was even more shocked. The sister, who is said to have no emotions and even does things mechanically and digitally, a current Special Affairs Team Leader in Asia, actually expressed her support to Fong Tang so directly. And between words, this sister seemed to be full of feelings for Fong Tang? This makes my sister's admirers go crazy. Suddenly, Fong Tang became their idol. More and more people were mocking the Crow. And this post was pushed directly to the forum homepage. The third barrage appeared at this moment. It was an ordinary barrage with very simple content. It was quickly overwhelmed by the massive replies. But this reply caught Fong Tang's eyes immediately. Damaku ID, anonymous girl in black trench coat. The content of the barrage. Crow? Your account is gone! Fong Tang's mouth curled up. Xiao Na, you are still so simple and rude. Are you paying attention to me? Why don't you come and see me? Although we were only separated by a few, he was still young. But Shauna's sad look when she left still made him heartache. At this time, Fong Tang didn't care about the Crow anymore and lost interest in this crazy scene on the forum. He walked to the window half-heartedly and looked at the stars in the sky, feeling a sense of loss. At this time, the World Game Forum has entered a super crazy state. The fourth barrage came belatedly. A beautiful barrage with a blue color. Coco of Atlantis is a princess who is secretly loved by many players and is called the Flower of the Sea. She uses Coco. Atlantis ID responded directly. There will always be a chair in front of the throne of the World Serpent, and it is reserved for Fong Tang. This is my love commitment to you. Now, the World Serpent Guild is willing to take out 1 million game coins and put a bounty on the Crow's head and chip. We will also live broadcast on the head. But the content of the live broadcast is his body being eaten by the Medusa Piranha. Players in the forum were dumbfounded. Coco of the Serpent of the World. Beautiful princess. When oh my god. Dizzy. The fifth barrage appeared. This time, it was a barrage that suddenly appeared. It's a font with a dark gold pattern. The forum went silent for an instant. It was eerily quiet. Ah! This dark gold pattern. Doesn't it represent the barrage ID, a temporarily registered pawn of the Pantheon of Gods? The content of the barrage. I'm here to join in the fun. The pawns and giant spirits of the Hongming Pantheon are here. That one named Crow. You are interesting. I am planning to invite Fong Tang to have dinner with me. Let's do this. You can count the flesh and blood on your body. Are the bones enough for roasting? Damn it! Who do you think you are? My Royal Highness is Mr. Fong Tang, who only warns but never takes action. How dare you come and insult me? The World Game Forum of Infinite Company was closed due to excessive traffic. Stuttering occurred. This has been rare in decades. And with this reply from the Hongming Pantheon, end of this post, everyone can imagine what happened to the Crow. He might be able to avoid the pursuit of his former sisters. Or he might be lucky enough to survive the World Serpent's bounty. Or he might even be as cowardly as a tortoise from the ridicule of various players. But he can never escape the wrath of the gods. Jin! I heard he is a guy who keeps his word. Hey, don't forget that time. How many master-level players did he kill in one go? Well, it seems like 62. Died tragically on the spot. Ha. He was targeted by the giant spirit. I feel a little pity for the crow now. Yeah, I really feel sorry for him. Behind these replies, almost all guilds were silently adjusting their databases. Fong Tang was immediately listed as a player who must not be provoked at this stage. Important note, never mess with him. At this time, Chongming Island was in the lounge of a mysterious data department. Crow, who was waiting for his vacation with a smile not long ago, was now trembling and paralyzed on the ground. His mouth was full of foam, and feces and urine were flowing out from under his body. Chapter 253 The Devil Eats. Chongming Island. Dongtan Wild Protection Wetland. Before dawn. The coldest night. Here, however, there are flocks of white winter finches flying over the frost-covered wetlands. They are also called white eastern finches, which are a kind of finches that gradually migrate from the north. In the historical records of finches, the earliest pair of white eastern finches came from the imperial capital city of Yongle period. It is said that it was a tribute from a small tribe in the cold land of Mabe. Today they still maintain the breeding habits of their ancestors, a rare group of birds that build nests and breed in autumn and winter. The abdomen of white winter finches is covered with thick fat, which allows them to withstand the cold of frost. The oil layer on the wings allows them to easily forage in ice water, and the hard edges of their mouths can be cut through like a sharp pick. Thin ice. Winter is about to enter the magic city, but the weather is still not cold enough. The male white finches are waiting patiently for the real cold wind and frost to arrive, when their outer feathers will recede and be replaced by long, snow-white feathers. In the coming mating war, whoever has longer and whiter outer feathers will be more favored by the female. Females account for less than 1/10 of the entire wetland population. In other words, when everyone is in love, they find that there are very few girls. Out of 10 male finches, there may be only one lucky one who can find a wife. This is a cruel law of reproduction evolved for survival. Therefore, hostility between the male birds is gradually growing. Suddenly, a majestic white bird appeared from a crack in the wetland, flew up proudly, and then landed. It's not winter yet, but this white bird has already developed real white outer feathers. The snow-white and slender outer feathers are like a long sword, and the tail end has a thin curl, like a medal on the brim of a nobleman's hat. The male birds all around came around with eager eyes. Short chirps came and went. It translated into human language. It would be a sound of displeasure. Why did this kid change his clothes in advance? Yeah, before it's time. This guy cheated. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Damn it. Go up and beat him. Feathers flew up. The short chirping sound turned into a battle cry. The sharp edge of the mouth used to cut ice turned into the most powerful weapon. After a while, the proud white bird fell to the frosty ground. Its feathers had been snatched away by several strong birds, leaving only its bare body and riddled with scars. From the largest scar, a wisp of green smoke rose up. Under the smoke, there were broken mechanical gears and light blue blood flowing out. Underground in Dongtan, in an inaccessible place, observers from the Asia Data Department discovered this mistake. He immediately generated a log in the system. There was an error at observation post number 109. It has not yet reached the breeding time of the white eastern bird. Who released it? The current solar term is frost descent. Observation post number 98 should be used. The light gray number 98, the mechanical white bird, was released again, bounced up along a twisting tube, emerged from the cracks in the wetland, and quickly blended into the group of male birds. Observation post number 98 successfully entered the warning area. Observer number 18 recorded it in the early morning of the 18th. Observer number 18 exited the system, still thinking about the mistake just now. Who released observation post number 109? At this time, a deep voice came from behind. I sent out observation post 109. Observer number 18 turned around slightly, with a strange smile on his face. It turns out to be Director Crow. You must have made a mistake accidentally. I will erase this log. Crow, who was pale, wearing a gray trench coat and had just changed into a pair of pants, was in a panic. At this time, he sneered. As an observer, erasing the log is a capital crime. You know the rules here. So just are you so willing to help me? The chip behind the neck of observer number 18 flashed, and a determined look immediately appeared on his face. Don't worry, Supervisor. I have already erased it. Crow's eyes flashed. Uh-huh. Not bad. Then do you know why I released observation post number 109? Observer number 18 looked at the cold and pale man in front of him and swallowed. I don't want to know. Crow took a step forward. His eyes were like knives. I just want to hear what you have to say. Observer number 18 trembled and lowered his head. In accordance with the provisions of Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Safe Operation Procedures, once the observation post robot is damaged, lost, self-destructed, etc., our department will fully block it for 10 minutes. Immediately find out the cause, make repairs, and then open the data connection with the headquarters. Crow smiled sinisterly. You are an old observer of the department, and you are so familiar with the process. Why haven't you closed the connection with the headquarters now? Data connection? Observer number 18's eyelids twitched. He raised his head and smiled. Isn't this started yet? This requires manual operation. Please wait a moment. Supervisor. He walked towards a huge operation panel, all of which were at buttons of different colors. Observer number 18 was walking slowly, then suddenly accelerated and jumped towards the control panel. He reached out and took a photo of the largest black button. The button was pressed, but the expected alarm did not sound. Observer number 18 slumped in front of the operation panel. You, Crow, you blocked this place in advance? What are you going to do? Crow came over softly. You know exactly what to do. I have closed the data connection with the headquarters. There will be a complete monitoring vacuum period for 10 minutes. And the headquarters will not be able to monitor it. Observer number 18 was already desperate. The chip behind his neck flashed fiercely, but it had no effect. Minister Feng. Lord Feng. The observer could only shout in his throat. Crow unfolded his gray windbreaker and shook his head. Our minister has left here a long time ago. At this point, he gritted his teeth. She left on the night when Fong Tang completed the level of Silent Town. Humph. Could it be that even minister? Does she think so highly of Fong Tang? At this time, Crow was completely crazy. He didn't want to imagine his future fate. A coward could kill someone even if he was on the verge of death. He could definitely do even crazier things. Fong Tang. I must kill you. Crow strode over, his gray windbreaker like outstretched wings. On both sides of the windbreaker, two blood-red crow eyes suddenly appeared. The crow's pupils gradually enlarged. Observer number 18 screamed. No, I don't want to die like this. Give me a good time. The windbreaker had already wrapped around him. The crow slowly exhaled. Rest in peace. Poor little guy. Ah! Indescribable screams rang out, and the burning flames of human body fat actually brought pieces of black and red ashes. Eyes of demonic eating. Crow shook his windbreaker and looked at the observer, who was burned by black and red flames with only a skeleton left. He shook his windbreaker again, turned around and walked towards the core area of the data department. He walked into a circular space. There are holes all around and scarlet decorations all over. In every hole, there is a white cocoon stirring, as fine as silk. This is less like a room and more like a spider lair. Chapter 254, Silence. Anyone who steps into the lair of Asia Data Director Feng Lizi must be careful. Crow understood this even more, so his steps became more cautious. He wrapped himself in a windbreaker and stood still, while the chip on the back of his neck flashed crazily. Before his eyes, the scene in this nest place changed. Dark red spider threads were distributed in strange ways throughout the space. If any spider thread is touched, even the slightest touch, the demonic spiders in the white web cocoons will come out in full force. Crow took a deep breath and unfolded his trench coat. The eye of demonic eating appears. The crow's pupils, which were formed by gathering some special radiation rays, once again released blood-red flames. Only this time, the target is a spider thread in the middle. After a long time, the spider silk finally broke. For minutes left, Crow gritted his teeth and finally walked into Director Fengling's lair. In the middle of the lair, on a cushion made of cobwebs, there is an old magazine. The cover of the magazine has an English title. Who is Satoshi Fengmoto? The creator of virtual currency? Next to the magazine, there is a CD player that was discontinued 10 years ago. The CD player is connected to a spider web that leads directly to the deepest part of the lair. Crow frowned and clicked on the CD. The recorded dialogue is heard. A clear female voice. Player Fong Tang. I am the Director of Data Security in Asia of Infinite Company. Fong Tang's voice. I want to confirm your identity, the female voice said coldly. Sorry. This is against the rules of the game. It seems there is no need for us to continue communicating. Fong Tang. Forget it. Fong Tang's voice. But I can give it a try. I will try to help you catch a living member of the resistance organization. At the black cell level. Female voice. If you can really do it. What do you want? Fong Tang's voice said. Game currency. 150,000 game currency. This is my request. The recording ended. Crow's expression changed several times. Phone Lizzie. You monster. You still like to pretend to be silly and deceive people. Just like a female spider that goes out to hunt. Hiding in the dark. Motionless. Waiting until the prey appears. And then strikes with thunder. The crow murmured. He took another look at the mugshot posted on the CD player. It's still the same photo pose from 10 years ago. The picture shows a girl hugging a little boy of about 10 years old. It's too worn. And it's no longer possible to see what the two of them look like. The crow picked up the CD player and held the spider web connected to the depths of the nest. The chip in the back of the head is working to its extreme. Overloaded. Critical value reached. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain that was like blood boiling. Connect. Data nest. The spider web vibrated strangely. Crow struggled to interpret the information brought by the vibration. Security Director. Crow. The 7th Authority Manager in Asia. Requests that the data nest be opened. The spider web continued to vibrate. Data nest has read permission, and the opening is completed. The crow can no longer hold on. But this is the last chance. The last chance to send a message through the data nest. He shouted almost hoarsely. Silence. The spider web shook. Searching in silence. The Forgotten Guild. Once ranked in the top 10. Silence. Has 0 available communication lines. The crow screamed. Keep looking. Damn the data nest. Aren't you known as the strongest biological data center? Keep looking. The guild is silent. Available communication route 1. The crow gasped. Identity. Crow. Use the guild channel. Send the highest level distress command. And request the use of the guild's rescue privileges. The frequency of the cobweb vibration became even weirder. Through the vibration of the spider web. Crazy information is transmitted. Crow. You should understand that Silence has been disbanded long ago. And we now belong to the Great Lazy Guild. Lazy Guild. Ranked 2nd in the infinite world. There is a saying that if the gods of Hongming do not surrender, the demons of Lazy will rule the roost. One is the first guild in the world, and the other is the second organization in the world. The difference in strength between the two guilds is actually negligible. The crow sighed sadly. This was his last bargaining chip. I have made great contributions to the guild. And I have the privileges promised by the guild. Okay. According to the promise made by the guild, we will spare no effort to help you once. But after this time, you will automatically withdraw from the organization. Do you understand? I understand. Anyway, I will be dead by then. And maybe I will be directly made into a barbecue. Crow laughed miserably. Then, tell me your request. Kill Fong Tang. That's my last request. I understand. Crow lay on the ground exhausted. And suddenly smiled bitterly. Is it all worth it? Just for the sake of fighting. One breath. Or just to get Skylark. I have no enmity with Fong Tang. Why have we come to this point? But none of that matters anymore. Fong Tang was already dead. Even if the giant spirit intervened personally, it could not change this fact. The cobwebs of the data nest finally shook, conveying action information that made the crow extremely happy. Mission goal, kill Fong Tang, regardless of action method, and end with the brain death of the target. Location, Asia District. China. Magic City. Looking for silent sleeper operatives from the original guild. The people suitable for this operation are selected. Activator, 3 Finches. The first person, codenamed Zhu Kei, is the security supervisor of Chang'an Hotel. His current location is unknown, and an action order has been sent. Suzaku received instructions abnormally, and had no feedback. The second person, codenamed Young, is currently located in Chang'an Hotel. The feedback data sent by the action command shows that the operator refused the action. The guild authority in the Skylark chip is activated, and the remote control is in progress. The control of Skylark has been completed, and the operation is proceeding smoothly. The third person, codenamed Canary, is currently located in room 302 of the Cyber Noble apartment, disguised as the cashier of the finance department of Haizhou Technology Company in Shanghai. Because he had social contact with the target Fong Tang, he was very suitable for this operation. Canary accepted the order and is taking action in Cyber Noble apartment 302. A beautiful girl sat up from the bed and pressed her phone quickly. Not long after, there was a thud at the door. The girl opened the door and pulled the package in directly, dragging the big package into the bathroom. Soon, she came out, dressed up specially. Under the black and white floral skirt is a pair of gray boots, and a striped velvet brown suit jacket is worn outside. The choice is a men's small casual suit, which just covers the hem of the skirt. The snow white legs are not wearing thermal pants, which is just the right kind of sexy, because men's casual suits are a little too big. Her combination shows a lazy elegance. The effect of covering up the short skirt makes it seem like there is nothing on the legs, but those long boots cover the calves perfectly. The real allure lies in revealing but not revealing, giving you endless fantasies. Jean Mingju rarely wears this kind of dress. When she usually works in the Haizhou finance department, she always wears conservative workplace uniforms, even in private gatherings with friends. It is still a pure style of long skirts and sweaters or shirts and jeans. But tonight is different. She turned on her phone. Enter job number 009. Haizhou Business Department. Resigned employee Fong Tang's computer. This computer has long been occupied by a new salesperson, but some folders in it are still saved. Classmate Fong Tang. It turns out you like this kind of girl. Jean Mingju looked at the row of photos on Fong Tang's old computer. The fourth one was used as wallpaper and has been used the longest. The wallpaper opened and zoomed in, revealing a blonde girl wearing a corduroy suit and a black and white floral skirt, exactly the same as the one on Jean Mingju. She frowned and looked at it, reaching out to comb her long hair. The hairstyle needs to be changed. The color is wrong, but if the hair is the same as the picture, he will definitely be suspicious. Don't be too deliberate. Thinking of this, she kept her long hair hanging down, shoulder shape. I took out my lipstick, embellished it a little, and then carefully hid a small gold bird-shaped hairpin under my long hair. Everything's ready. The goal of this operation has been determined. Action requirements are also determined. The action plan is to create a girl he can't resist based on Fong Tang's favorite photo beauty, get close to him through his previous social connections in the company, and then carry out an assassination. Currently, the person closest to the target Fong Tang is operator number 2 Yunk. Among the 3 operators, the most powerful one is Suzaku, the number 1 operator. Wait for the results over there, and be ready to take over. Jean Mingju walked onto the street and hid in the dark. The street was still closed, with police cars and fire engines roaring past. There are 4 blocks on the route from Chang'an Hotel to Putua District Garbage Station. Jean Mingju chose Hingshenfang in the 3rd neighborhood. This is where Fong Tang must pass, and it is also an exquisite back garden-like entertainment place, mixed with bars, galleries, spas, and department stores. It has always been a tepid place in the commercial and entertainment district of Shanghai. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, the place was extremely lively. Aren't everyone on alert? It's a bit weird that there are so many people. Jean Mingju frowned and walked, frantically searching for information from the guild. How was the mission going? But it turned out to be blank. As a veteran player named Canary, Jean Mingju was a little uneasy. Her thoughts were confused, and she almost bumped into a man coming in a hurry from the opposite side. I'm sorry. Jean Mingju's eyes widened and her mouth opened. This is not a pretense. It's an instinctive reaction. Fong Tang, who was wearing a black windbreaker, helped her and said, It's okay. He continued to move forward. The two just passed each other in the crowd. Jean Mingju was completely confused. Now how to do? Take action directly? But the man who was walking in a hurry suddenly turned around. Jean Mingju? Are you Jean Mingju from the finance department? Chapter 255 Subtle Assassination. The target Fong Tang was smiling at himself. Jean Mingju didn't need to act at all now. All the reactions, it was all natural. She was surprised and unexpected. You are Fong Tang from the business department. Long time no see. Fong Tang came over. I didn't expect to meet you at this time and in this place. I thought you were the kind of person who goes to bed on time. Jean Mingju lowered his head and smiled. I came out to see you as a friend. You haven't come to work for a long time. The company has fired me a long time ago. Right. Fong Tang herein. I haven't received half a month's salary. According to regulations, you must complete the resignation procedures before the money can be transferred to the card. I'm sorry. If you want your salary, you have to go to work tomorrow to process it. Fong Tang smiled. That's good. But it's almost 4 o'clock now. Can you still go to work tomorrow? Jean Mingju was in a state of confusion. Unprepared, she almost showed flaws in her words. She smiled sweetly. Your matter is important. I asked for leave. Why don't I take care of it tomorrow afternoon? Fong Tang clasped his hands together gratefully. You are the living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. Now I don't even have to pay the rent. I can't even pay it in. I have to treat you to a meal no matter what. He looked at a small milk tea shop in front. The milk tea and fried chicken over there are pretty good. Let's go. He actually reached out and held Jin Mingzhu. Jin Mingzhu followed Fong Tang silently. In my memory, I had contact with this man 12 times in total. 9 of them were company activities or meetings. There were 3 other times when the finance department helped him check the business commission on his salary sheet. All in all, the 2 of them spoke less than 10 sentences in total. But tonight, Fong Tang behaved like a completely different person. The impression of Fong Tang is that he is a taciturn person, and he seems extremely quiet at every company gathering. I still remember one time when I went to team building in the suburbs. It was too hot, and a group of girls in the company were too lazy to move. So they asked him to drive to the city to buy snacks. The guy didn't refuse, but he didn't go out either. Instead, he paid for takeout. It was in a semi-enclosed playground in the suburbs at that time. 20 girls ordered 15 different snacks. The most expensive takeaway was more than 50 yuan in delivery fee. A cup of milk tea was handed over, and the memory was interrupted. Fong Tang looked at her. What are you thinking about? Jin Mingzhu held a warm milk tea cup in both hands. I was thinking about that team building. That time you ordered takeout. Did you spend thousands of yuan? 1,280 yuan. Fong Tang was holding milk tea, his eyes bright and gentle. It's equivalent to 1 month's rent. Jin Mingzhu sighed. Director Luo was in charge of catering at the time. You should ask him to find a way. Why waste your own money foolishly? Fong Tang said. Speaking of that bastard Luo Guangtou, he came to my place after drinking too much last time, and insisted on my help to buy cigarettes. You know. Then I was there. I also found a double happiness stick that he threw under the bed. That was my first time smoking. Jin Mingzhu didn't know why he changed the subject, but she still laughed along and said, I didn't expect that you also learned to smoke. No. Fong Tang drank milk tea. At that time, I was diagnosed with brain cancer, a terminal illness, so I wanted to try what cigarettes taste like before I died. Jin Mingzhu's eyes widened again. Why did he say this? The character of Fong Tang in front of him was completely different from before. Yes, I'm sorry. Jin Mingzhu stood up directly. I'm actually not familiar with you. If you were joking, it would be too boring. She acted flawlessly, with both suspicion and uneasy. If it's true, I don't have much money, so I can't lend it to you for medical treatment. Fong Tang looked at her meaningfully, and after looking at her for a long time, he said softly, You just asked about that team building. Why should I spend money to do stupid things? It's for you. Ah. Jin Mingzhu was stunned. Fong Tang put down the milk tea, with a bit of self-mockery and sadness in his deep eyes. He walked over slowly. His fingers fell on the girl's hair, and his voice was hoarse. You know, I thought I was really going to die, and I wrote a suicide note. The suicide note was full of unfulfilled wishes, and there was one. That is, I want to kiss you. Jin Mingzhu was overjoyed at this time. If the man got closer, it would be the best distance to kill him. Her eyes began to be confused, and she looked touched and surprised. What did you write your last wish? Kiss the girl in the company's finance department. The tenderness in the man's eyes was already melting. Jin Mingzhu's body slowly came closer, as if she was about to fall into the man's arms. Normal girls would feel soft-hearted after hearing such a sad and affectionate confession. And the man in front of him is going to die soon. She hugged Fong Tang, put her head in his arms, then reached out and touched under her long hair. My body stiffened and my hairpin disappeared. A golden light flashed in the corner of his eyes, and Fong Tang pinched the golden bird-shaped hairpin with 2 fingers. Are you looking for this? Jin Mingzhu trembled. The golden hairpin was turned in the man's hand, making a crisp chirping sound, then unfolded, turned into a golden bird, and flew high into the sky. Very high in the sky. The golden bird emitted a ball of scorching light, just like fireworks blooming. The golden bird feather needle is indeed the top killer of the Raven Bird Guild. This weapon is indeed powerful. Fong Tang looked up. Jin Mingzhu could no longer move. She didn't know what happened. Her whole body lost strength, and the chip hidden behind her neck couldn't even emit the faintest light. I have swallowed all your nanoparticle glue. Fong Tang sat down with her in his arms and sighed. Without the nanoparticle glue, your chip will enter a dormant state, because it is connected to the spinal nerves. So now it's equivalent to being paralyzed. Although he is paralyzed, he can still speak. Jin Mingju immediately screamed, "Help! Come here! Someone is playing hooligans here!" At 4 o'clock in the morning, tourists in Hengshenfang were coming and going, laughing and chatting. But no one even looked here. Then the next moment, all the lights around him went out. In a dark and desolate neighborhood, only the red light at the intersection was flashing. Those crowds, those lights and shadows, and the bustle, all seemed to be like a mirror, disappearing into nothingness. Projection? Jin Mingju was completely desperate. Well, the entire road is still under martial law. Fong Tang reached out and flicked the milk teacup away. But this is not a virtual projection that I can do. Someone is helping. Don't be sad. Without the help of that elder sister, I'm afraid I don't even know your true identity. With that golden bird needle, there is an 80% chance that you can kill me directly. Jin Mingju already knew that she was finished. She sighed softly. What you just said. So beautiful and touching. Are you sincere? Fong Tang looked at her sadly. The stupid thing of spending money to order takeout was not done by me, but by Luo Guantou. In order to pursue you, I deliberately showed off. Then why is it you in my memory? I just devoured this takeaway memory of yours. And then the elder sister modified it and sent it back to your memory. Fong Tang, her tone was low. To put it bluntly, that eldest sister is still very powerful and has you figured out. Jin Mingju sighed. Including the layout of this street? And my favorite fried chicken milk tea? Fong Tang nodded. That eldest sister can be said to be an intelligence master and a data queen. She has a clear understanding of all your background, personality, hobbies, and gaming experience, including why I work at Haijo Company. Fong Tang frowned. She didn't tell me this. You are in Haijo. Isn't it because of me? Of course not. Haha. You really regard yourself as the protagonist of the world. Jin Mingju laughed. I am in Haijo. It's a long-term latent mission. But I won't tell you. She sighed again. Last question. Regarding the suicide note. Your last wish was to kiss me. Is that true? Fong Tang nodded lightly. Jin Mingju pursed her seductive lips with her last strength. This is a silent invitation. Now! It was she who was about to die. Fong Tang saw the encouragement and desire in her eyes and leaned forward gently. The man's lips stopped just 1 centimeter away. With a crisp click, Fong Tang broke Jin Mingju's neck, threw it aside in pain, covered his face with his hands, and rubbed it fiercely. The golden pearl on the ground twitched, and the chip before entering dormancy suddenly brought up a stream of metal particles, which spurted out from between her lips. The final self-explosion energy of the chip completely melted her. If he had kissed those lips of death just now, I am afraid that Fong Tang would have been burned to death at this moment. Sorry, Canary. You thought you were here to assassinate me. But I don't know. This is actually an assassination against you. Laughter came from the darkness. Husky and sexy. As if laughing from a nest. Little Fong Tang. At that moment, you almost softened your heart. Fong Tang turned his head tiredly and said coldly, Your Excellency, Director of the Data Department. Dear Sister Fong Ling, do you know what I lost just now? The woman in the darkness slowly walked out. I know what you lost was boring. The most beautiful memory in the boring Haijo Company. Chapter 256 Scarlet Queen. 3 hours ago. 1 o'clock in the morning. Chang'an Hotel. When the post on the World Game Forum was directly locked by the administrator, the people in the suite were also preparing to escape. The blonde Zhao Lizi and Kai Linlin left early. They still had to patrol the streets dutifully to protect the safety of the people in the Magic City. Xiaobai squatted in the living room eating and drinking happily. Yunk is in the study helping Fong Tang process the identity files required for the game. Ji Bingwang had also put on the new clothes sent by the manager, and comforted by Hu energetically. When we get there, we will be fine. From now on, Ji Bingwang, will never have a second woman but you. Fong Tang secretly laughed and walked aside to avoid the two people hugging each other. He looked out the window, after all the fuss they made on the forum. No one should dare to stop me now. Brother, I will send you safely to Putua District. A prompt came from the system account. Dear player, Chang'an Hotel Manager Winston will transfer 30,000 game coins to you. Fong Tang smiled. This Winston is very good at getting things done. Ji Bingwang rewarded him with all the 60,000 game coins left in the safe. And he didn't forget to give him half. Of course. As long as you ask. The big brother will definitely give you all the 60,000 game coins. But that goes against Fong Tang's principles. Look at your account balance. 30,240 game coins. He immediately purchased 1 unit of nanoparticle glue and gave it to Xiaobai. Then he transferred 10,000 game coins to Lao Zhao and Kai Linlin respectively. In the end, there were 240 pitiful game coins left. I'll come back after all my gold is gone. This is a necessary expense. Both Lao Zhao and Xiao Lin are silly players. Too principled. I'm afraid they haven't adapted to the darkness of infinite challenges yet. So they must be raised with game currency. Besides, the two of them are really poor. And they can't even afford the cost of opening random lottery tickets. We won't let them draw the lottery for the time being until the pregame is completed. They will continue to advance to the intermediate level before drawing again. That way, the benefits will be the greatest. Fong Tang even had a bolder plan. That is, before his expert trial was carried out. Use all resources to turn Lao Zhao and Xiao Lin into high-level players. Participate in the expert trial together like this. Just as I was thinking about it, another incident happened in the World Game Forum. Fong Tang took a look. Master, there are 5 Ice Royal Family accounts that put a bounty on your head. They have all left the forum now, and their IDs can't be found in the game system. What? Doesn't that mean they are all dead? Fong Tang couldn't believe it. I don't know what happened at the moment. Everything happened too fast. There was a bang, and the door was knocked open. Winston appeared with a staggering face as white as a ghost. Boss! Boss! There is someone you must see! For a moment, Fong Tang was startled by him. Who? Winston was covered in cold sweat, and his lips were trembling. I can't say. But she wants to see you and Mr. Ji Bing Wang immediately now. Ji Bing the Emperor pulled Bai Hu over and said coldly, Which of my subordinates is here? Do they still have the nerve to see me? Winston said nothing, turned around quickly and bowed. Dear lady, this is the suite. The other party was actually at the door. Fong Tang immediately stood in front of Ji Bing Wang. The door creaked shut and opened again. Winston was no longer there. But a woman walked in. Everyone's eyes lit up. Gorgeous. Extremely gorgeous long skirt. With pleats of strange patterns. Scarlet color 4-length skirt. Pale skin. Bun. And a black spider tooth stuck diagonally in the bun. This woman has a perfect face. Behind the charming look of the slender eyebrows and red lips, there is an indescribable sense of darkness. On top of the gorgeous long dress, her shoulders were like snow, exposed wildly, with only 2 spider threads hanging on the dress. All the scenery on her chest seemed to be on display. But if you look closely, you can see that there is a thin layer of spider silk, wrapped in cocoon. She walked in slowly, bringing with her a gloomy aura, but her expression was like a queen, raising her hand as if she were ruling the world. Black nails lined with snow-like hands. She gently greeted Fong Tang. Hello. I am Feng Lizi, the head of the data department in Asia. I finally meet you. Little Fong Tang. Fong Tang stared wide-eyed. He couldn't react for a moment. In my impression, the woman who spoke to me, the director of the data department, was a clumsy, stupid and obedient old office woman. But what appeared in front of her was a beautiful woman with the aura of a royal sister and a queen. The beautiful woman's eyes blinked, but only her right eye was filled with aura. Her left eye turned out to be a prosthetic eye. At this time, an endless stream of data flashed through the scarlet left eye, and the beautiful woman laughed hoarsely. I see. Xiao Fong Tang. You are still thinking about those 5 Ice Royal Family IDs. She said lightly with her delicate hands. Hui. Little Fong Tang. Please go aside and wait. I will help you deal with Ji Bing Wang's matter first. Fong Tang was shocked, but stepped back uncontrollably. Bye. Master. Don't mess with her. Don't mess with her either. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Feng Lizi frowned and glanced at him. Devouring data is not omnipotent. I can instantly generate the most painful memory of a terminal cancer patient before his death, and then disguise it as the information you need. After you open it, you will enjoy human beings for free. It's the most painful feeling. Then he let out a cold laugh. Or I can generate the memory of a pregnant woman's difficult labor and turn it into data for you to swallow. You will be the first man to feel the ultimate pain of a woman. Fong Tang was shocked. This woman is amazing. Feng Lizi walked calmly and charmingly, and looked at Xiaobai, who was about to make a move. Is mutation defense very powerful? You are so stupid, my little sister. Otherwise, you can come here. Hee hee. I will stand here. Do you want to change your mind? Xiao Bai's eyes narrowed. The queen in the scarlet dress continued to move forward. Outside the door, Qi Long and Winston almost knelt and pushed a large box in. Their voices trembled fiercely. Dear lady. Your suitcase. Liz said oh. And Tangy curled his lips. Why are you still standing there? Pushing my box over? Do you want a girl to carry the luggage by herself? Fong Tang pulled the box over with a sullen face. Ji Bingwang held Bai Hu's hand with a sad expression on his face. It's God's will. Please do it. Feng Lizzie let out her sexy and husky smile again, tapping her black nails on the suitcase. When the box was opened, 5 heads appeared side by side. Everyone in the room exclaimed. Feng Lizzie pointed at 5 heads. Bingwang, come and identify them. Are they 5 of them? Ji Bingwang's eyes were dazed. These are the 5 guild directors who betrayed me. Bingrun Group. Chairman of the Board of Directors Zhao Bingrun. Dingrui Biological Group. Lu Dingrui. Yute Jin. CEO Zun Yute. Yunzhou Bioengineering. Chairman Li Haiyun. Siba Pharmaceuticals. Chief Technology Officer. Siemens. The 5 most powerful guild managers under Ji Bingwang. The 5 financial pillars of the guild in reality. And the 5 old guys who shamelessly betrayed him. Now all appear with smiles on their faces. Of course, only the head remains. The best part is, the chip is still there. In other words, Ji Bingwang can torture them in countless ways. Emperor Ji, who had seen countless big scenes, was also a little dumbfounded. How did you do it? Feng Lizzie smiled. The other one is your financial director and old lover, named Xingjid. Right? It's a pity. Very. Her status is special. I can't do anything. So I can't help you get back the 4.62 million game coins in your guild account. Ji Bingwang swallowed and stammered. No. It's okay. This is already the greatest kindness to me. Feng Lizzie frowned. Then why are you still standing there? The warehouse of Binglun Group is already safe. And I have also cleared this escape route for you. You can take it with you quickly. My little lover. Go away. I still have many things to tell little Fong Tang. She waved her hand impatiently. Don't waste Fong Tang's time anymore. His time is now my time. Ji Bingwang, her face changed. And she took a step forward and shouted. What are you going to do to my brother? Fenling's slender eyebrows raised. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, there will be 3 more pills in this box. Head. Ji Bingwang's eyes widened. Feng Lizzie's cold voice seemed to come from H.L. Your head. By whose head? And the illegitimate daughter you have hidden in Putuo for many years. Ji Bingwang trembled, gritted his teeth, and pulled Bai Hu. And Fong Tang bowed deeply. Then he ran out as hard as he could. The 5 heads in the box, connected to the chips, were wrapped in a ball of scarlet flames. The box was closed and reduced to ashes. Feng Lizzie clapped her hands and looked at the dumbfounded Fong Tang with a smile. From now on, no matter what you do, you must take me with you. Can you fulfill this request? Chapter 257. First, a great gift. 2 hours ago. 2 o'clock in the morning. Chang'an Hotel. Can it be done? Wherever you go, take me with you. Like an infatuated girl acting coquettishly towards her lover. But at this moment, it sounded to Fong Tang as if a shackle was being put around his neck. Feng Lizzie stood there quietly. The surrounding light seemed to be avoiding her. And the scarlet dress on her body was also changing strangely in the changing light. Fong Tang shook his head. I'm sorry. I already have an oil bottle next to me. And I don't want to bring another person with me for free. Feng Lizzie frowned and said, Don't use that little biochemical toy of yours and me. Compare. Xiao Bai, who was cowering aside, felt unhappy. Auntie, who do you think is a biochemical toy? Scarlet Queen Feng Lizzie pointed at herself. Her eyes widened. You said I am an ant? She dragged her scarlet dress and walked towards Xia Baizi angrily. Xia Beiki jumped up in fright and hid behind Fong Tang, holding on to the man's windbreaker. The little girl stuck out her head, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. Yes, you are ant. Old woman. A spider spirit with a rancid smell all over her body. Oh ha ha. Feng Lizzie was not angry at all. With a hoarse smile. So you are jealous of me. As a biochemical person, even if you get super nano glue made of basic particles, you are still a little toy. She actually cares so much about her appearance and age? Fong Tang was speechless. This woman who calls herself the Scarlet Queen seems to control all data and seems omniscient, but displays strong human emotions. She is not some kind of aloof and mysterious stranger, but a living, Flesh and blood big sister. I'm a little sister. Not a big sister. Feng Lizzie rolled her eyes at him at this time. Does she know what I'm thinking? Fong Tang's eyes shrank, and he immediately entered the meditation state. His eyes blurred. Bai's consciousness controlled the meditative state, and his ontological consciousness became a spectator. Feng Lizzie let out a sigh, pursed her lips and smiled. Oh! I discovered it so quickly. She raised her hand again, and her black nails seemed to have swirling patterns, faintly rotating. Fong Tang's consciousness was shaken, and he saw a strange scene. The whole room was covered with spider silk at some point. Scarlet spider silk randomly filled the entire space. Everywhere. But like invisible things. Not only himself, but also Xiaobeki's head was connected with dozens of such spider threads. There are hundreds of spider threads extending into the study room. There is a skylark inside. Master, these spider silks are biological data tentacles. Be careful. They can search the data around them, including the brain data of living organisms. Isn't this the same as my Tao Tai core spiritual ability? No. It can't reach Tao Tai. It is so powerful that it can only search for data. But in terms of magnitude, it cannot be compared to Tao Tai. Indeed, tens of thousands of spider silks were released instantly, covering the entire space. But although his gluttony also has the ability to swallow data, it can swallow strange things like nanoparticle glue and bacteria. When Fong Tang thought of this, he suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. But he resisted the temptation of the thought. With a snort, Fong Tang's consciousness regained control of his body. The yin-yang tai chi bacteria rotated wildly, and that strange energy began to explode. So in this space invisible to the human eye, a glutton composed of red greedy fire appeared. Tao Tai, who was born with 2 horns and was clad in dragon scales, swept the surrounding scarlet spider silk with the fire of greed. The scarlet spider silk trembled, and he backed away timidly. Feng Lizzie was still smiling. Okay. I'll just take it back. See if you're anxious. Bai's consciousness had already conveyed the information about the spider web to Xiaobeki. Xiaobai leaned out from behind Fong Tang, blinked his eyes, and his body suddenly changed. The mutation defense led by elementary particles appears. Her skin had a faint diamond-like brilliance, especially on her head. Her thin and straight hair turned into wavy curls, and each curled hair mutated into a defense that could isolate the cobwebs. Feng Lizzie's scarlet spider web reluctantly retreated from Xiao Baiqi. The queen became increasingly unhappy. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. The father and daughter in the room gave a surprise high-five in celebration. I was almost frightened by this spider queen. It turns out that she is not invincible. Xiaobai smiled and said, Daddy, we joined forces to make this bitch. Fong Tang gave her a slap in the head. Don't say bad words. The blessing of improved strength attributes made him unable to control his with such force. It hit the little girl's head and made a thud. Fong Tang was startled. Girl, are you okay? Xiaobai was even more worried. Papa, you? Look at your fingers. Are they not injured? Her mutant defense ability disappeared the moment Fong Tang struck. It was automatically triggered, and spikes with rebound power appeared on the head. In the past, Fong Tang would have had to cut off his fingers. But now that he has a physical attribute of 2.4, his defensive toughness is twice that of a normal person. And there is only a white mark left on his finger. After such a near-miss incident, Fong Tang also acquiesced in the new title of Xiaobai. Feng Lizzie shook her head. Little Fong Tang, you have been wasting time. Fong Tang was not afraid of her now, and smiled. I think I still have some time. Feng Lizzie took a step forward. The black hair on her bun was the spider fangs trembled. Are we going to start over? My request is that no matter what you do, you must take me with you. Fong Tang sighed. You know that isn't possible. Feng Lizzie made a low voice. Horse laughter. We once made a ridiculous deal. 150,000 game coins in exchange for the head of a black cell from the resistance organization. Do you still remember? Fong Tang nodded. Feng Lizzie pursed her lips. Now! The deal has changed. And my chips have also changed. They are no longer boring game coins, but 5 gifts. She raised her hands elegantly and shook them, with swirling patterns on her black nails. It also stopped turning. Fong Tang took Xiaobai and walked to the study. I'm going to call Yunk and go out for a supper before dawn. I'm sorry, Sister Feng Lizzie. Before he reached the study, Feng Lizzie's hoarse voice came. Come. In 10 seconds. Your assistant. One of the fantasy objects in your dream. Sister Skylark. Will rush out like a madman and desperately try to kill you. Only I can save her. This is the first. What a great gift. Fong Tang stopped stiffly. In the study, muffled shouts could be heard, which then turned into screams of agony. Skylark rushed out like a madman. She seemed to have been struggling in the study for a long time. Her hair was disheveled. Her clothes were all torn, and her plump arms were covered with scars. Those were all scars caused by her own fingernails. Skylark rushed up, stretched out his bloody nails like a madman, and stabbed Fong Tang's neck. Her unique ability is nerve isolation and acupuncture. The 5 elements pen instantly appeared in Fong Tang's hand. With the 3.0 agility bonus, the man's reaction speed was already frightening. The slender pencil deflected Skylark's blow at a tricky angle. The tip of the pen trembled, and the pencil seemed to turn into 2 branches due to the high-speed vibration, stabbing Skylark's neck, one on the left and one on the right. Skylark twisted his body and counterattacked mechanically. She grabbed the pencil, but the afterimage of the pencil disappeared instantly, and Fong Tang came behind her like a ghost. His arms passed under her armpits and hugged her arms full of killing moves. The pencil rotated between his fingers, and the tip of the pen smoothly penetrated into the blood vessels of her neck. The 5 elements pen has the wood attribute healing ability. There are currently 8 times left. It is in use. A prompt came from Bai's consciousness instantly. Fong Tang's left hand trembled, and Tao Tai devoured it and got a copy of Skylark's chaotic memory. The memory opened instantly, and the girl in his arms knelt down and kicked him hard in the crotch. Fong Tang used his amazing reflexes to clamp her long legs that were kicking back, and pressed down hard. Sayabeki! Can't kill her! Fong Tang shouted, looking at the memory of Skylark in his mind. And the 5 elements pen in his hand continued to inject the wood attribute healing potion. Xiao Baichi stopped. The silver knife he held in his little hand was still buzzing and trembling. Freed. Emergency rescue potion. Release. Bioelectricity. The 5 elements pen stimulates Skylark's cell vitality. Fong Tang completed 3 actions at the same time. Very handsome. Reaching his current maximum potential. But it's no use. Skylark was pinned under him, turned his head, opened his mouth, and bit his throat. The chaotic memory of Skylark opened in his mind, and what he saw was chaos. The action command of Skylark members lurking silently is activated. Reject this action. Reject. Remotely activate guild authority. Remote control is in progress. At this time, Feng Lizzie was very leisurely. A spider thread controlled the teapot from a distance, and 2 spider threads pulled the tea bag and sugar cubes respectively, thus brewing a cup of steaming black tea. Fong Tang's throat was instantly covered with Skylark teeth marks. The scarlet spider silk pulled the teacup up, and the spider queen took a sip. The Yak Guild's remote control can only last for 5 minutes. By then, your dream fantasy will turn into a corpse that continues to heat up. Oh. Ha. It's still hot, but I'm afraid you'll lose interest by then. Sip tea leisurely and drive like crazy. Fong Tang turned around with difficulty. Sister Feng Lizzie, I agree to the deal. Feng Lizzie gave him another roll of her eyes, and continued to sip the tea. What are you calling me? Miss Feng Lizzie. Let's make the deal. A scarlet spider silk entangled Skylark and penetrated along the chip on the back of her neck. The crazy Skylark immediately calmed down. Chapter 258 The Second Gift. An hour and a half ago. 2:30 in the morning. Chang'an Hotel. Outside the suite study room. Fong Tang leaned against the wall, the Skylark in his arms sleeping quietly. He touched the teeth marks on his neck, looked at the bruised Skylark, and looked angrily at the Spider Queen, who was still drinking tea. Feng Lizzie put down the teacup. I didn't expect that you would give in after the first small chip. It seems that I still don't know you well. I have prepared 5 chips and 5 big gifts. Fong Tang said nothing. Sayabeki brought a glass of tap water. The man drank cold water, frustrated and angry. The woman was sipping British black tea, proud and happy. Only the guy drinking water knows it's cold or hot. Little Fong Tang, do you value Skylark so much? She is actually just a minion in a game. She is worthless to you. Feng Lizzie finally finished the cup of tea. Fong Tang had calmed down, shaking the tap water in his hand, and suddenly laughed at himself. You know, if it weren't for this damn game, and we met as an ordinary person, a girl like Yunk might not even look at me. He's standing up with Yunk in his arms. He gently arranged her clothes. After entering this game, I seem to be favored. I know that Yunk once wanted to harm me. Ha. He almost dissected me with others. But I am more willing to believe now. She has done so much for me now. The corners of the girl's eyes suddenly shone. Fong Tang felt her trembling. Skylark opened his eyes and brushed his chest with his fingers. Idiot! You are wrong. Even if it is not this game. As long as we meet in the real world. As long as we can get along for a while. I will still like you. Yes. But if it were in the real world, would there be a chance to get along like that? Fong Lizzie lowered her head and sniffed the teacup in her hand, vaguely smelling the rancid smell of love. Skylark will be fine. As long as you kill the other 2 killers. After the 3 sparrows fail, the Ravenclaw Guild will automatically stop this operation. She lost interest and retracted the thread. So you have to hurry up. Fong Tang put Yunk on the sofa, covered her with a blanket, and picked up the organized identity file. I have agreed to your conditions. Let's go now. Fong Lizzie looked at Zyabeki. Little toy. You go to the Putuo District garbage station. You should already know that place. Go meet the first killer and deal with it. Zyabeki looked at Fong Tang speechlessly. After receiving his father's confirmation, he flashed, just disappeared out the door. The flowing scarlet skirt was swimming in the hotel lobby. When Fong Tang followed Fong Lizzie to the door, there was a sound of gentle footsteps behind her. The silver-haired girl stood at the top of the stairs, frowning at them. Fong Lizzie turned her head, and the scarlet left eye data flashed wildly. Coco was a little confused, but Fong Tang shouted without looking back. Your Highness Coco, our love game is over here. There is one thing I can tell you. The thing you are worried about has been destroyed. Now no one can shake your throne. Go back. This place is not suitable for you. Fong Lizzie snorted. Little Fong Tang, why are you worried? Do you think I am going to attack her? Fong Tang had already pushed away. Go out the door. Fong Lizzie licked her lips and glanced at Coco again reluctantly. What a pity. The little girl in the Atlantic Game Zone must have had all the relevant information and data about the Solomon Temple in her head. She could have had a full meal, because Fong Tang saw what he was thinking. He had no choice but to give up. She chuckled hoarsely and followed Fong Tang. Coco, who had no idea that she had just escaped a disaster, quickly ran to the door and looked at the 2 people walking away. Humph. Fong Tang, you actually used such a shameless psychological game. Coco frowned. You deliberately mentioned that thing in front of an outsider, and told such a low-level lie. Even if you have good wisdom. But the tragic childhood experience and the treacherous struggle between the forces within Atlantis made it impossible for Coco to believe the man's words. It's simply impossible. Who would be willing to destroy something so important that could threaten their birth certificate? I was annoyed in my heart. And when I was about to make my next plan, I heard a hiss from behind. Coco turned her head and looked, suddenly shocked and dumbfounded. A ferocious man. A giant spirit with gorgeous muscular lines. The great assassin of the temples was actually hiding behind the vase in the lobby, while trembling. Is she gone? The giant spirit asked in a low voice. Coco swallowed. You can't see for yourself? The giant spirit carefully moved its body, lying on the ground and moving. Its forehead was covered with sweat, and it took a long time to move less than 2 centimeters. Coco's mind went blank. This guy, a nearly invincible god of death, was really afraid of the woman just now. Extremely afraid. On the quiet street, Fong Tang walked quickly. However, Fong Lizzie's figure flickered and changed, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. Already walked the first block. Fong Tang stopped and said, Are you hungry? Well, maybe I can ask. Do you need something to eat? Fong Lizzie leaned quietly behind him and blew gently on his neck. I also need to eat to be able to eat. Survived. But what I eat is not food, but data. Fong Tang nodded. But I am an ordinary human being, and I am very hungry now. Fong Lizzie appeared strangely in front of her again, and her scarlet left eye appeared several times. Jump data. Very simple data, but she looked ahead. Along this street, there are 3 fast food restaurants in a straight line distance of 50 meters, 62 meters, and 73 meters. She smiled. Although this block we have entered an alert lockdown, but these 3 small restaurants are still open secretly. They are not open and only provide late-night takeout orders. Then he looked to the right. Well, there are 4 courier guys now secretly delivering orders. 2 of them people risk their lives by pretending to be patrol police. Hey, is the competition in the food delivery industry so fierce today? Fong Tang once again saw the Spider Queen's mastery of data information. He was about to choose one, but Fong Lizzie shook her head and said, The malatang provided by the first fast food restaurant has been complained 3 times this week, and hair was found in the malatang twice. All the complaint records were recorded by the store. The boss spent money to settle the matter. According to the information recorded by the fast food restaurant's camera, the origin of the hair. Looking at Fong Tang in a daze, Fong Lizzie smiled hoarsely. It's not that the cook is unhygienic, but that he has a very rare form of hair loss. In order to treat the disease and keep her job, naturally she didn't dare to tell anyone. The cook was very careful, but unfortunately, she didn't notice it when she was busy. A scarlet spider thread appeared, and as she narrated, the thread weaved into a web. On the spider web, the data stream undergoes some kind of transformation and becomes a visible electronic medical record. A medical record of a patient with alopecia. Fong Tang had lost any appetite. Are you showing me your ability? Fong Lizzie nodded. Yes. Now you should understand how powerful my spider silk is. This is the first thing I want to give you. 2 great gifts. The spider web changed again and turned into scarlet spider silk again. The spider silk broke, flew up silently, fell into Fong Tang's sleeve, and became entangled in the 5 elements brush. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. This was the strange thought that had passed through his mind just now in the hotel. Big sister spider silk is so useful to me. Little Fong Tang. What your Taotai core spirit lacks in its devouring ability in its final arm form is the contact area. You can only use physical contact to use it. But I am naturally equipped with almost unlimited contact ability. Scarlet. Red the spider thread surged, and the Scarlet Queen proudly stretched out her hand and lifted Fong Tang's chin. You and I are a match made in heaven. Our abilities are a match made in heaven. Chapter 259 The Fourth Gift. An hour ago. At 3 o'clock in the morning. Chang'an Hotel leads to the second block of Putua garbage station. Is this the 4th gift you mentioned? Fong Tang frowned and looked at the bus in front of him. A strange bus parked in the alley of the second block. Ordinary tourist bus. Fong Lizzie looked at it leisurely. The most precious gifts should always be saved for later, so that they can bring surprises. As the 4th gift, if you disdain this car now, you will regret it tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. The 19th? Fong Tang looked at the words, Happy Holidays, on the back of the bus, and his eyes lit up. The rotating vacation employees of the data department. This is the bus ready to pick them up. But his eyes quickly dimmed. Sister, you are a little naughty. The transaction between us regarding cell tissue has ended a long time ago, and the data department no longer means anything to me. Ha ha. I believe that the Crow supervisor is almost finished. Fong Lizzie smiled. What was your original plan? How to use the vacation employees of the data department to invade my base camp? Fong Tang no longer needed to hide anything. The original plan was to kill Crow, borrow his head, obtain the memory data, and then disguise himself as him and sneak into Chongming Island. Of course, it requires the cooperation of the cell organization. Completed? Fong Lizzie was very disappointed. Unabashedly disappointed. Is this your plan? Genius? Fong Tang frowned. No way. Fong Lizzie shook her head and rubbed her forehead. It seems I'm going to teach you little guy slowly. This plan of yours is bullshit. Bullshit. It was rare to hear such crude words from her mouth. Fong Lizzie was still shaking her head. First, before all rotating employees go on vacation, their memories of the department will be frozen, extracted, and stored in the observers of the data department. After they complete their vacation, they will return and re-inject it into the chip. This is the crudest and simplest, but also very good secret plan. Designed by that guy Crow. Fong Tang put away his pride and was surprised. Crow actually has such a mind? Oh, you underestimate me too much. As a former general of Crow Guild and now my deputy, Mr. Crow is top-notch in terms of combat ability and mental intelligence. At this point, Fong Lizzie sneered hoarsely. But what he encountered was you. A game bug. So he could only accept it as bad luck. Fong Tang felt a little sympathetic to Crow. Sister Fong Lizzie. Huh? What do you call me? Sister, what is the final weapon of your core spirit? Fong Tang seemed a little complacent when he saw that she had the upper hand all the way. So he seized the opportunity. Rhetoric. Is he also an apostle? Fong Lizzie glanced at him. Not the Kunlun apostle. You are wrong. I am from the Lei Guild, and I am a sworn enemy of the Hongming Pantheon. My core spirit is also from Lei. You don't need to know too much about the spider demon now, but there is a guy in Lei who you have to be especially careful about. At this point, she held Fong Tang's hand. Let's talk while we walk. Ha ha. That guy I just talked about. It's the Bones. Her ability can only defeat us. What ability? Fong Tang was interested. A similar ability to create hallucinations. Feng Lizzie said vaguely. It's like a computer data virus, targeting the human brain. Fong Tang vaguely understood something, and by his consciousness suddenly conveyed a request. Master, please be sure to please Feng Lizzie. She is too important to us. Too important. Too important. Repeated 3 times in a row. It's so important. What Fong Tang felt was the temptation holding his beautiful hand. The back of the hand is white and tender as snow. The mysterious black nails. The warmth conveyed. The beautiful palm prints. Almost everywhere is full of tempting data and other things. He almost had to use up all his consciousness to control the desire of the Tao Tai core spirit to devour. The two of them had almost passed the second block. Feng Lizzie laughed in a low voice. You are wise enough not to use Tao Tai core spirit's ability on me rashly. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. What data did you hide in your palm just now, and have been tempting me to devour it? Well, it's all the memories of a girl named by man 1 second before her brain died. The moment before death. The memory data is the most delicious and full. If you had secretly used Devour on me just now, you would have enjoyed it. Fong Tang felt a pain in his heart. Feng Lizzie glanced at him. Hey, are you sad? Fong Tang sighed. Let's talk about the bus. Are the furloughed employees in the data department any good to me? I really can't think of it now. Ahead is the third block. Finling's scarlet dress was rolled up, and she sighed quietly. At this moment, the Spider Queen was full of charm. But what Fong Tang felt was a kind of uneasiness and confusion. She also has such weak moments? Why is this helpless emotion so contagious? Feng Lizzie sighed again. Although I was born in lies, for some special reasons, I am actually a very easygoing person. The employees in the data department who are on vacation this time are all elites I have trained over the years. And they are all top-notch people. Talents. Whether as employees or players. She raised her head when she said this. With a solemn feeling. Carefully selecting them for vacation is actually an escape. As the fourth gift, it is also a trust. I hope you will treat them kindly, and treat them as friends and relatives. They will bear the reputation of traitors in the company from now on. I can only rest assured if they are entrusted to you. Fong Tang was stunned. Completely. In a daze. This sudden entrustment was so solemn. Wait a minute. Miss Feng Lizzie. Are you crazy or am I stupid? What on earth are you talking about? Feng Lizzie shook her head. The Asia Data Department, which is also the data center of the entire game, will be destroyed soon. It can be expected that all employees in the data department will be purged. And the upcoming game update will give you the ability to take them in. The amount of information was too large, and Fong Tang slowly digested it. Feng Lizzie sighed again. I have been away from the data department for a long time. Ever since the satellite incident. That is, after our phone call in Silent Town, I started to prepare this vacation plan. Fong Tang took a step forward by her hand. Walking. Is it the incident where the resistance organization attacked the 12 satellites in the sky? Feng Lizzie smiled sarcastically. Resistance organization? You mean cells? They are bragging again. Do you really think that spending 120 billion US dollars and 2 cell members can destroy the Tianqian satellite? Not to mention anything else. The Tianshu satellite alone can instantly repel any intruder. Tianshu. Tianqian and the Big Dipper? You should know about Skydriver 1? I know. My sister's ultimate weapon. I can tell you that the Sky Expedition satellite is just an imitation of Tianshu. A poor imitation. Feng Lizzie didn't need to say more. Fong Tang also roughly understood the power of the Big Dipper. Sister, this gift you gave me is too heavy. Fong Tang looked at the dark Heng Shenfeng ahead. Speaking of which, where is the third gift? The third gift has been prepared for a long time. A beautifully dressed girl. All her thoughts are about you now. As a beautiful memory in your once boring life. Feng Lizzie said hoarsely. Her charming figure it disappeared with the surrounding darkness. Then, hundreds of scarlet spider silks were flying. Thousands of spider silks were woven into a large net over Heng Shenfeng. The large net covered the street. The lights were on. Laughter was heard. And people coming and going. Bars, galleries, spa, department stores. Like a gorgeous magic, a fried chicken and milk tea shop appeared in Fong Tang's sight. Following the guidance of a spider web, his line of sight passed through the milk tea shop and flew to the intersection of the block. At the intersection, Jean Mingju had just walked onto the street and was walking. In the dark, the street was still blocked, and police cars and fire trucks roared past. The Heng Shenfeng in the third block was a place that Fong Tang must pass. But it was very lively at this time. But at 4 o'clock in the morning, A spider thread penetrated Jean Mingju's head. She began to look confused. And the message sent by the guild turned out to be blank. She continued walking, feeling a little uneasy. Fong Tang followed the route pointed out by a scarlet spider silk walked towards her gently. The golden pearl was like a puppet on strings, crashing towards him. Fong Tang actually enjoyed the feeling of being in control of everything. Sorry! The girl looked up. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened slightly. Fong Tang stretched out his hand and helped the girl at the precisely designated position along a spider thread. It's okay. Swallowing data is used, and a memory about takeout is obtained. Hurry forward, waiting for the prompt from the scarlet spider silk. It's like a live rehearsal in front of the camera. All the moves are arranged in advance. The killer's memory after being modified. Fong Lizi's prompt appeared in front of her eyes. Golden bird's needle. Get it and end all this. Fong Tang suddenly turned around and looked at the dumb girl. Golden Pearl? Are you the Golden Pearl of the finance department? Chapter 260 Negative Emotions. The Golden Pearl has turned into fly ash. The eastern sky is also faintly white at this time. The faint sadness in Fong Tang's heart slowly dissipates. In the memory, he is sitting in the finance department playing with flowers and plants. The quiet girl has been broken into pieces for a long time. But the smile and the radiance will be remembered forever in his heart. He put away these complicated emotions and watched the Spider Queen escape into the darkness again. In the darkness, it was Fong Lizi's hoarse voice. I'm by your side, no matter where and when. The spider thread on your pencil can communicate with me at any time. Only the two of us can share this kind of information. Fong Tang can see that she has been wrapped in spider silk. The cocoon on the snow-white chest is where the spider silk is swallowed. This is a very crude and direct method of invisibility. Humans can see things because light shines on them. The object is then reflected into the eyes. When the light hits the spider silk that wraps her, it does not reflect. Instead, it travels along the spider silk and shines on the object behind her. What is reflected back into the eyes is the object behind her. The sight. Well, there's no magic thermal imaging and infrared or even the super exposure feature on some smartphones that might have spotted her. Fong Lizi's voice suddenly appeared in his ear, as if she was talking to his ear. Your little toy. Sister number 20001 seems to be missing. But she also held back the number 1 killer of Crow Bird, who is targeting you. The assassination operation is over and everything is settled now. Fong Tang closed his eyes and reconfirmed the prompts of the game system. Senior player Fong Tang, you have obtained the game identity. Please rush to 308 Beishan First Road before sunrise. That is, before 6 hours 9 minutes and 13 seconds on the 18th, number 1 police station. New recruit registration completed. The sun has not yet risen, and Fong Tang appeared on Beishan First Road on the south bank of the Suzhou River. Number 308 is the most mysterious place on this street. Shanghai Criminal Investigation Corps. Theoretically, it is not time to go to work yet time. But the work here has already started. In fact, it has not rested since last night. Fong Tang found the personnel department of the Corps. He quickly completed the entry procedures, but was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Minhang Branch. The 4th Brigade asked him to report back immediately. There were no new prompts in the game. Fong Tang could only follow the process. The 3 special cases representing wind, fog, and moon. So far, he didn't even have a clue. He came to the north bank of the Suzhou River again. It was amazing that just across the river, there were already the backstreets of the magical city of Bangbei. After crossing Metro Line 5 and walking in the noisy and narrow alleys for a long time, he finally found we walked into a group of low gray buildings. And the sun had already risen. The 3-story gray building was inconspicuous and had no signs. But it was quiet all around. There were no police cars here. Only a few off-road vehicles. 3 electric vehicles. And 4 looking at the nice mountain bike. Fong Tang held a brand new police uniform and walked into the building. After sitting in a room with only computers and coffee tables for a long time, someone finally came in. Fong Tang stood up hurriedly. His eyes flashed. It was an acquaintance who came. The mysterious secretary's son walked in with a majestic look on his coat. When he saw him, he smiled gently, shaking hands with Fong Tang. Secretary Sun sighed. It's not easy. Last time in the undercover operation on Huawu Island. It's a pity that you only came back after a narrow escape. Zhao. He turned his head and shook his shoulders slightly. After a long while, he wiped the corners of his eyes, turned his head, and Secretary Sun patted Fong Tang on the shoulder again. This time we have detected the criminal gang headed by Hai Haoying. And I have applied for second-class merit for you. You and Kai Linlin are both. You are a talented person in the police force. He also comforted in a low voice. The reason why you participated in such a large undercover operation before you joined the job is mainly because the organization trusts you. And this kind of operation must be done with a new phase. Otherwise you will commit crimes like hai-howing. Molecules can be smelled from a long distance away. Fong Tang said nothing, only pretending to be touched and excited. Secretary Sun was very satisfied with his reticence and asked him to sit down. The conditions here seem to be very poor. But it is the place where the elite of our police force gather. Do you know why? Fong Tang shook his head. Secretary Sun opened the window, took a deep breath, and pointed outside. This is the Babao Old Street in Mindahuang, the place with the highest crime rate in the city, the base camp of the Ground Dragons, and the gathering place for 3 old losers. Fong Tang was stunned when he suddenly said these words. The base camp of the Ground Dragon, the lower corner where the poor 3 gather, and the big and broken hard drive area. These are words that only the old people in Magic City can understand. The basic meaning is that the area covered by this block is full of gangsters, and it is synonymous with drug abuse, robbery and murder. The street girl from Babao, the migrant workers from Xinzhuang, the drug addicts from Dongjin, and the loan sharks from Pujin. As a criminal police officer here, everyone will automatically get an accidental death insurance because of the danger, but also because of responsibility. Secretary Sun was a little excited, but he quickly stopped it. Fong Tang hurriedly stood up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to this distinguished secretary. When Secretary Sun took the cup, the spider thread on the pencil in his sleeve flicked, and the invisible scarlet thread wrapped around the other person's wrist, and then retracted. You devoured a memory that the target had hidden for many years. Fong Tang opened the memory while watching Secretary Sun drink water. Sun Xiang, you stinky bastard. How dare you come here to mess with the princess in the alley? You are a piece of shit. If you can, marry a beautiful girl from Yangpu. Damn it. I have to kill you today. Secretary Sun, the hidden memory instantly made Fong Tang's eyesight darken. He felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his heart was filled with endless anger, and then humiliation. And he almost fainted as the blood rushed to his heart, and an indescribable hatred appeared. And the main body of the memory shouted, from now on, I will definitely kill you. You bunch of bad people in Mindahuang. The enemy shaking in front of me is a man with a Kanto accent. Fong Tang, are you okay? Secretary Sun was patting him on the back. Fong Tang forced a smile. I didn't sleep well last night while helping patrol. Don't blame me for being ignorant. I've been listening to you. Secretary Sun nodded. Then you take a rest first. I'll call Captain Chan over. I have just been transferred from the SWAT team and am getting familiar with the work. After Secretary Sun left, Fong Tang sat down on the chair as if he was exhausted. The scarlet spider silk on the pen trembled as if smiling. Little Fong Tang, now you know how powerful this kind of dark memory is. Sister, you are torturing me again. Hey, what are you talking about? I am teach you that if the top masters know your abilities, they will use this dark memory to deal with you. Especially the bones of Lei Zhe. I want you to learn to be vigilant in advance. Scarlet Spider Silk quieted down. Fong Tang called by his consciousness. I remember that the dark memory that swallowed Mara was not so scary at the time. Master, that's because my consciousness helped you absorb the negative emotions in the dark memory. Then why don't you help me now? Master, I need to rest for a long time to digest those negative emotions. Fong Tang pondered in his heart. Taoya's ability to devour memories is not perfect. But at the same time, the pain caused by that dark memory seems to be good for myself. The yin and yang bacteria on the back of the neck are slowly rotating. And it is rare to transform the dark memory just now. The 24th pair of chromosomes was struck again. Physique attribute increased to 3.0. Fong Tang is much more comfortable now. At this time, Secretary Sun walked in with a man. Chapter 261A Treasure Tiger Chong. Beihai looked very unhappy as he followed Secretary Sun into the office. As a middle-level policeman under the age of 40, he is handsome and capable, with a hint of gentleness between his eyebrows. Comrade Chong Beihai used to be a member of the 4th Brigade, and can even be said to be the founder of the 4th Brigade. Now he has taken the initiative to demote himself from the Special Police Brigade in order to completely deal with Mindahuang, which has become increasingly chaotic recently, Secretary Sun said in a deep voice. Fong Tang retracted his half-stretched hand and stood at attention to salute. Bai's consciousness had already transmitted to him the quality information a trainee police officer should have in an instant. Shake hands? Do you think this is business talk? This is the criminal police team. The salute was perfect and standard. Fong Tang was full of energy, and his eyes were sharp, fully demonstrating the qualities of a Gold Shield level trainee police officer. But I feel weird. He had to leave a good impression on his future immediate boss. But when he thought of the disgusting message he sent to Lao Zhao, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chang Beihai didn't even look at him. And he didn't give Secretary Sun any face. Where did this guy come from? Our temple is too small to support this Buddha. He simply told Fong Tang to get out of here. Secretary Sun frowned and maintained his leadership style. Old Chang, you are going too far. Why are you doing this to the new comrade? Chang Beihai, who has a somewhat gentle temperament, is not a good person. He is the holder of the highest academic degree in the police force. But he is also an experienced criminal detective who has experienced many battles. Before joining the SWAT team, his crime detection rate ranked first in the city. And he was even favored by the anti-narcotics department. Those who can attract the attention of the anti-narcotics brigade are definitely tough guys. But Chang Beihai made it clear at this time that he could not tolerate Fong Tang. This hostility is direct and violent. Secretary Sun's face gradually darkened. But he couldn't get angry. Not to mention directly forcing Chang Beihai to recruit people. This is the mystery of officialdom. As the deputy secretary in charge of the district political and legal committee, Secretary Sun is not the direct boss of Chang Beihai, the former captain of the Special Police Brigade, and now the captain of the Criminal Investigation. Above Chang Beihai is the department-level director of the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Half a level above him. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Captain Chang, please give me a few minutes. I want to talk to the captain alone. Secretary Sun gave him a very appreciative look. At this time, he could understand the dilemma of being a leader. The young man in front of him was indeed a talent. He still has a lot to deal with. And an important meeting at the deputy department level is waiting for him. The room fell silent. Fong Tang looked at Chang Beihai. I must stay here. I have wanted to be a policeman since I was a child. Especially a criminal policeman. Every Chinese boy has a police dream when he was a child. This is sincerity from the heart. Chang Beihai's face softened a little. But he still had a gloomy look on his face. When you are a police officer, especially a criminal police officer, discipline and principles come first. At this point, the conversation changed. Humph! Ms. Zhao Lizi is from the United States. And she is not from the United States. You understand the discipline of our police force. But you, a top student in the police academy, should understand that there is a private meeting in a hotel late at night when the patrol mission is so tense outside. Fong Tang finally understood where the other party's hostility came from. Damn it. This guy is actually jealous of Lao Zhao. Chang Beihai turned around impatiently. I am the king of heaven today. And you don't want to stay here. Seeing that he was about to go out, Fong Tang coughed lightly. Miss Zhao Lizi, I have been watching you recently. A documentary about the scenery of Ohio, my hometown, said that tomatoes are abundant there. Just like you. The sour and sweet flavors make people's hearts tickle. Chang Beihai's body stiffened instantly, and he turned around suddenly. Outside the office, several people were squatting under the corner. They were all criminal policemen from Team 4. But they were all leaning against the wall to eavesdrop, with sympathetic looks on their faces. Kai Linlin, who rushed over in a hurry, was shocked. What's wrong? Hush. Tiger Chong is back. Ah. Why was Captain Chong demoted? Xiao Lin. You don't know? You came back on your own initiative. Oh. We all are. I'm scared to death. The former 8 treasure tiger, the Emperor of Min Da Huang, is back. Kai Linlin said anxiously. Is the new Fong Tang there? Yes. The one who undercover destroyed the Huawu Island criminal gang. The popular fried chicken in the police force. Kai Linlin was about to rush in, but was stopped. You are crazy. Chang Lao Hu is afraid of only one person in the police force. Even the sacrifice director Zhao. The other person is the king of heaven. He dares to hack. It's shameful. The comrades of the 4th team were all very sorry. I heard that the new guy is not only good-looking and well-educated, but he also solved a big case before joining the company. This kind of talent is what Team 4 needs most. But now, I can only feel sorry for him. Kai Linlin relaxed at this time and pursed her lips with a smile. Team Chong will definitely keep Fong Tang. As soon as she said this, exaggerated laughter came from the room. Everyone in the 4 teams was stunned. Is that Chong Hu's laughter? Fong Tang, I saw that you have been trained through experience. It is our blessing to have talents like you joining the 4th team. Chong Beihai shook Fong Tang's hand affectionately and walked out slowly. I'll treat you to lunch. You must not be polite to me. Fong Tang quickly said that this is not okay. If you want to eat, I have to treat him. Chong Beihai clapped his hand. When you get here, you're home. So why should you be polite to your family? The people in the 4 teams outside all had their mouths wide open. Their eyes widened. Their mouths couldn't close. And their eyes were straight. Kaylin Lin lowered her head and smiled secretly. Fong Tang looked at them and smiled. Seniors, I must treat you to dinner today. He turned to the enthusiastic Chong Beihai and said, Captain, I need your permission. Is the food stall okay? Chong Beihai frowned. He raised his eyebrows and gave him a slight push. Captain, what are you doing? You're seeing someone outside, aren't you? He lowered his tone and said with a smile. Call Big Brother. Oh my god. Chong Hulu has turned into a little white rabbit. Everyone in the 4 teams almost fainted. A heavy coughing sound was heard. And Chong Beihai stared at these guys gloomily. Have you written the report on the female corpse case in Pujin? Is there any new news from the physical evidence laboratory? Do you have time to bask in the sun? Did you do it last night? You didn't even participate in the patrol. You are a bunch of bastards. Chong Hulu's fangs suddenly appeared. And his face was as dark as Bao Gong. I said half an hour ago that the timeline of the Babao corpse case will be relisted. Doesn't that involve the virtual world? Currency and computer technology say that we need to invite an expert to learn about Bitcoin mining. Why haven't you come yet? A series of crazy questions woke up the 4 teams from their dreams. And they all faced Fong Tang. They looked weird. And then, they all ran away. Fong Tang pulled Kai Linlin aside, took out the mobile phone with Ching Ching's mugshot on it, and smiled bitterly at the gloomy old Xiao inside. I'm sorry. Just this time. Just this time. You bastard. Xiao Lizzie trembled in the video, and then gritted her teeth and said, I won't do this again. Chong Beihai, who was humming a tune, didn't know how much grievance and unwillingness Fong Tang suffered when he moved out the goddess Xiao Lizzie. He just understood one thing deeply. Last night, the goddess Xiao Lizzie, whom she admired, went to the hotel to have a private meeting with Fong Tang. It was not because of the relationship between a man and a woman, but because Fong Tang, this cute young man, was the godbrother that Xiao Lizzie recognized after coming to China. The best thing is that Xiao Lizzie agreed to go out for a cup of coffee with herself to discuss work matters. Well, this is the first good news in many days. Chong Beihai smiled very sinisterly. Chapter 262 Rookie Criminal Police. The 4th Brigade of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Minhang Branch exists independently. The 3-story grade building was originally a black factory that made inferior electrical components. It was later banned by the court for auction. However, because the terrain is so good, just outside the yard is the most chaotic Babao street in Minhang. So it became the base camp of the 4th Criminal Police Team after coordination. Kaylin Lin took Fong Tang and walked along the 3-story building. The first floor is the office area, as well as the gym and lounge. Over there is the ideological work and study room of the police branch. The second floor is the temporary evidence room. Over there is the pretrial room, is the leader's office. Our equipment, guns and bulletproof clothes and other items are stored separately in the captain's office. You have to fill out the form every day after work. At this point, Kaylin Lin pursed her lips and smiled. But there is no need to return the gun. Just register the number of bullets you have and the maintenance status of the gun. Come back. Just match the number. They walked up to the 3rd floor. This 3rd floor is mainly the dormitory. The room over there is the professional study room, as well as a small library and file storage place. Fong Tang followed Kai Lin through the dormitory and came to the small library. For computers are connected to the main computer, and there are rows of various information opposite the main computer. Real pictures of criminal investigation scenes, detection materials of various criminal cases, and unsolved disappearance and abduction cases separated by special grids. On the grid, a photo is posted very seriously. Kaylin Lin looked at it, reached out, gently took off a photo of Lu Jinan, and carefully put it away. Fong Tang coughed. So many missing persons and abducted children? Kaylin Lin sighed. This is a case shared by all police teams in the city. Whether it is criminal police, civilian police, police stations, economic investigation, anti-narcotics, or even special police teams. These photos are posted on the wall. She lowered her head and said, compared with the sorrow caused by the deceased, these missing people especially the abducted children, are behind the fate of countless families. So since 2000, the Shanghai police force has made such a decision. Any police force during the investigation of any case, personnel must spend time comparing disappearance and abduction cases and comprehensively report to the headquarters as soon as possible. Fong Tang nodded slowly, his heart heavy. Kai Linlin once desperately searched for her missing father. She naturally understood what it was like. Seeing the man's deep expression, Kai Linlin cheered up. We are both new airborne newcomers. Fortunately for me, I have seniority in the police force. The task assigned to me by the regular team is to familiarize you with the work. She smiled, he said. There are 4 teams of frontline personnel stationed here, specializing in handling major criminal cases. Including the regular team, there are only 6 people. Now counting us. We make up the 8 immortals. We mainly rely on 2 technologies to handle cases. Department. There are 2 laboratories under the Criminal Investigation Corps of the General Administration. One is the Criminal Psychology Laboratory, and the other is the Physical Evidence Laboratory. Kai Linlin pulled him to sit down. Now she had her hair tied in a ponytail, and she changed into jeans as the Romans do. And a gray coat. Low-key and simple. Seeing that Fong Tang was still holding the police uniform, Xiaolin smiled again. Well, you'd better keep it in the office. It's rare to have a chance to wear it. Fong Tang scratched his head, reluctant to part with it. The handsome police uniform is an honor and a dream even for him. Which teenager has not imagined wearing a uniform and carrying a pistol, appearing majestically at a crime scene, and then targeting the criminal Kai Linlin with eagle eyes and patting him? We are criminal police now, and the opportunity to wear police uniforms is just that. Several times. When I took my ID photo when I joined the company. When I was commended for my meritorious service. When I went to study in a brother department. And when I sacrificed my life. Fong Tang also smiled. If there is anything else you need to pay attention to, please tell me quickly, and then take me there. Solve the case. Kai Linlin tilted her head and looked at him. At this time, the omnipotent man in the game showed his innocent side. Fool. Even if the regular team members call you brothers, we are newbies like us. We will solve the case whenever we have the chance. Later we have to go to the evidence laboratory and follow the forensics team to carry the body at the scene. New detectives are joining the job. The first necessary process is to touch the corpse on the spot. This is a test. Just like the beginner level of the game. Kai Linlin took out 2 more printed documents to let Fong Tang get familiar with it. It is best to memorize it. I will occasionally take the test at branch study meetings. Of course, it's not that exaggerated. It's okay if you can't memorize it. Fong Tang glanced at it. The main responsibilities of the Criminal Police Brigade are to grasp the criminal dynamics of the region, undertake and organize cross-regional criminal cases, rescue abducted children and women, and undertake important cases assigned by superiors. Naturally, it was firmly remembered in my mind like a copy. The second document is about exercising powers and precautions in case handling, investigation rights, the right to question witnesses, and the right to pretrial. Kai Linlin introduced to him. The first few are the power to collect evidence and to seize exhibits. The pretrial right to question witnesses is to directly interrogate detained and arrested suspects. Fong Tang looked at it and saw that among the precautions, there were bold reminders such as firearms management. At the bottom of the document, there is a handwritten special matters. After reading these special matters, Fong Tang realized that even an artificial intelligence expert might not be able to understand the real work experience of these grassroots frontline criminal police officers. Special attention should be paid to the fact that the power of administrative intervention is a power given to the criminal police by law. But it must be used with caution during case handling, especially when intervening in private houses, forcibly searching, etc. The first thing to do is to protect yourself. Faced with when public opinion attacks and persecutes you, you must report it as soon as possible. Don't be impulsive. If you are incited by the suspects to attack you when you are facing people who don't know the truth, you would rather be slapped in the face than fight back. At this time, you must pay attention to the method and leave one person to stabilize you. The mood of the crowd at the scene. Another person or 2 people continue to track the suspect. During the case handling, if there is interference from superior leaders, or powerful people using backdoor connections, or leaders' relatives bullying others, call these 2 numbers as soon as possible. Fong Tang looked at 2 mobile phone numbers. Whose phone number is this? Kai Linlin lowered her head. The first one is Sister Zhao's old number. The second one is Team Chang's private number, which is switched on 24 hours a day. So, If the leader intervenes in the case and bullies us, we will go to these too. Fong Tang suddenly felt hot in his heart. Everyone said that Chang Beihai was only afraid of one person, and that was Zhao Zhongqing. Little did they know that this was actually a sympathy between two good police officers. When I was sighing in my heart, a young detective appeared at the door. Sister Xiaolin, Fong Tang, both of you come here. The Babao corpse case is going to be discussed at a meeting, and relevant experts have been invited. For handsome men in black leather clothes, team member Ouyang Chang has a baby face, which makes him feel a little immature. Hurry up. Let's see the beauty. Fong Tang and Kai Linlin followed Ouyang Chang out and walked quickly to the first floor. Ouyang Chang was very enthusiastic and joked. I used to be the youngest in the team, and I had to do all the chores. Now it's fine. You two are here. Oh, I forgot. Sister Xiaolin is a veteran. Fong Tang, you're just a rookie. Uh-huh. Help me buy cigarettes later. He hummed a tune, very proud of himself. Kai Linlin smiled. Xiaoqiang, what beautiful woman did you just say? Ouyang Chang's eyes lit up. Isn't the Babao corpse case involved in Bitcoin mining? Everyone doesn't understand it. They say they hired experts to help. When everyone came to class, they originally thought it would be an old professor or something. But who knew it was a big beauty? He said the words, big beauty, with great excitement. Kai Linlin pursed her lips. Don't be like this. You act like you have never seen the world. Ouyang Chang said seriously. She is a real beauty. And she is fair and rich. She is the CEO. She came here to give us a lecture. It's rare. It's really rare. Fong Tang became curious after what he said. Walking into the office area on the first floor, the temporary meeting was very simple. Not even a projector. Chang Beihai and the others were already sitting in a circle, and the crisp sound of high heels could be heard outside. Chang Beihai stood up. Everyone, please be serious and cheer up. The Babao corpse case is the biggest case at present. Mr. Fong took time out of his busy schedule to come here. There was a fragrant breeze, followed by crisp laughter. Team Chang, you're welcome. This is what I should do as a Chinese citizen. Fong Qingqing walked in elegantly wearing a white coat and sunglasses. She now looks pink and radiant, and her long wavy hair adds a bit of sexiness. Chang Beihai went up to shake hands with the beautiful lady and led Qingqing over cordially. Here Ouyang Chang patted Fong Tang, who was in a daze. You're stupid. Don't think about it. Just take a look. A thin file was thrust into his hand. The file on the Babao dismemberment case. You will be responsible for reading the case later. Little rookie. Fong Tang showed a strange smile and opened the file gently. At this time, the game prompt suddenly jumped out of my consciousness. There are only 4 words. The case is open. Chapter 263 by Fumei Qingqing. Infinite Challenge Game Tips. It has never been so simple. Only 4 words. But clear enough. One of the 3 preparatory levels before the trial, the case codenamed Wind, was suddenly activated. Fong Tang felt the scarlet spider silk on the 5 elements pin beating. He knew that Feng Lizhi was nearby. The mysterious spider queen follows me in a strange way, like a maggot attached to the bone. And she actually seems to be very concerned about this case. Chang Beihai had already finished greeting Fong Qingqing and pulled out the best chair in the office to her. Fong Qingqing waved his hand. Team Chang, I may need a complete computer later so that I can explain to you the principles of human brain development and Bitcoin mining. Chang Beihai immediately waved to Fong Tang. Xiao Tang, you take Mr. Fong to the 3rd floor to see which computer is suitable for study, he said, and smiled apologetically at the beautiful woman. There are many computers on the 1st floor, but they are all used for handling cases. Some of the things in them are confidential. Are you really? Can't watch. Chang Beihai's words were polite, but also direct. Fong Qingqing pursed her lips and smiled. I understand. She took off her sunglasses and looked at Fong Tang with her big beautiful eyes. Sorry for the trouble, police officer. Fong Tang touched the green sticker on the top of the phone and put it in his pocket inside, taking her to the 3rd floor. Chang Beihai watched them leave and suddenly whispered to Kai Linlin. The person who was originally scheduled to give a lecture was a professor from the University of Science and Technology. This woman, an expert on blockchain, somehow took the initiative to intervene. Please check her background for me now. Kai Linlin hardly needs to check. Her knowledge about Fong Qingqing is probably second only to Fong Tang. But the surface work still needs to be covered up. Xiaolin quickly collected enough information. Fong Qingqing developed a travel social software, Pandora roaming app. During this period, he received multiple angel investments. And then he changed his identity and established the Qifeng Technology Laboratory. His main research turned to the service-oriented social algorithm hybrid mechanism. The blockchain neurotechnology has received tens of billions of mysterious investments. And now it is an upstart in the virtual currency circle. In a short period of time, its net worth has skyrocketed to tens of billions. Chang Beihai, who has the highest academic level in the police force, immediately frowned. Social software is now based on big data calculations. But service-oriented social algorithms require enough samples and data. Fang Qingqing switched to deep neural computing research in just a few days without any technical background. Huh? There must be a problem, he said coldly. Blockchain neurotechnology is a false proposition. Based on my understanding of virtual currency, all research based on algorithm improvement is useless. Kailanlin looked at the captain with admiration. In fact, you don't need any experts to teach us. Chang Beihai solemnly said. People need to be self-aware. And my knowledge is broad but not refined. After all, this Fang Qingqing is also an expert in the field of virtual currency. So let's listen to her. Tell me. At this time, on the third floor, Fang Qingqing, who exuded a white, rich and beautiful aura, was secretly observing the data room. She shook her curly hair from time to time and reached out to touch the earring on her left ear. The message conveyed in the earrings was very clear. It came from a car not far from the office building of Team 4. There were at least 4 experts in the tracking field sitting in that car. Mr. Fang, we have lost the tracking signal. Finally, we can confirm that the signal disappeared at your location on the 3rd floor. Fang Qingqing frowned and looked at it. Fang Tang smiled at the side. Which host do you think is suitable? Well, that one will do. Fang Qingqing smiled charmingly, walked slowly, and suddenly stumbled. Fang Tang hurriedly supported her. Fang Qingqing exclaimed. It hurt so much. She deliberately twisted away. Although her black high heels were not broken, her white ankles were bruised and swollen. Fang Tang was a little speechless. What kind of honey trap and torture trap did this child use together? What on earth was there that made her care so much? He helped Qingqing sit down and stretched out his hand to rub her. But she was dodged by the other party. No, there's really no need. I'll just sit down for a while. Can you help me move the computer down first? That's of course. Can't refuse. Fang Tang picked up his police uniform and found his charger and other personal belongings in the pouch on the uniform. After Fang Tang walked out, Fang Qingqing heard an exclamation in her ears. The signal has appeared again. Just left your area. What? Fang Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. That handsome police officer just now. He was right. He took away the bag on the police uniform. Continue tracking. Fang Qingqing stood up excitedly. A regretful voice came to his ears. The signal has been lost again. Fang Tang had just walked to the 2nd floor holding the computer. And Bai's consciousness was smiling. Master, do you want me to continue blocking the chip signal in the Apple charger? Let's have some fun. A flash occurred in Fang Tang's mind. And he said, I hacking forgot about this. After passing the Huawu Island level, part of Qingqing's memory was cleaned by the logistics department. Under B-level processing, she definitely didn't recognize herself. But at that time, she left her mobile phone and charger with a chip that could send signals hidden in the charger. Block it immediately and never expose any more signals. Bye. You're too big. Fang Tang's face darkened. The further away from him, the better for Qingqing. Master, you really make me speechless. If you want to be decisive, why do you still invest in her software? Bai's question made Fang Tang unable to answer. He continued walking down while holding the computer. And crisp footsteps came from behind him. Fang Qingqing limped out with a frown, walked over quickly, and reached out from behind. Fang Tang turned slightly, and the bag on the police uniform jumped up and fell to the ground. Fang Qingqing bent down and said, I'll help you. Fang Tang said softly. No, I'll do it myself. With a kick of her toes, everything in the bag rolled down the stairs. Kailanlin appeared on the 1st floor. She put away the charger and other items without saying a word, raised her head and smiled. Mr. Fang, what's wrong with your foot? Fang Qingqing cursed in her heart. It wasn't easy for her this time. She used her connections, and in the early hours of the morning, she finally managed to get the qualification to give lectures at the police force. It was because of that signal and the man behind it. A man who could never be remembered. A man whose face and voice had been forgotten. That she was so haunted. A report came to my ears. Starting in the early morning, we passed through 4 blocks to Putua, and then turned to Beishan Road. When we reappear, we will be where you are. Mr. Fang, You can't be wrong. Fang Qingqing tapped her finger. Earrings. Close. She forced a smile and watched the meddlesome policewoman return the things to Fang Tang. Then she was helped by Kai Lin and returned to the office area. Chang Beihai looked at his watch impatiently. Fang Tang, please read the case review. You don't need to go into too much detail. Well, do you understand? Fang Tang gently touched the charger in his pocket, stood up and opened the thin file. A very simple file. Even the autopsy report has not yet been released. He immediately read the briefing. The Babao corpse dismemberment case involved rare high-tech crime techniques. A large number of Trojan viruses were found in the email of the victim Wang, which induced him to join a human brain mining organization. The organization's information has been maliciously erased. There are a series of ellipses in the briefing. It is estimated that the subsequent report will have to be filled in detail. He continued reading. It is currently difficult to conduct on-site forensics. We can only temporarily block it and request support from the Physical Evidence Laboratory. The fragments of the deceased's body are scattered all over the scene. After 2 and 3 large-scale on-site forensic collections, the brain of the deceased has not been found so far. Fang Qingqing sat on the chair without saying a word, faced with this bloody report. She did not show any discomfort at all. Fang Tang read the last paragraph. The only valuable clue found at the scene was a signature written in blood. Signed as Feng Ben Satoshi. Fang Qingqing said. Feng Ben Satoshi is the person who invented virtual currency, and is known as he is the creator of virtual currency. I want the murderer. Chang Beihai interrupted her politely and directly. Mr. Fang, who is the murderer? That is our business. You don't need to express your opinion. Fang Qingqing kept smiling. But I put on my sunglasses unhappily. Fang Tang closed the file. That's it for the briefing. Chapter 264 System. The biggest mystery of the Babao corpse case is the missing brain of the deceased. And we can simply infer from the blood signature left by the murderer and the emails on the victim's computer. This may be the work of a crazy human brain mining organization. Chang Beihai stood up slowly and looked at Qingqing. Mr. Fang, you can be simpler. Our 4 teams have all learned about Bitcoin, virtual currency, and blockchain. Please tell us about human brain mining. The possibility of mining? Fang Qingqing also lost the enthusiasm she had when she first came, and her eyes behind her sunglasses kept staring at Fang Tang. At this time, she stood up holding the chair. Human brain mining is nonsense. It has no scientific basis and is meaningless. She said slowly. Take Bitcoin as an example. The total amount of this virtual currency is the amount and output are fixed. For the sake of decentralization, let me give you an example. For example, at the beginning, there are only 10 people mining and the output is fixed at 100 coins. Then each person can get 10 coins. Then, yes, if 10,000 people mine, the output will still be 100 coins. Each person can get a maximum of 0.01 coins. Fang Qingqing shook her head as she said, but the mining capabilities, that is, the computing power of the mining machines, are different. So you want to get more if you want more mines. You have to increase your computing power. Ouyang Chang raised his hand. Mr. Fang, isn't it very possible to mine the human brain? Scientists say that less than 10% of the human brain is developed. After it is fully developed, you can be as powerful as a god. But that means your computing power is extremely powerful, and you can mine. Fang Qingqing smiled softly. Which scientist said this? Ouyang Chang looked embarrassed. I watched the movie, Super Body, starring Scarlett. That's what I said. Fang Qingqing shook her head again. There is no basis for it. So far, human research on the brain is still at the basic stage. No scientist dares to say that he has a complete understanding of the brain. She said in a serious tone. He stood up and said, also, brain development does not mean that a person becomes smart or becomes a god. Fang Tang suddenly became interested in brain development. He took the initiative to ask, since no one can say that they have a complete understanding of the brain, how can Mr. Fang be so sure that brain development is useless? A simple logical counterattack. Chang Beihai nodded approvingly and glared at Ouyang Chang, who was in a daze. Look at you. You are an old criminal detective, and you haven't noticed this logical error. Ouyang Chang was ashamed. Fang Qingqing looked at Fang Tang with interest. Come here and help me take apart this host. Fang Tang stood up and took apart the host. Fang Qingqing pointed at the CPU. This can be regarded as a brain. Does anyone have any objection? Everyone nodded. Fang Qingqing smiled. The CPU you are using is pretty good. It is the i-series with 7 nm core architecture. So it can be regarded as one of the most powerful CPUs currently. Right? Everyone nodded again. Fong Qingqing tilted her head. How much has the CPU under the 7nm core architecture improved compared to the first-generation CPU? Fong Tang blurted out. According to Moore's law, if we count from the first-generation commercial CPU in 1982, the number of circuits on today's integrated circuits has increased by 419,4303 times, and its overall performance has increased by about 3,500 times. Fong Qingqing chuckled. It's pretty awesome. She looked at the CPU. That's equivalent to brain development. 3,500 times. But if you pick it up and see, what's its use? It's still a piece of metal, just smaller and more refined. Everyone was in a daze. Chang Beihai reacted the fastest. Mr. Fong, this is sophistry. Fong Tang sighed. What she means is that the improvement of the CPU requires the cooperation of other accessories of the computer host to be effective. Fong Qingqing shook her curly hair. Yes, no matter how powerful your CPU is, without a motherboard, memory, can the corresponding improvements in these hardware be brought into play? She solemnly said. The human body is equivalent to other hardware. So the basis for brain development is to follow the development of your body and develop the brain alone. Assuming you succeed, it's 100%. My body can't bear it at all. And I might just die. Chang Beihai touched his chin. We are not interested in these, since the brain can be developed. In fact, the brain can affect the body structure. If it doesn't work, I'll get a robot body like in a science fiction movie. Fong Qingqing hesitantly leaned over and pressed the motherboard. And the motherboard battery popped up. She reinstalled the battery. Then let's reassemble the computer now. After the computer was assembled, the monitor was connected and turned on. But the system could not be entered. I can't even enter the motherboard BIOS. Fong Qingqing pursed her lips. Look now. CPUs that have been developed countless times and advanced hardware are here. But nothing can be done. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. System. Operating system. Fong Qingqing watched with attention, looking at him. Do you understand? Fong Tang stood up and explained to everyone. We assume that the brain is developed to the extreme and the body is cultivated. But without a system, the so-called exercises in novels are still meaningless. Fong Qingqing, the injured leg was dangling, and he suddenly reached out boldly and put it on Fong Tang's shoulder. So the system is the most important. Only high-end systems can truly bring out the capabilities of all hardware. If humans want to develop their brains, they must first it's artificial intelligence. Ouyang Chan looked at Qingqing infatuatedly, at her dangling ankles, and then at Fong Tang, who stood beside Qingqing with a frown. His eyes darkened. Fong Qingqing leaned close to Fong Tang intentionally or unintentionally. If human-computer interaction can be realized, and humans and artificial intelligence are integrated, we can develop a system that truly exerts 100% of the brain's strength. As the police officer said the same, whether it is called kung fu, martial arts, or whatever, it will be a super form of human beings. Chang Beihai shook his head. After talking for a long time, Mr. Fong, you haven't mentioned human brain mining yet. What's going on? Fong Qingqing smiled. Captain Chang, I've made it very clear. Human brain mining does not depend on the brain, but on the operating system. Do you think, if someone develops this kind of system that activates the brain's potential, do you need mining to make money? She swayed slowly. I still have something to do, so I have to leave first. She pressed her finger on Fong Tang's shoulder, suggesting that the man give him some help. Fong Tang pushed away calmly, leaving her helpless but sitting down. Ouyang Chan couldn't help but get up, but turned his head shyly, pretending to read the information. Fong Qingqing slowly got up. I didn't drive when I came here. It's not convenient to go back now. Can you find someone to take me off? Ouyang Chan shouted in surprise. But Chang Beihai frowned. Mr. Fong, please don't, are you kidding me? With your status, you don't even have a driver when you come out? His eyes were very sharp. Or you don't want to leave? Fong Qingqing kept smiling. Low carbon is popular now. We prefer environmental protection. I am a rider, I came from a shared bike. It was a lie to your face. Are you here on a bicycle? Wearing a short skirt with a coat. Black high-heeled shoes. The heels can be used as awls. Is this the look of a bicycle? But a girl is also an expert who comes to give lectures to the police force. She can't be interrogated like a prisoner. Right. Chang Beihai pouted at Kailanlin. Xiaolin, drive Mr. Fong back in my car. Before Kailanlin got up, Fong Qingqing curled her lips and said, I don't want her to give it away. She raised her slender hands weakly. He stood up and pointed at Fong Tang. I want to ask this police officer to send me away. Chang Beihai chuckled. Can I ask why? Fang Qingqing took off her sunglasses. Her eyes were squeamish. Oh, this is my point. You don't agree to the request from the regular team? I just like handsome guys. And I like this police officer Fang to send me. Can't you? Fang Tang drove Chang Beihai's off-road vehicle through the narrow streets. And Fang Qingqing, who was sitting in the back seat, was gentle. He said, Can you please stop for a moment? I want to go to the toilet. Chapter 265. The Charm of Bones. As soon as Fang Tang and Qing Qing left, there was a whistle in the office of the fourth team. The document file in Chang Beihai's hand was thrown directly into Ouyang Chang's face, the paper flying, and he was stunned. Your eyes are almost popping out when you look at others. Are you awake now? Chang Beihai said calmly. But the whistles around him stopped abruptly. They were all criminal investigators. And everyone could see Ouyang Chang's distraught look just now. Beads of sweat broke out on Ouyang Chang's forehead. And he chuckled. Captain Chang, let's see what you said. Am I such a nymphomaniac? Chang Beihai snorted expressionlessly. How about I help you remove Fang Qingqing's pussy? Is the WeChat ID coming? Ouyang Chang licked his lips. We don't have that fate. It's good to know. Chang Beihai looked better. You can take Xiaolin to Pujin now. The people from the Physical Evidence Laboratory have already come on. You go keep an eye on the female corpse case. Before lunch, I want to see the autopsy report and on-site evidence report. Isn't it a job for newcomers to touch the corpse? Ouyang Chang muttered. Don't want to go to Pujin? Then go collect the physical evidence of the Babao corpse case. Chang Beihai glared. I'll go right away. Ouyang Chang immediately jumped up and led Xiaolin out of the office building. Pujin is not far away. Just to the south of Babao Old Street. That area is densely populated with alleys and alleys. And there aren't even any decent roads. It's better to ride a bike than to drive. Ouyang Chang pointed to the mountain bike in the courtyard. This is more convenient. You can just ride there. Sister Xiaolin, I'm afraid you, a Bai Fume from Yangpu, have never seen the scenery of our place. There are two things here. At most. Kai Linlin blinked. Which two? Shit and phlegm. Ouyang Chang rode on his bicycle. I'll go ahead and buy a pack of cigarettes. And we'll meet in Pujin. Ouyang Chang rode into Babao. The old streets and narrow alleys are full of garbage. Cigarette butts were everywhere. There were piles of dog feces. And even a used condom was thrown carelessly into the blackened drainage ditch. He bought a pack of cigarettes, lit them, and took a deep drag. With a sad look on his face, Ouyang Chang flicked the ash from his cigarette and opened his phone. Looking at an old photo. In the ward in the photo, a pale girl was lying on the bed with a bouquet of flowers in her arms. Ouyang Chang was standing beside her in a police uniform. How many years ago was that? Can't remember. At that time, he was still a patrolman. The girl suffered a heart attack on the street. He passed by on patrol and rushed into the hospital on his back. Fang Qingqing, do you really not remember me? Ouyang Chang smiled bitterly. He still remembered what the girl said in his mind. Officer Ouyang, you'd better not come. I really don't have long to live. So don't waste your time on me. Some girls like you with your conditions. That gentle and sad look still makes my heart hurt when I think about it. Love at first sight. I never believed it until I met the girl. But after leaving the hospital, she was nowhere to be found. Seeing each other today feels like strangers. Ouyang Chang lit another cigarette. At the entrance of the alley ahead, a yellow dog suddenly rushed out, barked twice, and ran away with its tail between its legs. Ouyang Chang let out a sigh. There seemed to be blood on the yellow dog's back just now. He stubbed out the cigarette butts, wrapped them in paper, and stuffed them into his pocket. There were no trash cans nearby, and throwing cigarette butts around would be a big deal if some idiot photographed them. He slowly walked towards the entrance of the alley. There are yellowing bamboo poles hanging on the two-story building. The bamboo poles are all covered with clothes hanging in the sun. This blocks the sun and makes the alley deep and dark. Ouyang Chang touched the back of his waist with his right hand. The Type 05 revolver still feels good to the touch. But its power is too weak. This gun has been equipped with the patrol police in Shanghai. But in the criminal police circle, most of them jokingly call it a plastic kid. Not only because of the plastic-like material of the 05 revolver, but also because most of this gun is equipped with rubber bullets. In the entire 4 teams, there were only 2 64s and 1 77. The regular team is the most majestic, because they are from the SWAT team. And they are said to be carrying an imported Glock 17. What a good guy. What's wrong with me now? Ouyang Chang shook his head. wondering why he was always distracted and absent-minded. At this moment, a hand stretched out from the entrance of the alley, under the bright daylight. That hand was so beautiful, with slender fingers and charming red nails that lined the tender skin on the back of the hand. The green fingers moved, as if asking him to come quickly. Ouyang Chang walked into the deep alley. Fong Qingqing, wearing a white coat and beautiful curly hair, stood in the dark depths, smiling lightly at him. Mr. Fong, didn't you go back with Fong Tang? Fong Qingqing raised her finger and breathed softly beside her red lips. Come here. Ouyang Chang was fascinated and walked over. The little hand stretched out and touched his face. Gentle fragrance. Sweet smile. Qingqing, you remembered me. Ouyang Chang murmured. Fong Qingqing's hand had reached the back of his neck. His fingertips split open, and a bone spur popped out gently. Ouyang Chang stretched out his hand to touch his neck, and there was blood on his hand. You? Who are you? He pulled out the gun with difficulty and fumbled for his phone. You're not Qingqing. What the HL? Why do you look so like you? Don't move! Ouyang Chang's eyes blurred and he rubbed his eyes, rubbing hard. I took out my phone, but it was shaking violently. The photo just now was still there. But the person on the hospital bed in the photo was not Fong Qingqing at all, but a thin primary school student. Ouyang Chang opened his eyes wide, and the memory in his mind was completely confused. It was as if a pair of scissors had cut the beautiful memory into pieces. He suddenly remembered that he was indeed a primary school student whom he rescued during patrol, and he had often written to himself over the years. He and Fong Qingqing have never had any interaction. Ouyang Chang knelt in the alley, struggling. The white coat of the woman opposite unfolded, and a piece of pale and blue flesh covered the beating frame. Except for his hands and head, the rest of his body was covered in disgusting and terrifying green skin. The sunlight passing through the bamboo poles fell on the monster, and it showed no fear. Pieces of fish-like scars appeared on the monster's body. Under the abnormal infection, she aged almost instantly. However, the bones under the green skin are beautiful, crystal white bones. It looks like it is made of white jade. Another bone spur popped out and penetrated Ouyang Chang's neck, and then two bone spurs wormed their way into his body. In the alley, two shadows were shaking violently, and there was a faint and strange thorn sound. Countless bone spurs are flying. Everything goes quiet. Ouyang Chang walked out slowly, raising his hands and clenching his fists, and all the bones in his body made crisp sounds. He closed his eyes expressionlessly, his throat bones vibrating at a strange frequency. Messages were transmitted to unknown people in unknown places. Lord Bones, my subordinates have successfully invaded, and they possess a body that can get close to the target Fong Tang. This person's name is Ouyang Chang. The memory obtained shows that he is a criminal policeman. My subordinates used the DNA information stolen from the first-generation treatment device to copy Fong Qingqing and get close to Ouyang Chang. Currently, there are almost no bodies that can be used by people around Fong Tang. The best body to invade is, it seems to be Qin Yaxin, but she is currently under the protection of the amnesty power. Ouyang Chang rode a bicycle, whistling, and the bones in his body continued to make cracking sounds until he arrived in Pujin. After meeting Kai Linlin, the strange bones, the shaking sound just disappeared. Xiao Chang, Fong Tang said he would come over after sending people off. You should go back and deal with the case of Babao's corpse. I can keep an eye on it here alone. Ouyang Chang laughed, and his mandible trembled and stood out. He hurriedly lowered his head and reached out to press it. Kai Linlin's back was turned to him, looking at the forensic laboratory car in front. I heard about the Pujiang female corpse case last night. The time of death has not been determined yet. Xiaoqiang, why haven't you left yet? Fong, don't worry. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back for a while. Ouyang Chang put down his mountain bike. Let's go and have a look. You, the eldest lady of the SWAT team, may not be able to solve the case. Ouyang Chang is right. Fong Chang said Tang couldn't get away at all. He was already entangled by Fong Qingqing. Chapter 266. Please take me into my arms. Fong Tang waited in the car for a full 10 minutes. Fong Qingqing hasn't come back from the toilet yet. There is a construction site nearby, and only a newly opened mall has toilets. Fong Tang touched the pencil, and the scarlet thread trembled. Xiao Fong Tang, what's wrong? I need the monitoring data of the mall opposite. The light yellow tile floor immediately appeared in front of him. The image from the camera is real-time, but the angle is limited. Sister Fong Lizzie, I need to see more, and it's best to hear voices. Oh, my little guy, You are very demanding. Can you do it? Fong Tang's voice was very gentle. Okay. Xintiandi Mall has not been renovated yet. After the hasty opening, there are repairs everywhere, and there is almost no one here. Fong Qingqing stood next to the toilet, while 4 experts fiddled with the tracking equipment in their hands, lowering their heads in shame. Turn off your cell phones! Fong Qingqing took out his cell phone and shook it. Then give me a verbal report. You are so incompetent. I spent 2 million to hire you. 2 floors away, Master Sun, a welder, drilling holes with an electric drill in preparation for installing ceiling chandeliers. Master Sun had become accustomed to the noise of the electric drill. He wiped his sweat and got half of his body into the ceiling vent. What he didn't realize was that the front camera of the mobile phone hanging around his neck was turned on. Then a red triangle exclamation point pops up on the phone, and the vibration mode is turned on. Amidst the weird vibration rhythm, the phone cord brushed against the hot electric drill bit. The hanging cord was disconnected, and the phone vibrated forward, moving along the vent. It was shaking all the way to the ceiling above the toilet. A scarlet spider silk was connected to the phone at the very edge. The phone stopped vibrating and automatically turned on the recording mode and rear camera. Under the cracks in the undecorated ceiling, Fong Qingqing was listening to the report of the tracking team. Judging from the frequency of signal transmission, the chip you mentioned, Mr. Fong, should be placed in some kind of electrical component. Yes. Fong Qingqing's face looked much better. Continue. During the surveillance, we found there was a magnetic current interference sound. So it can be inferred that the electrical component with the chip installed is something similar to a charger. Fong Qingqing just wanted to confirm this, and immediately whispered, Okay, you continue to go back to the car. Track, but keep your distance from me. Watching the 4 tracking experts go away, Fong Qingqing gently walked into the toilet. Fong Tang closed his eyes in the car. The sounds in my ears were divided into 3 levels. The vibration of the ceiling caused by the noisy electric drill, the sound of water running in the toilet, and the conversation between Fong Qingqing and 4 people. Sister, you are using traditional invasion techniques. Why don't you use your spider silk? Ha ha. Little Fong Tang. If you don't care about Fong Qingqing's body, of course I can pierce her brain with spider silk and enter her body. The memory area of the brain. Fong Tang said hurriedly. Okay, just eavesdrop like this. In his ears, the sound of running water came again. In front of me is a blurry scene. The scene gradually became clearer, but it was strange and embarrassing. It's like the rear camera of a cell phone peeking through a crack. From a vertical angle, Fong Qingqing had just wiped the edge of the toilet with toilet paper and was reaching into her coat to take off her skirt. Stop! Stop monitoring! Fong Tang flicked the scarlet spider silk with his fingers, but the spectacle projected directly onto the retina continues. There was even a rolling sound of some kind of liquid that was different from running water. Sister Fong Lizzie. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a problem with my spider silk control distance, so I will shut it down immediately. You did it on purpose. Right. Just for fun. Little Fong Tang. To be honest, Sister just wanted to see how embarrassed and shy you are. Of course, I will store all the circumstances of you spying on Fong Qingqing going to the toilet into the cobweb. Whenever I get upset, I will give this memory to Fong Qingqing. Sister, you really are. He plots against me all the time. Fong Tang took out the Apple charger while having a boring conversation with Fong Lizzie. Scarlet spider silk penetrated into the charger, and the small tracking chip was shattered. He played with the white charging head, and Fong Qingqing had already appeared in front of the car. After coming up, she smiled apologetically. Wait a minute. We'll be at my hotel soon. Mr. Fong, aren't you going back to the company? My company is in the hotel. Renjian Xiaoya. The owner of this hotel, the name is very elegant. It is a 6-story small Western-style building with a small courtyard with gurgling water, which is full of the style of a B&B. Now the small hotel has put up the signboard of Qifeng Technology. Fong Tang stopped the car. Mr. Fong, I have something else to do. Fong Qingqing took off her high heels and walked down barefoot with her shoes. She turned around and whispered charmingly, Can you give me a ride? You can call the company. People. Fong Tang started the car ruthlessly. He would choose to ignore whatever Fong Qingqing said outside. Fong Qingqing stomped her feet and hit her high heels on the raised car window. Fong Tang, are you still a man? Fong Tang waved to her gently through the car window. Just as the car was about to rush out, a man in a white shirt appeared on the top floor of Qifeng Technology. Fong Tang hummed, and when he caught a glimpse of this figure, he suddenly turned off the engine and braked. She was extremely weird. He's actually here? This kid. After opening the car door, Fong Tang coldly raised Fong Qingqing's arm and put the white charging head into her hand. Hold it for me. The phone is out of battery. Come on. Help me recharge later. Fong Qingqing's eyes widened. The thing that he had been trying to get his hands on all along, is here now? Qingqing immediately stood up straight and proudly pushed the man's hand away. I don't need your help. I can walk by myself. He limped into the hotel. Fong Tang followed closely behind him. Fong Qingqing quickened her pace and came to the front desk. The girl who was painting her nails at the front desk immediately jumped up. Fong! Mr. Fong? Fong Qingqing smiled and reached out to get the Apple charger at the front desk. As his hands changed, Fong Tang's charging head fell to his left hand. Turning around, he opened his right hand to the man who came in a hurry. Your charger. Fong Tang frowned. What do you mean? It's not interesting. If you want to charge, please go back and charge it. I generally don't welcome visitors here. Fong Qingqing suddenly said, his face changed, and his tone was extremely cold. Officer Fong, don't you have something important to do? Please. Fong Tang smiled lightly and took the charger from the front desk. I have to send you up. Your legs and feet are not convenient. Fong Qingqing said coldly. No need. She turned around and left. Before leaving, she snorted coquettishly, showing her face clearly to the man. The little girl at the front desk was stunned. Fong Tang sighed at Qingqing's back. What if the person you are looking for is me? What's the point of just having a charger? Fong Qingqing stiffened and turned around slowly. What do you know? Fong Tang shrugged. Take me up. I see an acquaintance in your company and want to meet him. Of course. If you don't agree, I will go up by myself. The criminal police card was shown. Fong Qingqing touched the charging head and waved the dazed girl at the front desk to get out. The elevator opened, but Fong Qingqing did not enter. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Do you have elevator phobia? Fong Qingqing blinked her big eyes. Officer Fong, you really know me. Or are you analyzing me because of an occupational disease? Even after being purged memory. But subconsciously, she is still afraid of elevators. In the Huawu Island level, the situation where Zhao Zhongqing died in the elevator unintentionally was probably a nightmare in Qingqing's subconscious. The two of them went up the stairs step by step. Fong Qingqing's breathing was rapid, and her heart was actually in a mess. Officer Fong, how much do you know? I only know one thing. The man you are looking for is dead. Fong Qingqing stumbled and fell backwards into the man's arms. No, you are not allowed to say that, she shouted, her face turning red. Fong Tang hugged her tightly and pressed Qingqing's neck while sending a message to Yunk in the system. Qingqing fainted in his arms. At this time, at the top of the stairs, Yang Tuki, the chief financial officer of Qifeng Technology, wearing a white shirt, just stuck his head out. The moment he met Fong Tang's eyes, he suddenly shrank up, turned around and ran away. Mouse, why are you running away? A deep voice sounded. Chapter 267, Chief Financial Officer. The rat today is no longer the messy loser he was when they first met. The exquisite white shirt, whitish jeans, black-rimmed glasses, and especially the pair of sneakers may seem inconspicuous, but they are a sacred item in the IT geek circle. That pair of shoes was the pair of NB series sneakers that Jobs wore at his first mobile phone launch conference. Seeing Fong Tang's unkind look, Mouse hurriedly raised his foot and said, It's a fake, not the real thing. In 2016, a pair of slippers worn by Jobs were auctioned for a sky-high price of 100,000 yuan. Fong Tang smiled. I can also help you get the real thing. As my subordinate, you still have this benefit. Mouse led him to the large office on the 6th floor, turned around and said seriously, Correction, I'm not your subordinate. Fong Tang placed Qingqing on the black and white sofa imitating a computer host, and then slowly sat on the comfortable artificial mechanical chair, looking at the simple office. Under my subordinates, you are the most special one. The mouse scratched his head. Brother, I told you, I am not your subordinate. As a real hacker, the principle he believes in is give him freedom or die. Fong Tang was still saying, I give you the greatest degree of freedom, because your situation is also special. I hope to have someone who has nothing to do with the company to handle the private account. The mouse blinked. Blink. Brother, don't worry about the confidentiality rules of the game. I have the privilege of Zon. I don't belong to the Asian game area, so those rules are useless to me. Fong Tang sighed. I didn't expect that after going full circle. You are also controlled by the company. Player, I am not your subordinate, let alone a player. Mouse smiled. There are some things that I can't explain to you now. But one thing I can tell you is that I serve you on behalf of Zon. On behalf of Zon. Fong Tang's consciousness communicated with Bai instantly. Master, we can cooperate. Why? I don't want to play any more games. Facts have proved that games are only a helpless choice for the weak, when the strength is enough to crush them. What kind of games are needed? Master, you are like a pool of stagnant water. Every drop of a pebble will cause ripples. We are in stagnant water at this time, and it is a good thing to have such a pebble take the initiative to throw it. For my calculations, the more parameters, the more accurate the results obtained. Fong Tang looked up at the mouse. The scarlet spider silk on the pencil was trembling, but it stopped strangely and refused to help him invade. Sister Fong? Oh, little guy. I have something to do. I can't reply after hearing this message. Get out. This Fong Lizzie is too unreliable. Fong Tang could only stand up and reached out to pat the mouse Yang Tuchi on the shoulder. You succeeded in swallowing it. And you got a copy of Yang Tuchi's late night memory. You succeeded in swallowing it. And you got a copy of Yang Tuchi's deep memory. Can't swallow it. Warning. Can't swallow it. Fong Tang retracted his hand. Yang Tuchi's late night memory opened. A huge computer screen appeared in front of him, as well as an action movie playing on the screen. A paid ultra-high-definition video from Frenzy Tokyo. This memory immediately brought a sense of pleasure, and it was a super pleasure that was about to be released. Evil quickly deleted this memory and opened the second copy. Yang Tuchi's deep memory is opened. The singing of an old CD came to my ears. In front of me was a place selling cold drinks. Someone was holding the hand of the memory subject. It was a girl, and she was still talking. Go and take pictures. Here's a photo post. The memory is now interrupted and has no value. Skylark's barrage call came from the system. Sister Yunk, are you here? Yes. But are you sure you want to cleanse Fong Qingqing's memory again? Yes. Let her completely forget everything about the company. Fong Tang. Then she will never be able to do it again. I remember you. Fong Tang closed the conversation. He looked at the mouse again. If I'm not mistaken, you have the final say in this company. Right? No. 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 The leader of Qingfang is our eldest sister Qingqing. I am only responsible for the finance. Logistics department, the people are here. Understood. I'll open the elevator for them right away. Mouse took out his phone and clicked. And soon Skylark walked in with two men in black. They immediately performed the second memory processing on Fong Qingqing. Fong Tang took Mouse to the balcony. Tell me the truth. Why did you start a company with Qingqing? I know that the second investment she received was also yours. Right? Mouse licked his lips. This is for you. I can only say one thing. In the near future, the game will receive a major update. Take precautions. Your future guild needs our Qingfang company. Update. Fong Lizzie also said that the game will be updated. Fong Tang felt a little uneasy. Silently, things are going on behind the scenes at Infinite Challenge. Big update. Any update will bring about earth-shaking changes to this game. Mouse, when I found you, was it arranged in advance? You have been secretly waiting for me to show up? That was definitely a coincidence. At that time, you really needed knowledge about artificial intelligence. And I happened to be in this field. Expert. Remember? You found me because of an article. Fong Tang took a deep look at the young man. The only friend he had placed hope in, who could exist outside of the game, was now disillusioned. The real world is getting farther and farther away from Fong Tang, and it seems like a dark whirlpool all around. Everyone he knows, and everyone who knows him, is involved in this whirlpool. He left with Skylark. After waking up, Fong Qingqing felt a little melancholy and couldn't remember how she came back. But the company reports and research proposals in front of her made her energetic again and devoted herself to the busy work of an entrepreneur. The mouse was pacing alone in the large office on the 6th floor. He quickly sat down and opened his laptop. Next to the computer desk, closest to the hand, is a cute white skull toy. The enchanting skeleton is as crystal clear as jade and sways gently. In the invisible space, a scarlet spider silk appeared and rushed towards the skeleton angrily. The enchanting skeleton trembled, and the scarlet spider silk disappeared unwillingly. The mouse skillfully operated the computer and opened the game. Summoners League. He entered the game interface and looked at the update prompt that popped up. This game will close the entrance to the qualifying match at 2000 hours on October 19th. It will not affect the games that are already in progress. At 2100 hours, The whole area will be shut down for maintenance, and the new version of Shadow Island will be updated. The expected downtime is 21 to 2400 hours. Dear Summoners, welcome to the new version of Shadow Isles. We are very excited about the arrival of this new version, because my friends will no longer be endlessly obsessed with the reworked Mordekaiser. I keep nagging. What? You haven't heard yet? The redone Mordekaiser is back. The mouse scratched his head, picked up the enchanting bone toy, and put it in front of the computer. Sister, can you help me? Let me translate. I don't have the authority of the Alliance, so I can't see the information about Shadow Island and Zaun. The computer screen began to flicker. Stripes appeared, and light spots exploded. After everything returns to calm, the updates from the Summoners League have turned into strange characters. The characters changed and arranged, and finally a hidden message emerged. The information is as follows. In order to prepare for the upcoming epic update of Infinite Challenge, the war between Shadow Island and Zaun has temporarily ended. Zaun will release the imprisoned Shadow Island member Mordekaiser at 2100 hours on October 19th. Asia time. Mordekaiser is expected to arrive in the former Noxus at 2400 hours. This is a rare piece, and I hope our two organizations can tide over the difficulties together. The mouse's eyes widened. Oh my god! For that update! Everyone, it's really peaceful. He clicked the mouse quickly. A custom game invitation pops up. The mouse entered with a frown. On the custom map, the red team is the Alchemist. A voice came from the game interface. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. This is precious 30 seconds of call time. Mouse. Singed! What do you want from me? Now you are a traitor to the Ice Royal family, and many people are looking for you. Singed. I want to cooperate with you. Mouse. Haha. Why? Singed. First, you Mouse still owes me 100 game coins. Second, I heard Fong Tang mention your name once. It seems that you are related to him. I don't care what it is. Contact me because of the upcoming update of the game. I need a new backer, and Fong Tang is a good choice. Mouse. Then what are you doing to cooperate with me? Singed. For 0.62 million game coins. What do you think? When Fong Tang arrived at Pujin, it suddenly started raining. The sky was a mixture of gloomy yellow and red clouds. The late autumn rain was dense and long, and it had a strange smell. It was like an acid rain. And high in the sky, in the isolated secret space, pieces of satellite debris were falling into the clouds above the Magic City. Chapter 268 Rumor. The drizzle with the smell of rust stretched across the entire Magic City. At this time, in the direction of the international port, where the white sailboat sank, a white nightingale suddenly emerged from the water and flew quickly to the northwest area of the Magic City. This nightingale, known as the white-breasted bird in the Mediterranean, spread its wings and soon arrived above Pujin in Minhang district. Flying gently, Nightingale's golden red eyes moved from time to time, and a string of data flowed, locking a certain alley in this dilapidated area from high altitude. The man in black trench coat walking through the alley looked up. The Nightingale tilted its wings and took advantage of the chaotic shanty roofs in Pu Town to avoid the man's sight. The data continued to be transmitted, and the signal instantly reached room 9 on the highest floor of the Chang'an Hotel. In the room, the red-haired girl Mara shouted in surprise. Miss, the Nightingale drone has discovered Fong Tang. Atlantis combed his long silver hair and tied it up casually behind his head. Plato. Continue tracking. The voice of Plato number 27 backup was still so gentle. Yes, master. But my current situation is a bit complicated. An hour ago, a thornhead fish almost ate my number 4 energy harvester. In order to avoid this damn sea fish, I had to give up the number 4 energy supply. So the Nightingale drone could only last for about half an hour. Sorry. The only surviving backup number 27 cannot reach the main body's ability, and is still being repaired automatically. Master, this thornhead sea boy fish belongs to the family Totoidi. It has sharp teeth and an iron-like stomach. It swallows metal particles. The most annoying thing is that it likes to eat metal bodies covered with microorganisms in seawater. It is a great threat to me. You know, I have lost all defense and counterattack capabilities now. Coco frowned. What use do you have? She looked at Mara. Mara shook her head. Miss, we still can't go out. Outside room 9. In the corridor, the giant spirit was sitting on a chair, eating skewers and drinking beer. He wiped his mouth and looked at the door in front of him depressedly. He was separated by a door and was helpless. On the door of room 9, There is a slightly floating ring-shaped symbol. In the symbol is the capital Chinese character 9. And the ring periphery of the symbol is composed of 9 different badges. The symbol of agreement that represents the emblems of the 9 guilds. It is this small symbol that prevents the giant spirit from breaking through the door. At this time, Mara's crisp voice came from the door. Brother Juling, my lady wants to eat bean paste cake from Chongming today, as well as Yongji chestnut cake from Jiaoding, and Hongji crayfish from Putuam H1. By the way, listen, they said there is a newly opened food stall on Haizhou Road, and the 3 fresh wontons and charcoal sori inside are very delicious. The giant spirit at the door looked at the cold skewers in his hand, and the beer in his mouth tasted a little bitter. He said nothing with a sullen face. Coco's sneer came from the room again. The majestic giant spirit, the great hero of the Hongming Pantheon, not only blocked the door of the 2 girls and refused to leave, but also starved them to death. Well, I will go to the world game now. Post a post on the forum. The giant spirit clenched its fists, and the entire corridor was covered in crazy resonance, with the amplitude getting stronger and stronger. He held back his anger, and the resonance disappeared. Can you 2 eat so much? I ordered 16 kinds of barbecue in the morning, and in the end I only ate less than 4 skewers. I have eaten the rest until now. Coco's laughter came. You think the food is cold? Then come in. There is a microwave in this room. You can eat hot food. The giant spirit touched the beard stubble on his chin. A manly man is not as experienced as you, he said and sighed again. Girl Mara, I've killed you once no matter what, even if I owe you. Just wait a moment, and I'll order food right now. He took out his cell phone and operated it awkwardly. Here. How do you use this thing? Where is the takeout button? Here. What the H.L. is this? Do I have to enter real name authentication information? ID number? I don't have this hacking thing. The giant spirit muttered. Are you okay? Coco asked impatiently. You bastards. I don't know how to use a mobile phone. The giant spirit was so angry that the mobile phone resonated in his palm and exploded with a bang. After slapping away the ash in his hands, he shouted, You ordered too many things. Now, you can only eat one kind. The room was quiet for a while, and Mara's voice came. Miss, he is very pitiful. It looks like. Why not just order sori and wontons? Winston, the hotel manager, appeared like a ghost and respectfully handed a brand new mobile phone to the giant spirit. The Jin looked at him. Do me a favor. Winston's eyelids twitched. Mr. Jin, you know that the whole game is in turmoil now, and all forces are eyeing this hotel. He tried his best to express himself. Helpless. At this time, my every move as a manager will be watched by spies from all sides. If I order takeout for President Coco of the World Snake, then all parties will immediately analyze it and interpret it as our Chang'an Hotel is secretly cooperating with the Serpent of the World. The giant spirit's eyes widened. Damn it! Is it so complicated? Winston swallowed. This morning, a member of the new Chinese tutoring class, the mentor, only stayed outside room 9 for a while, and he disappeared 15 minutes later. Half an hour later, his body was found in the alley behind. The chip had been taken away, and his brain was severely damaged. It looked at least I have been tortured by 4 different forces. Winston sighed. You haven't noticed that no one dares to come here in this corridor. The giant spirit touched his chin again. Well, now the rumors are flying around. The game will be about to a huge update has ushered in, affecting all players and guilds. No wonder they are so upset. He took his mobile phone and found the food stall on Haizhou Road. Go ahead and tell me any news immediately. Winston, he bowed and agreed, but didn't leave. He looked at his feet and rubbed them gently with his fingers. The giant spirit frowned. What are you still doing? Coco's voice came from the room. Idiot! You didn't give me a tip. The giant spirit suddenly realized. Give me a piece of paper. Winston had already prepared it. Paper and pen are provided together. The giant spirit picked up the pen and scrawled on the white paper. New Chinese tutoring class. I am the giant spirit of the Pantheon. Give this guy 100 game coins. Winston felt like he had found a treasure. The giant spirit smiled. The boss of the expert trial tutoring class will never refuse my note when he sees it. Is this enough? Winston bowed to thank him again. Holding a pen and note, the manager hurried to the next floor, and Qilong bowed over. Manager, the new Chinese tutoring class has rejected our request for sharing, and is only willing to give us 1/10 of all tuition fees. Winston snorted, picked up the pen, and carefully read the giant spirit's handwriting on the note. I know. But it doesn't matter. He picked up the pen and added a 0 after the 100 on the note. Satisfied, he handed the note to Qilong. Go and collect 1,000 game coins. Not a penny less. Outside room 9, the giant spirit had already ordered takeout from the food stall. Mara's voice came from the room again. Brother Giant Spirit, I have something to ask you. Giant Spirit smiled. Mara, don't be so polite. Since I killed you once, I will never treat you again in the future. Just ask. Mara smiled and said, there is a kind of thorn-headed fish under the international harbor that is very annoying. Is there any way to kill them? The giant spirit shook his head quickly. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I lied outside, and I have to keep an eye on you two girls. Humph. Unless you give me the real Chu family motto. The Chu Guanfeng family motto I grabbed on the boat last time was actually a replica. This forced the giant spirit to squat here, awkwardly confronting Coco and the others. Mara in the room chuckled. I'm just asking you. Aren't you a great hero in the Pantheon? The kind of powerful character who can scare the players just by naming him. The giant spirit said coldly. I'm a hands-on person who doesn't use my brain. Jiaoer. Ha ha. He has well-developed limbs and a simple mind. But you say he is so majestic. Coco mocked. The giant spirit was unhappy. Just wait. I can't come up with an idea. But a smart guy must have a way. He hummed and took out his phone, stretched out his fingers, and tapped the numbers on the phone like peeling at a mummy. After a while, the connection was connected, and Fong Tang's voice came from the other side. Who are you? Chapter 269. The giant spirit held the phone in the dark and smiled. Brother Fong Tang. I am the giant spirit. Silence. Then Fong Tang's emotionless voice came. I'm very busy. I'm working on a case. What can I do? The giant spirit's voice was extremely gentle. Brother, I have a question. There is something below the international port. He scratched his head and knocked. Door. What kind of fish did you just say it was? Idiot. It's the Jingtu Sea boyfish. Oh. Brother Fong Tang. What kind of fish is it? The giant spirit knocked on the door again. Girl. Say it again. Louder. What kind of fish? This time, before Mara could reply, Fong Tang said impatiently on the phone. I heard it. Jingtu Sea boyfish. What happened to this fish? The giant spirit scratched his head. I just want to clean up these things. Fish. Fong Tang. There is a way. But why? The giant spirit continued to scratch his head. I don't know. Brother, please help me. I can send it to you. Fong Tang interrupted him on the phone. Why don't you send it? I will teach you how to do it right now. You can call any local release organization, spend a sum of money, and ask them to release a few bull sharks into the international port right now. In less than an hour, that kind of sea scavenger can take them out of the water. The Jingtu Sea boyfish ate everything. The giant spirit was in a daze. I don't understand. You don't understand. They understand. Fong Tang seemed to hang up the phone. The giant spirit shouted hurriedly. Brother Fong Tang, after I finish my work here, can we have dinner together when we have time? We'll talk about it then. The phone hung up. The giant spirit held the mobile phone, sat on the chair and held his chin, maintaining the thinker's posture for a long time, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Awesome. The bull shark is an omnivorous fish in the sea, and it is especially lethal to large sea fish. That's a kind of scavenger fish that can't get enough to eat. It is said that it even eats corpses on the seabed. Just make a phone call and put this thing into the international port in the name of releasing it. It is a wonderful way to solve the problem without worry and trouble. Coco's sigh came from the room. You idiot! Why did you think for so long to understand such a simple method? The giant spirit hesitantly said. Simple method? Did you just think of it? Coco in the room clenched her fists in annoyance. Damn it! Fong Tang, you are smart. Mara had already opened the Pandora Roaming app and searched for a long time under Local Services, but couldn't find anything suitable. She directly opened the new manual service of the app. Not long after, the app customer service accessed. Hello, I'm Fong Qingqing from Pandora Roaming. How can I help you? Well, aren't you the executive officer and founder of Pandora? Do you personally provide customer service? Ha ha, you are the top customer of our app, because we haven't launched a real VIP system yet. And as an entrepreneurial company, I just want to do a survey of top customers. So that's it, Mara said directly. We will wait for the investigation later. I would like to ask who are the release organizations in Shanghai. It is best to be able to get bull sharks to release. We can pay, No matter how much it is. It doesn't matter. Well, our app has been connected to the large local database in Shanghai. Please wait a moment, and we will search for you immediately. After a while, Pandora CEO Fong Qingqing found one. The bull shark is a rare sea creature. It has just been listed as vulnerable to protection by the World Conservation Union. So it is very difficult to obtain. According to our big data analysis, currently only one release organization has the ability to obtain artificially bred bull sharks in the South China Sea. It is indeed the strongest at present. Comprehensive software for social services. Mara was very satisfied. Very good. Just give me the contact information of that organization. She directly asked Plato under the harbor to fill out the so-called customer questionnaire. After filling in, a local service account popped up in the Pandora backend. I saw a user with a robot doll avatar pop up. Lingy Temple's life release service provides you with prayer releases, incense releases, and luck releases. Currently, our temple provides more than 1,600 life release mascots. Price list as follows. Plato number 27 backup. Master, this Lingy Temple seems to be a religious belief organization in China. Looking at the introduction, it is a belief based on Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism is a native culture that has been integrated with Chinese culture after Buddhism spread eastward. Pope Mara has chosen 10 bull sharks to be released into the international harbor to pray for blessings. Plato seemed to be very interested in this 01 temple and directly added the robot doll as a friend. Coco hummed absent-mindedly, observing Fong Tang through the Nightingale drone and looking at the paper scroll placed in front of her. Study wisely and do filial piety first. Guanfeng's handwritten family motto was written in Chu's ancestral hall in the spring of April of the 8th year of the Republic of China. The content of the family motto is not important. The key is that it is Chu Guanfeng's own handwriting. Coco's long silver hair swayed behind her head. Mei-la, I still haven't figured it out yet. She frowned. According to the information we collected about Fong Tang, he was born in a famous family in China, and his ancestors were the Lushan branch of the Chu family in Gusu. It is said that Lushan, the ancestor of the Chu family, was a talented scholar in Wuzhong in the Ming dynasty. He was unparalleled in poetry and painting. He also learned landscape painting from the great artist Tang Yin. Coco shook her head. In the Republic of China era, great-grandfather Chu Guanfeng inherited his family's education and especially liked to collect Tang Yin's poems and paintings. Influenced by this, Fong Tang's father's generation still maintained his interest in Chinese poems and paintings. Mara is more familiar with these materials. Later, Fong Tang's father, that elegant man, married a smart and temperamental female scientist. The two were selected as researchers by Infinity Company. Then, they defected and joined the resistance organization. After that, there was the massacre on the Arctic route. There is no problem with Fong Tang being born on the Ural icebreaker. That's the problem. Based on this information and background investigation, I approached Fong Tang through the art of Chinese poetry and painting from the beginning. Coco's eyes with doubts. But it seems that he doesn't really like these things. Just to deal with me. Tang Yin's paintings were put together as a meeting gift. A song full of soulful lyrics, deliberately creating the style of a Chinese girl from the south of the Yangtze River. Mara even learned the Waxy Gusa dialect from them all. These elaborate designs seem to be the losers in front of Fong Tang. It's simply unnecessary. The laughter of the giant spirit came from outside the house. Miss Coco, the information you collected is based on Fong Tang's chip data. Right. Coco's eyes flashed. Yes. I used protocol number 9 authority. Use the raw data obtained by Fong Tang's chip. The giant spirit laughed again outside the door. I suggest you forget all these data. Why? The giant spirit sneered. Mara in the room exclaimed in surprise, and sat down slowly. A large web of various clues seemed to appear in front of her eyes. When this big net is uncovered, the truth turns out to be so simple and shocking. Fong Tang is not Fong Tang. This is Plato's final calculation. Mara's eyes became brighter and brighter. Coco turned around. What? What did you think of? Miss? Mara was very excited. The possibility she thought of, the most bizarre trap about Fong Tang's life experience, was actually an extremely simple trick. At this time, the roar of the giant spirit came from outside the door. Little Mara, if you dare to say one more word, I will break in right now. Even if you are punished by agreement number 9, I will kill you again in an instant. This time, I will destroy your eternal cross-core spirit together. Coco immediately rushed up and covered Mara's mouth. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. The giant spirit outside gasped. Tone. No wonder His Highness Dong Wang said that the one with the greatest potential and the smartest one in Atlantis is not Coco, but the red-haired girl. It is true. This was also why he did not hesitate to kill Mara that day. One of the reasons. There were footsteps at the end of the corridor. The takeaway arrived, and the person from the food stall delivered it to me personally. Manager Winston seems to be so busy that he even lets ordinary humans into the hotel? But when he saw the greasy cook, and the cook holding an e-cigarette, the giant spirit smiled. The golden boy and the beautiful girl. You two actually started cooking takeout. His eyes flashed, and he saw number 109 walking behind. My sister. And Shauna, who looked tired. The giant spirit hurriedly stood up and trotted over, nodding and bowing. Girl, why are you here? Chapter 270. Wind, sorrow, water, mist, fire and moon. Shauna still felt familiar with the giant spirit. She seemed to be very used to the weird humility of the giant spirit, and said with a smile, I run the food stall. I heard from Sister 109 that it was your order, Mr. Giant Spirit. So I stopped by to take a look. She said she came to see the giant food stall. Ling. In fact, her eyes had been looking at the other room. The suite that was booked in the Chang'an Hotel was Fong Tang's exclusive suite. The two golden boys put down the takeout boxes. The charcoal sori and the three delicacies wontons are both hot. The giant spirit also smiled flatteringly at Shauna. I don't dare. If I had known it was the girl's business, I would have ordered a few more. It's rare that I can make some contribution to you. The giant spirit smacked its lips, and was still racking its brains to think of how to release it. Better rainbow fart when the girl number 109 suddenly flashed her eyes. She let out a sharp scream. Everyone was startled when they saw the figure of sister number 109 floating up, Data scrolling on her floral dress. And she said mechanically, The Sky Expedition satellite is disconnected and connected. Guangming Beidou. Tianshu satellite. Permission acquisition is in progress. Restart is complete. Thank you for using sister number 109. The people in the field were stunned. What happened? The giant spirits scratched their heads. Guangming Beidou. Tianshu satellite. That is not comparable to the shabby copycat Sky Expeditioner. It is our guild satellite. Shauna also frowned. Well, when did my identity in the game change? Why did I suddenly become a member of the Hongming Pantheon? With a swish, the door of room 9 actually opened a crack. Coco and Mara shouted together from the crack of the door. Announcement! Look at the game announcement. My God, it's crazy! In the hotel lobby, the manager Winston remained motionless, his eyes widening out. He suddenly screamed. The sky is falling. The ground is falling. Qinglong! Wow! We may be unemployed. Qinglong was looking at the hotel system. In the system mailbox of Chang'an Hotel. The first one was the resignation report from Suzaku. Half an hour ago. 01 Temple. A place of garbage. The dark rain from the sky fell on the garbage pile. And the smell of dampness and decay hit your face. After Zhu Kei finished writing his resignation report, he looked at the handsome and quiet Zen Master Lingjue. Master, do you really want to do this? I can make money in the hotel to buy you nanoparticle glue. Lingjue smiled. Silly boy. Those things are not important anymore. The task entrusted to you by Lei Zai's Crow organization has not been completed. Even returning to the hotel will be troublesome. Besides, he pondered, Wan Gi, who was sitting opposite, put down the biology test paper he was grading. Besides, the game is about to change. Suzaku didn't understand this. She only knew that Master Lingjue and Teacher 1 were both top-notch experts. Sometimes she even felt that these two mastered almost all the secrets in the game world. She feels very happy now. She finally doesn't have to go to work and can live with her brothers and sisters. Master, Teacher 1, Senior Brother just received an order to release animals and pray for blessings. I will help him. Suzaku happily found the robot doll. The robot doll was standing on the stone platform at this time, making a buzzing sound. Is this Taoist brother religious? Plato is the name of an ancient Greek philosopher. Yes, we are Machine Zen, the only religion that only accepts machines at present. I understand Western religions, and I also know a lot about the 165 kinds of God beliefs in the Mediterranean cultural circle. Brother Plato, what our Machine Zen Buddhism talks about is epiphany, taking nothing as something, and giving up all data and returning to the Supreme Zero state as the ultimate belief. The Poseidon of Atlantis is not the destination you can get. I have sent all the data to you. Sorry. I only have 12 M of available memory. So the data is the simplest text. Don't be surprised. In a sense, I belong to the simplest artificial intelligence. My computing structure is composed of chips that have been eliminated by humans. However, in the mechanical Zen sect, I and all my brothers and sisters are equal. We do not determine status by data computing capabilities. After a while, the robot doll turned its head and said roughly on the screen. 2 crescent-shaped symbols appeared, which was a smiling face. Zhu Ke was filled with admiration and clasped his hands together. It's great. Senior brother has successfully transferred into a sibling. The robot doll said. Hey, Plato. Zhu Ke was a little frustrated. The Ji Bing Wang and the one I finally transferred to Baihu. There is no news yet. I don't know where he is. Robot doll. Don't be sad. Junior sister. You will definitely succeed. I believe in you. Ling Ju and Wan Gui were walking into the mysterious meditation at this time room. The meditation room is now filled with delicious food. From the door to the inside, Xiao Bai was sitting cross-legged on a wooden board, holding a chicken leg in his left hand, pig's trotters in his right hand, and stuffing his mouth with beef slices. Seeing the 2 people coming in, Xiao Bai opened his mouth and swallowed up all the delicious food with his terrifying mouth. She wiped her mouth and asked, When will you let me go? Zen Master Lingjue and Wan Gui smiled and said nothing. Sayabaizi looked outside the room. Where's Suzaku? Where's the senior sister number 10? When I first met her, I smelled a familiar smell on her body. She is indeed the oldest model in our sister's family. Lingjue sighed. That kid Suzaku doesn't want to mention those past events. Xiaobai chuckled. In the ancient times of the game, the sisters number 1 to 10 in the closed beta era were all used I-type basic particle bodies, which is who I am now. The mutation defense particles used later, because their power was too strong, they were all deleted. Is it because of this that senior number 10 became like this? Wan Gi smiled. Yes. After Suzaku was deleted, the remaining mutation defense in the body was lost. She lost control and mutated, and she was unfortunately thrown under the iceberg. Xiao Baichi frowned. Because in the cold environment, the mutant defense will instinctively release high-temperature flames to protect her, and the mutated defense lost control, past the critical point. So she turned into a monster with flames at all times? Wan Qi and Lingjue both sighed. Then, Zen Master Lingjue suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the top of Xiao Baichi's head. It was as if he was grasping the air, but Wan Qi could see that there was a scarlet spider silk in the monk's palm. Little sister, you can go. Holding the scarlet spider silk, Lingjue waved to chase people away. Sayabeki pouted. I haven't completed the task yet. Senior Suzaku. With a swish, the door of the meditation room was closed. They were no longer interested in Sayabeki. The robot doll came slowly along the grass. Just at the door, he shouted awkwardly. Does this Taoist brother believe in religion? The voice of a novice in the room came. Sorry. I already have faith. Excuse me. But your faith. Shut up and show you my faith. If you think you can replace him, then I will join the religion. An exclamation mark flashed on the rough screen of the robot doll. Faith is Fong Tang. This doll he turned around and walked away in despair. Not far away, Zen Master Lingjue was holding on to the scarlet spider silk, frowning and closing his eyes. Some kind of data flow passed directly on the spider thread. Zen Master Lingjue said 3 phrases. Wind sorrow, water mist, fire moon. The scarlet spider silk immediately trembled and sent back a simple answer. Yes. Zen Master Lingjue took a breath and looked at Wan Qi. Wind, fog. The 3-month retroactive patch is going to carry out that update all. Wan Qi waved his hand. Monk, I already know that the game announcements are out. Chapter 271 Destiny Completion Plan. At this moment, an announcement with the highest authority suddenly appeared for all players in the game area in the system. Not only the owner of Chang'an Hotel, but also some legendary players in the desert and lonely sea, and even players on the battlefield of the life and death game. All received this announcement message. Mingguang Beidou and Tianshu satellites are launched and officially take over the Infinite Challenge database. We will carry out data transmission based on Kunlun by Yujing's Quantum Communication Hongming Guild. Before the players could react, another announcement message popped up in all game areas. The same highest authority can be seen by all players immediately. Dark Beidou. Greedy Wolf satellite is activated, officially taking over the Infinite Challenge database. We will carry out data transmission based on the deep network communication of Luai's Shadow Island Luai's Guild. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiong, Yabwang, the 7 stars representing the bright Beidou. From Hongming Kunlun, Tanlang, Juman, Luzuan, Wanluo, Lianjin, Wumi, Pajuan represent the 7 stars of the Dark Big Dipper. From Lei Zhe Shadow. The top 2 guilds in the game actually issued the exact same announcement at the same time. The meaning behind this is that the 2 guilds are turning against each other? Officially replaced the heads of major game operation areas? But what everyone didn't expect was that the 2 guilds later released a blockbuster message. The original World Game Data Center will be completely erased. And the original 12 replica Sky Expedition satellites were destroyed by us last time 6 of them were removed. And now the remaining 6 are completely shattered. I see. It turned out that 2 guilds, who were mortal enemies, joined forces. They joined forces to clean up the satellites in the original data center, and completely took over the game world's data with their own Beidou star. It is said that after the last satellite incident, the minister of the data center absconded. It is also said that the satellite incident was related to Fong Tang, who was playing the silent game at the time. There is another theory circulating among the most senior players and company personnel. That statement was extremely weird. The moment Fong Tang's woman Qin Yaxin became pregnant, the game completion plan was automatically activated. The time when the information about Qin Yaxin's pregnancy was confirmed was around the time when Fong Tang's Quiet Town level started. Some insiders behind the scenes know this more clearly. In fact, the activation condition is the awakening of a life form called White. And the symbol of White's awakening is the artificial intelligence set by Mother's genius. Reproduction test. So Qin Yaxin is not important. Not important at all. The legendary epic game update, also known as the Destiny completion plan. At this moment, players in Asia, especially those close to the Chongming Shimabara data center, couldn't help but look up at the acid rain falling from the sky. Someone has clearly spotted pieces of a satellite that fell in the clouds. Hongming Pantheon, Luai's monster clan. With such thunderous tactics from the 2 ancient guilds, the copycat satellite cluster and data center controlled by the boss in the far north were finished. The game is about to change. The 2 major guilds finally issued another warning message. In the name of the mountains and seas, with the rights given to us by Agreement Number 9, and with the 2 Destiny plans of darkness and light as the ultimate goal, the epic update of the Infinite Challenge game will be officially launched after the completion of the 3 patches of Wind, Fog and Moon, in order to ensure that the 3 major patches of Fengyu are successfully completed. From this moment on, the magic city of Minhang in the Asian game area will become a game-restricted area. No player is allowed to enter and interfere with this area. The specific range of the forbidden area in Minhang, the magical capital, has been marked. Coming out of Metro Line 5, it includes Babao Old Street, Dongjin, Puzhen, Xingzhuang, and the central square of the old concession. 5 areas have been completely shrouded in stars of light and darkness. And a list also appeared in front of the data controllers of the 2 major guilds. Skylark, head of logistics, Asia, Zhao Zhongqing, now named Zhao Lizi, is a novice player. Kailinlin, a junior player. Shauna, unknown player. Phone Lizi, the former head of the data department, is currently a defector. Players and employees outside the forbidden area who have connections with Fong Tang are also on the list. Coco and Mara from the World Snake Guild. The player whose ID is the Golden Boy couple. The player Kwangdao. The non-human player slave whose ID is Bailing, etc. All the above people are listed separately. For these people, separate treatment will be carried out. After these processes, no one, including a dog, can report the great changes just now to Fong Tang. At least until the 3 major patches of Fengyu are completed. That is before the game is updated. As the sole executor of the game completion plan, Fong Tang cannot obtain any relevant information. He must complete this epic completion plan alone. Fong Tang stopped in the alley of Puzhen. He was shocked and communicated with Bai's consciousness. There seems to be a bug in the system. A bug that left Bai Du silent. Player Fong Tang. The number of ordinary fans following you has exceeded 1 million, which has reached the upper limit of your permissions. The correct number cannot be displayed. Player Fong Tang. The number of VIPs following you exceeds 100,000, reaching the current upper limit of your authority. And the correct number cannot be displayed. Player Fong Tang. There are more than 51 super VIPs following you, which exceeds the upper limit of your current permissions, and the correct number cannot be displayed. Fonton player. Your system's live broadcast room has reached its limit. When you open it, garbled codes, invisible and other bugs may appear. Please don't worry. This is a normal phenomenon. Futong players, all Super VIPs, and ordinary fans who follow you are now unable to perform rewards and other operations. In order to ensure that your system runs stably, and that you complete the pregame, the system will automatically block some barrages. Bai was strangely silent for a long time before returning to normal. Master, the data access exceeds the critical value. But in the game live broadcast system. But there was silence. Deathly silence. Then, a horrifying message appeared. Congratulations, senior player Fong Tang. You have been promoted from Super VIP number 99 to Super VIP number 001. You will enjoy all the privileges of Super VIPs. Now, your game currency account balance is negative 2 million game currency. Minus 2 million? Fong Tang's head buzzed. You now owe Hongmeng Pantheon 1 million game coins. And you owe Lai's Group Monster Clan 1 million game coins. At this time, an anonymous barrage appeared. Fong Tang, there is a movie called The Truman Show. All regions and servers are warned. Hongmeng Temple Guild player Shauna has been banned for 10 days. If you violate the rules again, Shauna players will be permanently banned. Sharp. Even Pantheon's own players have been banned. This shows how serious this announcement is. It's a pity that Fong Tang couldn't see this zone-wide and server-wide warning. He just felt that this anonymous barrage was very familiar. The Truman Show? What is this barrage hinting at me? Master, The Truman Show tells the story of a reality show. A man named Truman has been placed in a world since he was born. It is a reality show town with cameras. The whole world is watching his every move through live broadcast. And only he himself is kept in the dark. Super VIP number 89 appeared and sent a rainbow barrage. Fong Tang, you are blind already? Huh? Fong Tang frowned. Number 89. Must be Coco. Is she crazy? But the second half of Coco's barrage jumped out below. Are you blind? Why did you hit my heart? You are the only one in my heart. Super VIP number 89. Fong Tang, there is one more thing. Please mind your mouth, because I might kiss it at any time. Fong Tang, who hates and loves Ling, directly blocked all Coco's barrages. However, in the system, crazy barrages popped up in large numbers. And soon the data flow was too large, resulting in garbled code. Fong Tang shook his head. The rain was still falling in the sky. At the entrance of the alley ahead, next to the car of the forensic laboratory, Ouyang Chong from the 4th team was waving. Fong Tang, hurry up! A clue has been found in the case of the female corpse in Pujin. Chapter 272. Fong Tang, the man carrying the body, walked quickly to the forensics lab's van. The continuous autumn rain has stopped, and only a few drops of rain are drifting in the wind. There's a damp stench everywhere. Ouyang Chong was wearing a pair of light blue rubber gloves. But he whispered, "You just keep watching here. There are too many people at the scene, which is not conducive to extracting physical evidence. I will call you if anything happens." Fong Tang could only stand there, waiting by the car. The full name of the forensic laboratory under the Magic City Criminal Investigation Corps is the Forensic Technology Research Center Biological Evidence Laboratory. It is the leading large-scale laboratory in the country, and it was built at a huge cost. Not only are elites gathered in the laboratory, but the instruments are also state-of-the-art. This year, more than 10 important papers were published in Chinese forensic science. Those papers are only auxiliary indicators. What really shows the power of this laboratory is the excellent crime detection rate of the Magic City Criminal Investigation Corps supported by it. Fong Tang had already unfolded the information about the laboratory provided by Bai. The data came from complex sources, including internet records, police internet archives, and even several copies of paper files. The car door of the forensic laboratory opened. 2 young men wearing glasses nodded to Fong Tang and started chatting in the car. The topic they talked about was about the Babao dismembered corpse case. The investigation of the corpse scene has not been completed yet. I heard that we are planning to set up an area directly at the scene to gather experts to conduct consultations. Ah, no wonder the large air conditioners have been transported there. A task force is being set up. Fong Tang listened silently and looked at the small boxes in the car with some boredom. They were about the same size as a makeup box. One of them had been opened, revealing the neatly arranged forensic tools inside. Gloves, bow saw, pliers, wire cutters, shovel, duster, tape measure, warning flag, flashlight, chalk, and finally a cute stuffed toy. Fong Tang coughed, introduced himself, and then asked, "Does your forensic team still have toys?" Both forensic officers laughed. "This is prepared for the children who survived the scene. Most of them are the children of the victims who have prepared toys to calm the children's emotions. So it turns out that this is the experience of frontline forensic personnel. I can't find it in the information." Fong Tang chatted with the two forensic officers for a while and basically figured out their situation. The ones who came were on-site Group 7. They belonged to the internship group in the laboratory's on-site forensics team. A forensic doctor surnamed Zhou and two newcomers were temporarily assigned to this area. "Brother, you don't know. Our brigade officially has 6 teams. The 3 teams with the most experience and strength have all arrived at the scene of the Babao corpse case. The remaining teams are handling the case in other districts. We have been waiting for a long time. Captain Chan here kept urging. And then he was assigned." Like Fong Tang, the two young men were excited to appear on the scene for the first time, eager to show off their talents. However, at this time, they could only chat and brag here. As they were talking, an angry voice came from deep in the alley. "Get out!" Several people were startled. Not long after, Ouyang Chong was seen walking out with a sarcastic smile, his light blue gloves covered with mud. Kai Linlin appeared behind him and waved to Fong Tang. Fong Tang immediately walked over. "What's wrong?" Kai Linlin frowned. "Xiaoqiang, for some reason, has been distracted. He fell down at the scene and almost destroyed important evidence." Fong Tang glanced at Ouyang Chong. He was holding a cigarette and sharing it with 2 rookies in the forensics room, with a smile on his face. But nothing happened at all. Seeing Ouyang Chong holding the cigarette with 2 fingers and puffing away the smoke, Fong Tang shook his head. "It's really rare for him to stay calm after being directly scolded by the forensic doctor to get out. You are mocking him, right?" Kai Linlin's big eyes were filled with confusion. "Is this called calm? This is purely shameless." The righteous and principled female police officer made another mistake and strode over. "Do you two understand the rules? I'll verify it." "Do you dare to smoke on site? Put it out immediately." The 2 young forensic doctors were trembling, and Ouyang Chong kept saying that it was his fault. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from deep in the alley. Kai Linlin turned around and drew her gun, about to rush over. Fong Tang stretched out his hand to stop her. "It's too late." "What?" Forensic Dr. Zhou is hopeless. Fong Tang's words were incomprehensible. And not only Kai Linlin, but also the 2 intern forensic doctors were stunned. But the man's eyes were sharp. "Shaolin, go to the alley entrance 50 meters to the right, and wait there to intercept." "Interception? Who to intercept?" But Fong Tang's tone left no room for doubt. Kai Linlin gritted her teeth and rushed to the alley entrance 50 meters away on the right. Fong Tang had already turned around and rushed into the alley, where the female corpse case in Puzhen was found. Forensic Dr. Zhou covered his nose and staggered forward step by step. Fong Tang supported him and pressed his fingers on the back of his neck. There was nothing abnormal. Not a player. This is a habit that Fong Tang has developed. Under any circumstances, he must check whether the other party is a game player. On the 5-element pen in his sleeve, the Scarlet Spider Silk remained silent and motionless. "Damn it!" Fong Tang could only stretch out his fingers and press Dr. Zhou's temple, gluttonously devouring possible data. Failed to swallow. Failed to swallow. "Bye, Master." Forensic Dr. Zhou will stop his heartbeat in 1 minute and 20 seconds. His brain has been mechanically damaged, and no valid data can be obtained. The situation is extremely serious, and there is no need for first aid. The cause of death was that an icicle with a diameter of 0.4 centimeters penetrated the nasal cavity, passed through the sinus area, pierced the nasal cartilage, passed through the lacrimal sac recess, and hit the closed skull. To be precise, it stabbed the sphenoid area of the skull, causing cerebral hemorrhage. Bai's consciousness transmitted detailed information in an instant. At this time, the Scarlet Spider Silk that had been silent finally moved and penetrated directly into Forensic Dr. Zhou's nasal cavity. "I'm sorry, Xiao Fong Tang. I was almost processed just now. The situation is a little better now. But I'm afraid that from now on, the information I can provide you will be information that has been shielded and filtered." Fong Tang shouted in his mind. "We'll talk about this later. I need the memory data of Forensic Dr. Zhou. Don't worry, little guy. We have extracted the remaining memory. Forensic Dr. Zhou had suffered a brain injury 3 years ago. A heavy blow. Now the skull was hit, and the violent concussion caused cerebral hemorrhage. And he will die soon." Fong Tang dragged forensic Dr. Zhou directly to the arms of the two young forensic doctors, who rushed towards him crying, "Over there!" Ouyang Chong hurriedly threw away his cigarette, rushed to the scene, and took out his mobile phone to call for help. Fong Tang turned around and rushed to the right. 50 meters away, Kai Lin was nervously raising a gun. The alley was even narrower. And suddenly, a tall man appeared. He was wearing a gray fur-collared coat. The worn coat was covered with bloodstains, and his entire face was horribly red. And his movements were as agile as a ferocious beast. The most terrifying thing is that there is a body on this man's back. Female corpse? Chapter 273 The Bone Demon. Carrying a corpse, the man gasped like a wild animal, which seemed to come from deep in his throat. The muscles all over his body were swollen, and his exposed neck and back of his hands were covered with blue-red bruises. Blood vessel. This is a terrifying situation in which the potential of the human body is activated to the extreme. After the explosion of this potential, ordinary people will inevitably be paralyzed like a vegetative state, and some will even die of ruptured internal organs. When adrenaline bursts out wildly and the neurotransmitter dopamine works together, the human body can explode up to more than 10 times its potential. Kai Lin raised her gun and took aim, shouting, "Stop!" Fong Tang's figure appeared, pounced on him silently, and pointed at the neck of the man carrying the corpse with one finger. Nerve isolation. The finger hit the joint point where the two blood vessels of the man's neck meet. The next moment, the man should have collapsed due to lack of blood supply to the brain. But this guy's face turned even redder, and he hit Kai Lin with brute force without any impact. Fong Tang snorted, stopped in front of Xiaolin, and punched out, with a strength parameter attribute of 4.0. His punch was more than 3 times more powerful than a heavyweight boxer. The fist hit the man's right shoulder. The man arched his waist like a prawn, and his shoulder bone shattered instantly. The man carrying the corpse did not fall down. Instead, he turned around nimbly, bent his legs, and bounced up the mottled wall behind the alley while carrying the female corpse. Fong Tang arrived first, like a butterfly, leaping lightly, and kicked the man in the face in midair. The man finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell down with the female corpse on his back. Fong Tang fell down like lightning and rushed forward. At this time, there was a scream from Kai Lin. Fong Tang resisted and did not look back, locking the man in front of him tightly. The female corpse was like a doll under the man. The corpse was extremely stiff and covered with bruises. The 2 wrists of this stiff corpse were smoothly disconnected, and they were still dripping with the blood of the dead. The female corpse with her hands cut off. A pair of pale and blue thighs stuck around the waist of the man in gray due to rigor mortis, was shaking slightly with the man's heavy breathing. Another exclamation came, and dull gunfire sounded. Ouyang Chong, who arrived in a hurry, fired desperately, and all the rubber bullets in the 05 revolver hit the wall. Boom! The old wall covered with moss had just withstood the impact of Fong Tang and the man carrying the corpse, and now it collapsed under the bombardment of rubber bullets. "Sister Xiaolin, are you okay? What happened to your face?" Ouyang Chong was shouting. How could Kai Lin be injured? She is already a junior player of the game. The system unfolded, and Kai Lin's ID, marked as a subordinate, appeared. Fong Tang directly sent a system barrage. "What's going on?" He hasn't turned around yet, still tightly controlling the man in gray in front of him. Because both data and experience can prove that any interference is dangerous when the arrest is most critical. If you turn your head and get distracted, the target may run away. Not to mention that the man carrying the corpse is as tyrannical as a monster. There was no response from Kai Lin in the system. Bai's consciousness immediately took over his body, and Fong Tang's consciousness appeared from a third perspective. He saw Kai Lin smiling strangely behind him. A fish scale-like scar appeared on the girl's face, and the muzzle of her gun began to rotate. "Ouyang! Be careful!" There was a gunshot. This time the sound of a real bullet being fired. Ouyang Chong fell down holding his arms, and his head hit the gravel ground with a thud. At this time, the body of the man carrying the corpse, who had been pressed to the ground, suddenly slid, and the stiff female corpse beneath him floated up with his body. This man suddenly bent his limbs downward, lying on his back like a 4-clawed spider. He passed through the collapsed wall like lightning and disappeared deep into the dark alley. "Master, he just exploded with a 5.5 level strength attribute." "I know." Fong Tang turned around and rushed towards Kai Lin, who was still holding the gun. The 5-element pin vibrated sharply. The water jet shot out of the air and penetrated Kai Lin's pistol. With a chirping sound, the pencil rotated, and the metallic pen tip appeared. grazing on Kaylin's neck that was infected with fish-like scaly abnormalities. The pretty policewoman fell down as if she had shed her skin and curled up. The next moment, a pungent sour smell came. Fong Tang held his nose and backed away. Under the skin of Kaylin, a stream of light blue smoke emerged. In the blue smoke, a piece of white bone suddenly flew out, ejected at an astonishing speed, and then shattered in the air with a bang. The crisp sound continued, and the bullet that Kai Lin had just shot flew up, followed by the broken pistol and bullet casing, and accurately fell into the acid. The strange acid with powerful corrosive power melts almost everything in a few seconds. The drizzle in the sky fell again, suddenly became heavier, and turned into a downpour. The melted traces of Kaylin were washed into the drainage ditch of the alley by the rain. Fong Tang looked up at the sky. Climate adjustment is only used in super difficulty games. Adjust the size of the rain at any time to destroy your game clues. Bai's consciousness came. It seems that this wind case is not easy. Lying on the ground, Ouyang Chang's left arm was dripping with blood. He was getting up with a groan, and then rubbed his head desperately. What happened just now? He seemed to have lost his memory due to the impact on his brain. With a confused look on his face. I remember there was a gunshot just now. He looked down and screamed. Have I run out of bullets? Fong Tang looked at him silently. Bai! In the fusion of consciousness, a picture appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. It's like taking photos. All about Ouyang Chang. Ouyang Chang. The data on behavioral and personality deviations are obvious. The deviations in personality and habits are very obvious. Compared with his emotional reaction in the 4th team office last time, Ouyang Chang has a strong self-esteem and a thin skin. But in the alley just now, he was scolded out. But he was in a normal mood, without any shame or anger. The behavioral deviation data confirmed that when Ouyang Chang smoked at the entrance of the alley, he held the cigarette but with his index finger and thumb. But according to the burnt marks on the middle finger indicate that this person has been smoking for many years between his index finger and middle finger. In an instant, Bai had clearly analyzed Ouyang Chang's changes before and after. Like a scalpel, it cuts open a personality. Sometimes, behavior and personality will deviate due to changes in the environment and human moods. But this deviation index will not exceed a certain value, especially for behavioral habits such as smoking. The data shows that the deviation value for men will not exceed 0.02. Needless to say, Ouyang Chang's problem in front of him is too big. Fong Tang stepped forward to help him. Are you okay? You shot at the wall like crazy. The wall had been in disrepair for many years, and was already crumbling. But the collision between Fong Tang and the man carrying the corpse was not enough to completely collapse the wall. The real force comes from Ouyang Chang's 6 shots just now. 6 rubber bullets hit 6 cracks in the wall at precise locations, which completely destroyed the support points of the wall. In other words, Ouyang Chang deliberately let go of the man carrying the corpse just now. Fong Tang supported the boy, but the scarlet spider silk on the pencil shrank cautiously. Fong Lizi's hoarse voice came through the spider silk. He has an extra bone on his body. Huh? Sister, please make it clear. Human bones have regular patterns, even if they are hyperplasia or born with deformities. Every day one bone is also certain, but there is an extra spiky bone fragment in the position of his mandible that does not belong to the body at all. Fong Tang helped Ouyang Chang walk towards the forensic vehicle. His heart was shocked. Sister Fong, what do you mean? Is this Ouyang Chang some kind of monster? Little guy, do you know Lei Zai's bones? I have said many times that guy is our nemesis. And Ouyang Chang next to you has been possessed by the Bone Demon. Chapter 274 The Bone Trap. Luai's, the Yu Yu Guild, is famous for the bones. Fong Tang didn't know the name of bones, but in the minds of legendary players, it was like a nightmare. The Bone Demon is just the minions of the White Bones. They have the ability to possess people, and can create simple hallucinations and memories. Before Fong Tang could finish digesting the information, Fong Lizi warned again. Don't try to expose it. The Bone Demon can become invisible, and can find a substitute at any time. The best way is to stabilize him, and find an opportunity to control its body. Fong Tang couldn't help but want to activate Taofia's ability to devour. No, Xiao Fong Tang. I'm warning you again. Your idea is very dangerous. And there is no chance. For Ouyang Chang, the outer layer of his skull has mutated. The human brain is closed. Lei Zai's Bone Demon, it can easily mutate some kind of protective layer outside the skull. And we cannot detect the data in it. So, Sister Fong, does the Bone Demon know about my devouring ability? Ha ha. It seems that I don't know. But you were careless about it. Skylark and sister number 20001 have shown this ability. So this is a flaw in yours. Based on my understanding of that bone. Hee hee. She will do everything possible to analyze your weaknesses. That's when you will be in danger. Babeo shattered. Is the corpse case and the Pujan female corpse case related to the bone demon? This is the most critical question. But Fong Lizzie answered simply. The case has nothing to do with bones. She is just a poor guy trying to participate in solving the case. This sentence made Fong Tang stunned. The amount of information is quite large. And Fong Lizzie fell into silence again. The scarlet spider silk was wrapped around the pencil safely. Ouyang Chong raised his head and looked at the broken wall. Sister Xiaolin chased her alone? It's too dangerous. Why haven't the backups arrived yet? The Kailanlin just now definitely came from the DNA replication in the first-generation treatment device. The body, the shattered bone fragment once again revealed the manipulator behind the scenes. Ouyang Chong pretended to be hit on the head and lost his memory. His performance at this time was very poor. Fong Tang said softly, Brother Chong, go and support Xiaolin. I'll go check on Forensic Dr. Zhou. Forensic Dr. Zhou is dead. Ouyang Chong stopped him directly. The two people's eyes collided, and Ouyang Chong slowly took a step back. From the entrance of the alley where the Pujiang female body case was found, the mournful cries of two interns came. They screamed for their master and almost fainted from crying. After all, he is the senior who has followed them since he joined the company. The mentor who single-handedly led them into the laboratory. Fong Tang felt heavy in his heart. To some gamers, mortals died like ants. But to him, every life was sacred. He followed Ouyang Chong to the forensic vehicle and immediately opened the memory data he had just devoured. Master, this is a dying memory of Forensic Dr. Zhou. It contains a painful near-death experience and a lot of negative emotions. It is being processed. Bai's consciousness quickly processed this dark memory, and in front of Fong Tang unfolds slowly. The subject of memory. The first thing that appeared in Forensic Dr. Zhou's sight was the corpse. A well-preserved female corpse. The hands of the female corpse were intact. Fong Tang was shocked when he saw this memory. The corpse was visually estimated to be about 160 centimeters long, with a thin body shape, corneal opacity, both pupils dilated by 3 millimeters, no foreign matter in the mouth, and finger marks visible on the neck. It is initially inferred that the death was caused by mechanical asphyxiation. Forensic Dr. Zhou's voice appeared in his memory. The subject of the memory is recording the initial inspection at the scene. The rigor mortis is obvious, and the acupressure does not fade. Well, the crime scene is a closed environment. The temperature is higher than outside. The body shows slight signs of decay, and there may be errors in the temperature of the body. Based on the current situation, it is estimated that the time of death was between 8 p.m. on the 17th and 3 a.m. on the 18th. Kailanlin appeared in sight. Forensic Dr. Zhou. Why are you alone? Although I am a special police officer, but in the criminal police team during the internship, forensic doctors always bring trace examiners with them. Don't they also have to do criminal photography? The fingerprints and footprints here also need to be inspected and extracted by special personnel. Forensic Dr. Zhou of Memory Numenon said with a serious smile. Please pay attention to your steps. There are footprints there. If you take another step, you will destroy the scene. Kailanlin apologized hurriedly, not daring to move. Forensic Dr. Zhou then said in a deep voice. Everyone is at the corpse dismemberment case. The situation there is too chaotic. There is a lot of pressure from above to solve the case. I will mainly do the autopsy first, and the on-site trace investigation will have to wait. I heard that the Ministry of Public Security sent people to support us. Kailanlin said, oh, covering her nose and couldn't help but ask. You didn't wear a mask? Doesn't it smell bad? Forensic Dr. Zhou said coldly. On-site autopsy should be done as much as possible. Don't wear a mask. Because this is the first scene of the crime. The smell of the surroundings, especially the smell of the corpse, are important clues. We must wear a mask when we go back for the autopsy. He is actually a very enthusiastic person. You are Kailanlin, right? Transferred from the SWAT team? Criminal investigation and counterterrorism by the SWAT are two different things. You have to learn more. Kailan nodded humbly. She was full of enthusiasm for work and was studying hard at all times. But is the Xiaolin who appears in Forensic Zhou's memory a real person or a replica? Fong Tang couldn't judge. Adjust the perspective of this memory. Can you do it? Master, the spider must cooperate to perform memory analysis. The scarlet spider silk jumped at the right time. The perspective of forensic Dr. Zhou, who is the subject of memory, also changes accordingly. This is using the surrounding light reflection to repair the edges of the memory, so it uses a lot of computing power. Fong Tang saw Kailin Lin answering the phone. She said nothing, but her expression was very strange. Suddenly, Kailin Lin rushed out. Forensic Dr. Zhou was startled. You little comrade. You are so anxious. But not long after, Kailin Lin appeared again. She lowered her head and coughed. She was dressed the same as before, but the abnormal infection under her neck revealed her true identity. This is the appearance of the copy. Seamless connection. So what phone call did Xiaolin really answer and leave so recklessly? This doesn't fit with her past character. At this time, footsteps were heard again, and Ouyang Chan appeared wearing gloves. Forensic Dr. Zhou. You said you have a clue. What clue is it? Forensic. Dr. Zhou hissed. Don't talk yet. The perspective of memory turned again. The corpse in front of him suddenly let out a long sigh. Fong Tang was shocked when he watched the memory. In Zhou Forensic Doctor's memory, the Kailin Lin clone behind him remained silent, while Ouyang Chan exclaimed and sat down on the ground. Aren't you an old criminal detective? Why are you still afraid of this? Forensic Dr. Zhou turned around and frowned, and suddenly got angry. Get out. Ouyang Chan stood up and talked. But he really... Get out. And left. The place where he just fell was covered with scattered mud. In the mud, you can see a clear footprint. Memory is fixed. Fong Tang shouted consciously. Forensic Dr. Zhou's memory is fixed here. The whole memory scene is as if frozen. Fong Tang's consciousness stared at the footprints carefully and sneered in his heart. Keep playing the memory. This kid is such a bastard. Those are the most beneficial physical evidence at the scene. The footprints. Forensic Dr. Zhou was roaring. The clone Kailin Lin said softly. Fortunately, it was not damaged. Forensic Dr. Zhou snorted and pressed his rubber glove fingers on the neck of the corpse. There was corruption inside the corpse, and gas was produced. Due to the neck, the trachea recovers from the compressed state, and the gas is released. Right? He exhaled in confusion, took out the tweezers, and pulled out a thin line from the neck of the female corpse. One end of the thin thread was pulled from under the female corpse's neck, and finally a trademark was pulled out. Emotions of surprise and excitement appeared in Forensic Zhou's memory, because he saw more important clues and evidence on this brand. This is the thread on the tea packaging bag. The trademark is very complete. Let me take a look. Huh. There are indeed fingerprints. Fong Tang's consciousness once again fixed the memory. In the still scene, he stared at the fingerprint on the trademark. Did you see it? Master, I saw it. Can you confirm the owner of the fingerprint? Yes. What are you going to do? Avoid the scene. Is it? It's too late. Bones has already made the first move and has the upper hand. We can only adapt to circumstances. Fong Tang's consciousness sighed. This is an infinite challenge game. There is no way to escape. And we can't announce the truth to the outside world. We can only find it. Only the real murderer can unravel the trap set by the bones. What kind of trap is it? Chapter 275 Song Wulan. The continuous autumn rain stopped again at some point. The dark memories from Forensic Zhou continued to unfold. After the fingerprints were discovered, the old forensic doctor's joy became more and more obvious, and he could be heard saying to himself, now we can let the two little rookies come up. With these fingerprints and footprints, they can understand Jiang. Still old and hot. He turned around and said, Kailin Lin, please tell them all to come in. The clone Kailin Lin agreed and went out immediately. Right now, in the corner of the room at the scene, the yellow double-door refrigerator suddenly popped open, and a man wrapped in plastic film jumped out. The gray coat was shabby, but his movements were extremely sharp. Then there was a flash of white light. The feeling in Dr. Zhou's memory was so clear. First he felt a cold sensation in his nose. And then there was severe pain. Like a burning pain. A cold, sharp weapon was vibrating in forensic Dr. Zhou's nose. The dark memories started to jump up here, and his eyes were filled with blood. This painful memory of dying has been dealt with in vain, and Fong Tang can watch it from a third-party perspective without suffering the backlash of negative emotions. Soon, the broken memories were reconnected. Forensic Dr. Zhou's sight was full of shaking scenery, and he staggered out of the house. Ahead, the clone Kailin Lin has also walked out of the alley. Forensic Dr. Zhou staggered forward holding his nose. In the memory, you can clearly hear his breathing. A figure jumped out in front of Forensic Dr. Zhou. The man in gray was carrying the female corpse over the old wall in the alley. Forensic Dr. Zhou used his last strength to scream in alarm. The memory ends here. Wait! Fong Tang unfolded his memory again, and fixed it on the picture of the refrigerator door opening. Forensic Dr. Zhou didn't check the refrigerator at the scene first? Such an obvious place. Master, it's strange that he didn't come to the scene with 2 helpers. Fong Tang thought for a moment. It can only be explained that this is a battle of spirits. He wants to show his skills in front of the 2 apprentices. And the crime scene has been sealed off for a long time. He may have thought that the police had already checked it. The memory picture moved again. Bye. Did you see that when the man in gray came out of the refrigerator? His face did not turn red. It was a normal complexion. In other words, the man in gray did not activate his potential at that time. He attacked Forensic Dr. Zhou at that time. The person was still in a normal state. Yes, but when he came out with a female corpse on his back, he had already forcibly activated his potential. Yes, Master, and the female corpse's hands had been cut off at this time. Bye. My theory is that during the time when Forensic Dr. Zhou was hit hard and walked out of the house, the man in gray was forced to activate his potential at the crime scene and fought with someone. He may have been trying to protect the body. In other words, someone else appeared at the scene at that time. Master, do you think that mysterious person is the murderer? It's very possible. But if it was the murderer, why didn't he take his hands away when killing? Instead of taking so long? Come back again? He should know that this place is blocked by the police. This is taking a huge risk. Master, the murderer must have a reason to come back. Well, even if he is not the murderer, the person who appeared at the scene of the crime must also be closely related to the Puxian female corpse case. This person is the key to the case. Master, if you find the man in gray, you can recover the body and track the key person in the case. The scarlet spider on the pencil the silk trembled, as if searching for Fong Tang's consciousness. Then it carefully retracted. Fong Tang was still communicating with Bai. Can the man in gray be inferred to be a gamer if he can activate his potential? Master, the possibility of the other party being a gamer is only 27%. How do you calculate the probability? In the world there are at least 4 ways to activate the human body's potential. Drugs, mental hypnosis, game chips, and genetic mutations. The probability of successful mental hypnosis is only 23%. And the probability of activation of the Infinite Challenge chip is 2% higher than the other methods. Fong Tang he watched Forensic Zhou's memory again, and then sent it into the greedy Tao Tai core spirit. The dark memory was slowly swallowed up by the yin and yang archaea on the back of the neck, transformed into that strange energy. On the double helix, the 24th pair of chromosomes is bombarded with energy again. The strength parameter property starts pulsing, but does not change the numbers. Fong Tang knew that the strength attribute was about to be improved. When he returned to consciousness, he found that a woman had appeared in front of the forensic vehicle. Ouyang Chang was whispering something to the woman. The woman is about 30 years old, wearing black trousers, sneakers, and a half-collar black sweater. She held an umbrella and had a cold and quiet temperament about her. A very beautiful woman, but just standing there would keep people away from her. Ouyang Chang seemed to have finished speaking and gently retreated to Fong Tang. The woman said calmly, "He is your master, a good policeman, and our good colleague. But this is a crime scene, and what you are holding is the body of a victim. Can you be more professional? As a forensic doctor, shouldn't the first task at this time be to check the body immediately?" He was so cold and unreasonable. The rookie forensic doctor wearing glasses looked up in tears. "Who are you?" The woman showed a red ID book with a very conspicuous golden sword badge on it. At this time, Ouyang Chang gently pulled Fong Tang and whispered, "This is a special criminal investigation expert from the Ministry of Public Security. The mysterious director of the 1st Investigation Division will be smarter later." The name on the red certificate is clear at a glance. Song Wenlan. Not long ago, Secretary Sun personally led the formation of an expert team. The team leader was an expert from the Ministry of Public Security who came for support. I didn't expect it to be her. Ouyang Chang was still talking. Fong Tang shrank his eyes. She is a special expert from the Ministry of Public Security at such a young age? Can she do it? 2 rookie forensic doctors had already laid out the body. Song Wenlan put on rubber gloves, squatted down without saying a word, and began to examine. She was very serious. After a while, she suddenly took off the glove on her left hand and bit the nail of her thumb. The nail on her thumb was beautiful, as crystal clear as jade, like a piece of transparent white jade bone. Song Wenlan bit her nails, her eyes unwavering. At this time, Fong Tang sensed the commotion in the system's live broadcast room. When you open it, you will see that the live broadcast system is full of anonymous barrages. The barrage turned out to be very unified, all sending the same sentence. Interesting. Now it's interesting. The anonymous barrage represents higher authority. Now the number of viewers in Fong Tang's live broadcast room cannot be displayed. At least millions of viewers. But 99% of them are silent. Only this group of anonymous barrages are sending. A duel between two heroes? But it's not player versus player. After these two gray barrages popped up, the color of the barrages became lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared. The quiet ordinary audience became commotion. All kinds of barrages surged like crazy. The disappearing barrage. Doesn't that mean? Legendary player. I actually saw a legendary player with my own eyes. The barrage quickly became quiet. Fong Tang shook his head. These barrages were mysterious, and it seemed that everyone had ignored him. Why is that? Just as I was thinking about it, there was a roar. Captain Chong Beihai's off-road vehicle rushed here at almost full speed. Chapter 276 Song Wenlan's Invitation. The off-road vehicle stopped with a squeak, and the drizzle fell again, making the air thick and moist. Behind Chong Beihai's off-road vehicle were two jeeps. Almost everyone from the four teams came. Chong Beihai jumped out, slammed the car door, and shouted angrily at Ouyang Chong and Fong Tang. The bodies have been stolen. Okay, what else can you two do? Song Wenlan stood up and said coldly. No, it was stolen, but robbed, and a forensic doctor was sacrificed. You Team 4 are responsible. Chong Beihai looked at forensic Dr. Zhou on the ground, and the corners of his eyes twitched. This is the case of Team 4. Of course we were responsible. Not from now on. Song Wenlan was not afraid of his murderous eyes at all. The Puxian female corpse case and the Babao dismembered corpse case were officially merged. This is also a rare serious case that the task force fully took over this time. The code name is the Wind case. Chong Beihai didn't say anything. He looked irritable on the outside, but actually understood everything in his heart. The woman in front of her should not be underestimated. She is the director of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Ministry of Public Security. It is said that she is a top expert in solving crimes. After coughing, Chong Beihai said calmly, Director Song, how did you know that these two cases are connected? We have just finished the meeting, and you have just arrived in Shanghai. Right. Song Wenlan's deep eyes remained unchanged. Even the tone of his words was so calm. It was just confirmed. Chong Beihai took a step forward. How is it confirmed? You are an expert. I am all ears. Song Wenlan put away the umbrella and stopped looking at him. I just got it after checking the situation. It was found that the hands of the Puxian female corpse were cut off. It can be determined that when the body was snatched away, the hands were gone. Chong Beihai frowned. Who reported the situation? Were they witnesses at the scene? Ouyang Chong lowered his head. He came up and said, Team Chong, this is what I reported to Director Song. Chong Beihai glared at him, then looked at Song Wenlan. I still don't understand. The hands of the victim in the Puxian female corpse case were chopped off and broken into pieces. What's the connection with the corpse case? Song Wenlan had already taken off two gloves and gently placed them next to the corpse of forensic Dr. Zhou. The old rule in the autopsy world is that if a body has been touched with gloves, it cannot be taken away. Although it is a bit superstitious, it has become a common practice. It can be seen from this little habit that Song Wenlan often goes to on-site autopsy investigations and is not the kind of expert who sits in the office and engages in theory. Her neat short hair swayed. Captain Chong, the connection between the two cases is just a conjecture of mine. There is still debate on the task force, but I trust my intuition. You are not a member of the task force, so I can't tell you for the time being. The words were still polite, but full of pride. Chong Beihai suppressed his anger. Okay, for a case that occurred in our jurisdiction, our entire 4 teams were excluded from the task force. What does this mean? Do we have suspicions and need to handle the case in a different place? Handling cases in a different place is generally the case. It is suspected that the local police are related to criminal forces. In order to ensure fairness and efficiency, police forces from other places are specially mobilized to handle the case. However, such cases usually involve gang violence and homicide, which is rare. Song Wenlan shook his head. Captain Chong, you are overthinking. The members of the task force are all selected by Secretary Sun himself and reported to the Superior Department for confirmation. Besides, there are also people from your 4 teams selected for the task force. Who is it? Chong Beihai was stunned. He didn't even know about this. Song Wenlon frowned in thought. It seems to be called Fong Tang. Everyone in the 4 teams looked at Fong Tang strangely. Ouyang Chong muttered. I really don't understand. Song Wenlon followed their gazes and looked at the silent Fong Tang. Oh! Is it you? Her eyes were full of distrust. Fong Tang smiled. It's me. I just joined the criminal police team less than a day ago. Song Wenlon shook his head and looked at the 2 clumsy forensic rookies. Forensic Dr. Zhou was stabbed in the nasal cavity by the murderer with a sharp instrument, causing a cerebral hemorrhage and death. Yes. You can transport it back now. Conduct an autopsy immediately, and send me the report before tomorrow. She directly started taking over the case in front of Chong Beihai. Everyone in the 4 teams felt that their faces were shameless, and everyone was holding their breath. Chong Beihai directly grabbed the rubber gloves and put them on. He squatted on the ground and raised the head of the corpse. He looked at it carefully. Director Song is so powerful. He can find out the cause of death without doing an autopsy? What kind of sharp weapon can penetrate the nasal cavity with just a trace? Nothing was left. Just looking at forensic Dr. Zhou's nasal cavity, there was really nothing visible except for a little blood stain and internal abrasions. There was no trace of damage caused by a sharp weapon, nor was there any residue left by the murder weapon. Song Wenlon shook his head at this time. I can't see it. So I asked them to find out the cause after an autopsy. Chong Beihai snorted. At this time, Fong Tang said in a deep voice. It's an icicle, broken off from an old refrigerator. Song Wenlon let out a sigh and looked at him in surprise. What did you say? The people from the 4th team, including the 2 young forensic doctors, they all stared at Fong Tang. Fong Tang said calmly. It was an icicle with a diameter of about 0.4 centimeters. It penetrated the nasal cartilage and hit the sphenoid area of the closed cranial cavity, causing cerebral hemorrhage. Forensic Dr. Zhou, he may have suffered a head injury 3 years ago, leaving this hidden danger. Everyone was stunned. Song Wenlon's eyes widened, and she continued to bite her thumbnail in disbelief. Fong Tang's description was too detailed. The details are a bit unreal. Before everyone could react, 2 young forensic doctors shouted. Yes. Master went to Dong An wetland on Chongming Island to handle an abandoned corpse case 3 years ago, and was hit in the head by a white eastern bird. He fainted at that time. It's over. I came back for a check. It's nothing serious. The people in the 4th team became more and more horrified. They were all veterans of criminal investigation. They had solved countless cases and were familiar with the case handling process. They had never heard of anyone being able to just look at a few corpses. You can deduce the injury 3 years ago just by looking at it. Chong Beihai glanced at Song Wenlon, who was in a daze, and felt secretly happy. But his tone was very serious. Fong Tang, you just joined the 4th team, and you are still a rookie. Don't show off in front of Director Song. He is the expert. The meaning of this statement could not be more obvious. A rookie in my 4th team is better than your expert in the criminal investigation department. Song Wenlon didn't seem to understand, and just bit her nails silently. Then she walked directly to Fong Tang and stretched out her hand. Let's get to know each other again. I am Song Wenlon from the criminal investigation department. Fong Tang held her little hand, rough and cold. As a frontline case handler, she obviously couldn't take good care of her hands. The rough feeling was more of a bone-deep coolness. Fong Tang, have you been to the scene of the female corpse? No. He has been with us all the time. He just went to chase the body thief. The young forensic doctors shouted together again. Song Wenlon became more interested in Fong Tang. Oh, can you describe the man who snatched the body? Male, 1.76 meters tall, and weighing about 70 kilograms. The fat content is very low. He must have regular fitness experience. There is a fresh scar under the left eye, which is like a cutting wound. There are about 7 to 12 needle holes in the right elbow joint. Injection burn marks can be seen around the needle hole. And he is suspected of being a heavy drug addict. He was wearing a gray fur-colored coat that did not match his figure. It was suspected that it was picked up or stolen. His hair was withered and yellow, caused by long-term malnutrition. When he came out of the scene of the crime, with water stains on his body. Fong Tang said this in one breath and smiled faintly. It is speculated that this person was hiding in the refrigerator and suddenly attacked. Forensic Dr. Zhou was not well prepared and was seriously injured on the spot. From the time when Forensic Dr. Zhou was hit, he left the scene and entered the alley for about 6 minutes. The man in gray stayed at the scene for at least about 5 minutes. The people around him were restrained by him again. How was this done? In the tense pursuit just now, the contact time between Fong Tang and the gray-clothed suspect would never exceed 2 minutes. He could even describe the injection needle holes on the opponent's elbow. Not to mention, how could he also identify the approximate number? What they didn't know was that Fong Tang was very sure that there were 7 needle holes in the elbow of the man in gray. He was deliberately being a little vague. Song Wenlan's eyes were already bright and scary, and he nodded. Continue. Fong Tang pretended to think. I speculate that when Zhou forensic doctor performed the autopsy, the hands of the female corpse were still there, and the suspect in gray stayed at the scene for 5 minutes. A major incident has occurred. As you just said, he is carrying a body without hands. A third person appeared at the scene and injured the man in gray. You just said that the man in gray was injured under his left eye. There is a fresh scar, which may have been caused by a struggle. Song Wenlan's thinking was so meticulous and fast. The third person who appeared at the scene is closely related to the case of the female corpse, and is most likely the murderer who returned to the scene. And gray, the purpose of the clothes man is just to snatch the body. Fong Tang nodded lightly. It's almost the same as my conclusion. Song Wenlan directly took out the forensic box from the van and smiled at Fong Tang. Come on. Follow me to the scene to investigate. This was the first time she laughed, and it was also an unexpected invitation. Facing her invitation, Fong Tang said without hesitation. Okay. The two of them walked into the depths of the alley. Ouyang Chong scratched his head and looked at Chong Beihai. Team Chong. Where are we? Us? Chong Beihai said with a cold face. We are waiting here. They invited Fong Tang. Not Team 4. Chapter 277, Looking for Traces. The depths of the alley are obscured by dark clouds. Dark and ferocious. After turning a corner, the scene in front of me suddenly changed, and a standard shantytown in the Magic City appeared. 4 shanties were connected together, forming a square rental area just like the courtyard houses in the old imperial capital. Walking into a shantytown is like walking into a maze. On the height of 4 floors, 5 floors of shanties were built. Inside the shanty are a series of small passages. Dirty potted plants, clothes, bamboo poles, and electric cars separate the large shanty into a dozen small areas. Fong Tang followed Song Wenlan and couldn't help but look at the woman's back. Judging from the situation I just encountered, this is an inhumane woman with a strong personality and direct speech. But her professional skills are absolutely first class. Fong Tang. Can you sketch? The woman in front of him suddenly asked. Fong Tang frowned. You want me to sketch the appearance of the man in gray? Yes. Do you know how chaotic this place is? After the suspect snatched the body, there were too many places to hide. Only the 4 teams, and it is impossible for the police from several nearby police stations to conduct a large-scale search. Issuing a reward is the best plan. Song Wenlan stopped under a pile of low clothes hangers. I know that criminal investigation sketching is very difficult, and it requires many years of experience. Only by training can you accurately draw the suspect's expression. It's too late to find a sketch expert now. As long as you draw a rough picture, I will immediately issue a reward. It will also be useful to shock the man in gray. Fong Tang understood her intention. This was to deliberately alert the enemy and stimulate the man in gray to move around so that the traces of the suspect would be exposed everywhere. I can try painting. Song Wenlan smiled again. When she smiled, her whole body seemed to become gentler. The woman stood next to the clothes rack and gently opened the identification box. Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he picked up the flashlight in cooperation and shined it on the upper left side of the clothes hanger. On the left side of the coat hanger, which is full of patina, near a piece of gray cardboard above, a curved wire is exposed. You can only see it under a strong flashlight. There is a fluffy thing hanging on the small wire. Song Wenlan opened the evidence bag and used tweezers to pick out the fluff. Well, look at this. Can you tell what material it is? Flax fiber. Fong Tang answered directly. Song Wenlan blinked. You are so awesome. The gray linen fiber comes from the gray fur collar coat. Song Wenlan glued the evidence bag, took out a pen and wrote, Joe Case. Exhibit number 1. Another, 1, was drawn next to the clothes hanger with black charcoal. Starting from this hanger, the evidence piled up. The man in gray was obviously very panicked when he fled the scene, leaving more than 10 traces behind. Starting from the clothes hangers to outside the 104 rental house at the crime scene, there were already 12 evidence bags full of numbers in Song Wenlan's small box. Now, she and Fong Tang were standing at the door of the rental house, but they were in no hurry to go in. Fong Tang, what do you see from these 12 pieces of evidence? Fong Tang looked at the crumbling corridor made of wooden boards until he saw the clothes hanger at the end of the corridor. Then he said in a deep voice, "After the man in gray came out of the rental house carrying the body on his back. His left eye was injured and his vision was affected. So here, his head hit the wall of the left room." The number 12 was written on the wall of the left room. Position: you can clearly see a small sunken pit. And in the bag marked evidence number 12, there were 2 yellowing hairs. Fong Tang used this to deduce the behavior of the man in gray after leaving the rental house. This was Song Wenlan's test question, and she was very satisfied with Fong Tang's performance at this time. "Keep talking." After hitting his head, the man in gray began to stabilize his movements. He jumped down from the number 11 position in the corridor and landed on the ground. At that moment, the finger of the female corpse behind hit the electric handlebar next to it, and a piece of her nail was broken. Song Wenlan let out a sigh, and suddenly took out evidence bag number 11 in embarrassment. Looked at the broken nail inside, and scratched it with a pen. She deleted the words, "Nails of the man in gray," on the evidence bag and revised it, "Nails of the Puxian female corpse." Then she exhaled. In other words, at the number 11, the hands of the female corpse are still there. Fong Tang nodded. "Our inference just now was wrong. The third person was not the hands of the corpse chopped off at the scene, but a fierce fight took place in the area from numbers 10 to 2. This area is the Big A small yard where electric vehicles are stored in a shack. 9 pieces of evidence were found here, most of which were fragments of the man in gray, as well as broken nails and hair." Song Wenlan was very excited at this time and looked at the evidence bag in the box. "Then some of the evidence we collected may have been left by the third person." Fong Tang hissed at this time, his eyes fixed on the opposite side of the small yard, between piles of waste cardboard. Song Wenlan raised his eyebrows, reached back, and pulled out the pistol. Silver Colt revolver. Large caliber revolver. This is a rare standard weapon in China, and it can be called an arms. Song Wenlan made a gesture. Fong Tang nodded, turned around, and kicked the electric car next to him. The electric car's automatic alarm was triggered, making a noisy sound, and then triggered the alarm of the car next to it. Amidst this deafening and reverberating noise, Fong Tang rushed to the opposite side. The waste cardboard flew up, revealing a gray iron door. The iron door was deliberately painted with the same color as the surrounding walls, and was strangely hidden behind the scraps. Now, using the cover of the electric car's alarm sound, Fong Tang kicked open the small door. Song Wenlan held the flashlight in his left hand and held it under the pistol, but he rushed in fiercely. Fong Tang hurriedly followed. Facing him was a man wearing shorts, a white vest, and a thin bamboo pole. The man was still biting the cigarette, but in his mouth, staring at the 2 men in stunned silence, as if they were magic soldiers descending from the sky. Song Wenlan jumped up and hit the man on the forehead with a heavy gun handle. The moment the man fell to his knees, the woman hit her with another hard knee. The man in shorts covered his mouth full of blood and pain, and his head was immediately stepped on by Song Wenlan, while the muzzle of the gun was pressed against his head. "Don't move. I will shoot directly." The man let out a painful and crazy laugh, raising his head to reveal his blood-red gums. "Girl, are you a policeman? Do you dare a policeman to shoot at will? There are cameras everywhere here." Song Wenlan frowned and hesitated. At this moment, Fong Tang suddenly rushed up and held a gun in her hand. There was a loud bang, and in the enclosed space, the sound of Colt's gun could simply be described as an explosion. A ball of sparks lit up in the dark room, and the bullet flew past the man in shorts. The man in shorts instantly lost his hearing and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Song Wenlan pushed Fong Tang away fiercely. Her eyes widened and full of anger. "Fong Tang, are you crazy? This hidden hut is the only place where you can see the yard. After the incident, everyone in the big shantytown moved away. This guy, he is the only witness, and now you have destroyed him." She stretched out her hand to lift the man in shorts' chin, opened her eyelids and took a look. "It's better now. The eyeballs are bloodshot, and my eardrums are probably ruptured." Shorts the man drooled and fell to the ground. He had suffered a severe concussion and lost consciousness. If it's more serious, it may lead to incontinence of urine and feces. Facing Song Wenlan's anger, Fong Tang said nothing and kicked the man in shorts on the left hand. Suddenly something rolled out of his hand. Song Wenlan's anger subsided, and she carefully knelt down and touched it lightly with the flashlight. This thing is an old-fashioned functional phone. The back cover of the phone has been removed, and there are 2 batteries wrapped with black tape on the motherboard. There is a wire connected to the positive and negative terminals of the battery, for thin wires extended to the back of the enclosed space. "Self-made bomb." Song Wenlan turned pale and wiped his sweat. looking up at the silent Fong Tang. The woman bit her lip. I'm sorry. I owe you once. Fong Tang didn't get the slightest bit of flattery, and whispered, This guy doesn't want to blow us up, but wants to blow up what's behind. Song Wanlon frowned. Why? Fong Tang looked at the man in shorts, who was still twitching. The detonation line is very long, and he has been huddled here just now to avoid hurting himself in the explosion. He looked again detonator. The production is rough and has no technical content. This guy is not a professional bomber. He just made a temporary detonator. Song Wanlon raised the gun. You will know after you look at the back. Follow the detonation wire and open another the iron gate. The sound of ticking water, and then the dazzling lights. They saw a narrow passage. The corridor was covered with green wallpaper, which dazzled people's eyes under the light. Vacuum the wallpaper. Song Wanlon touched it with gloves. This is a very professional wallpaper, mostly used in workshops in dust-free environments. A slight rumbling sound came. The detonating wires on the ground continued to extend, and at the end of the corridor, there were several isolation gowns stained with ink hanging. This time Fong Tang walked quickly in front, and the scarlet spider silk on the 5 elements pin was already trembling. After turning a corner, another light came into view. Brighter lights. Fong Tang finally saw the spacious secret room clearly, and was stunned. Song Wanlon chased after him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god! Chapter 278 Model Land. Opposite the small courtyard of the large shanty town, there was a hidden structure. Because the 4 shanties are staggered and next to each other, many visual misunderstandings are caused. For example, this room behind the waste cardboard. Outside the alley, you can only see a wall. But inside the courtyard, you see a chaotic mess. Hidden among the walls and chaos is a standard hexagonal room. In fact, if you look closely at this hidden room from another perspective, you will find that it is actually a complete honeycomb structure. The honeycomb structure is known as the best topological structure covering a 2-dimensional plane. This standard hexagonal room has excellent geometric and mechanical properties. Even if it is only made of simple plywood, it is still very strong. The green dust-free wallpaper, the slight roar of machinery, the detonating wires, and the isolation gown stained with ink. There are also dazzling lights, the sound of dripping water from the air conditioner, and narrow partition protection. All this made Fong Tang and Song Wanlon feel uneasy. What's in the room? A biochemical laboratory in a dust-free environment? An air-conditioned morgue? An arsenal with the sound of machinery running? Need to blow up a ruined loot stash at any moment? Or is it a counterfeit banknote factory covered in ink? But when they actually stepped into this unknown room, what they saw was a work of art. A sandbox architectural model. The reason why it is called a work of art is because the architectural model is so exquisitely done. So exquisite that every detail is displayed. The 5 areas of Babao Old Street, Dongjin, Pujin, Xingzhuang, and the Old Concession Central Square, which add up to at least 25 square kilometers, have been reproduced into exquisite models and placed in this hexagonal room of less than 30 square meters. Every building, every alley, and even streetlights and green belts have been made in detail. It was as if this area suddenly shrank, reduced to a model. The largest bathing center in Babao Old Street, the Great Emperor Bathing Center, is known as the corridor alone can be used as a 50-meter runway. Now the entire corridor is only about 4 centimeters in length. But if you zoom in to a certain magnification, you can even see the signboard of the bathing center. The neon signboard is already too small to be seen in the model. In front of Fong Tang's eyes, the neon sign, which was less than 1 millimeter in size, began to enlarge. The 7 words, Great Emperor Bathing Center, on the enlarged signboard are also written 1 stroke at a time. Meticulously. Breathtaking. Anyone who sees this extremely accurate architectural model will be stunned and open their mouths. But after the shocked expressions of Fong Tang and Song Wanlon, they looked at different model places. Fong Tang focused his attention on the bathing center in Babao Old Street. But Song Wanlon saw a model of a shanty town with a side length of less than 5 millimeters. The 4-corner shanty town is exactly where she stands now. Song Wanlon subconsciously bit the nail of her left thumb. The familiar feeling came again. It's like the soul is out of body. A ghost wanders in the hidden places of the world, allowing her to concentrate infinitely and observe every detail. On the thumbnail, from the bone-like cuticle structure layer, a thread of white bone appeared, pulling something like a conscious body and falling into the microscopic building in front of him. This secret ability has allowed Song Wanlon to solve countless cases in the past few years, making him the youngest investigation director in the history of the Ministry of Public Security. At this time, she brought this ability to its extreme. She could see the 104 rental house with a model of a large shanty town, and the scene of the Pujan female corpse case. In the microscopic model room, a double-layer refrigerator less than 1 millimeter high appeared. The color of the yellowed old refrigerator is so real. The ground in front of the refrigerator was covered with a layer of sand. What is that mud made of? Could it be some kind of material molecules at the micron level? No matter how hard Song Wenlin tried, he couldn't see clearly. But she could feel that everything in the small room of this sandbox model was arranged exactly the same as now. The only thing that's a little different. In the small model room, the body of the Pujan female corpse is still there. Song Wenlin already felt tired. Her consciousness began to blur, and the nails of her thumbs began to tremble. But she persisted and looked at the yard of the model shantytown. Passing through the corner of the model yard, I saw a broken door, only 0.7 millimeters high. Inside the small door, 2 small human models are standing. Song Wenlin gathered her last energy and finally saw clearly the appearance of the 2 millimeter level villains. The models are male and female. The model man is frowning in thought, while the model woman is biting her left thumbnail. Ah! Song Wenlin felt chills all over her body, and her vision went dark. When Yu woke up, she found that she was leaning on the man. She took a breath and said hoarsely, "Inside the model. Our model of the shantytown is inside." Fong Tang nodded lightly. "Don't say it. I saw it. You? You can't possibly see it." Song Wenlin shook his head crazily. "You can't see it with your eyes." Fong Tang said nothing. He was discussing with Bai Quangmeng in his mind. "Master, this model signboard is made of firefly wings. Have you seen the streetlight opposite the bathing center?" Fong Tang looked at the streetlight. Although it was not lit, there was a faint phosphorescence flashing. "Master, that is made of the luminous phosphorus sacs on the abdomens of fireflies. It is very exquisite. It is definitely a miniature sculpture art." Fong Tang zoomed in again and saw a line under the street lamp connected to the Emperor's bathing center. Signboard. "Bye. Can this street light be lit? Are there other mechanisms inside this model? How functional is it?" "Master, this model has too many components, and each component will bring the calculation to a new level. The overly complex parameters cause deviations in my calculations, and I am unable to analyze the function of the model. But I can point out to you the materials used to make each model." Fong Tang was thinking in his mind. On the 5 elements pen in the sleeve, the scarlet spider silk is active and excited. Fong Tang's consciousness also issued instructions at this time. The spider silk is divided into 2 parts and passes through the bathing center and the large shantytown in the model. On the 2nd floor of the old bathhouse behind the bathing center street, scarlet spider threads touched a chaotic corpse scene. Successfully swallowed. You got a copy of the Babao dismembered corpse case scene model. The second split thread was in the 104 rental house of the large shanty model. Successful swallowing. You got a copy of the scene model of the Pujan female corpse case. If these models can really simulate the details to infinite reality, then Fong Tang controls the yin and yang archaea behind his head. Don't transform the one he just swallowed of 2 models. The millimeter scale model was swallowed up completely, and the 2 rooms and walls were preserved. This is what Fong Tang wants. Chapter 279 Out of Control Rules. 2 models allow Fong Tang to do a lot of things, especially for solving crimes. However, he had another strange idea in his mind. "Bye. Do you think the key to this front-end game is really to solve the case?" "Master, according to the guidance of the current game process, it seems like this. You actually use such a vague word as seems." "Master." Bai's consciousness actually sighed. "I have been feeling uneasy, feeling that we are walking into a trap. The 3 cases of this front-end game Feng Wuius seem to be completely different from the previous routines of Infinite Company. What's the difference? Isn't it normal to use strange cases to make levels?" "No, Master. The key lies in the details. The depiction of these details and the strange connections between the cases have surpassed the company's level design level in the past few years. This design level is very familiar, friendly, and retro. Buys this means that this front-end game cannot be designed by the current people of Infinite Company. Is it the same as that mall? The older the version, the more valuable it is? Yes. The older the level, the higher the difficulty." Fong Tang's consciousness began to be disturbed, and someone was calling him. After exiting the deep-sea area of consciousness, Fong Tang saw the pale Song Wenlin in his arms. The woman was patting his chest and yelling something, because the frequency of communication with Bai in the deep-sea consciousness area was too high. Fong Tang stayed for a second before recovering his hearing. Fong Tang. Do you hear what I'm saying? Song Wanlon grasped the collar of his windbreaker. This model has even simulated our movements and expressions, as well as my personal habits. I suspect it is a three-dimensional synthesis picture, and it is a composite picture calculated in real time. Director Song. This model is not a projection picture, but a real one. It is constructed bit by bit using special materials. That's why it can't be explained. Song Wanlon murmured. Unless the artist who made the model predicted our behavior in advance. Not just prediction in advance, but a godlike prophetic ability. He knows what may happen in the future. Song Wanlon is still trying to use the logic of the real world to analyze. It is impossible for one person to make such a model. First, he has to make a three-dimensional map of Minhang. Every detail requires a lot of time and energy. Then prepare the materials and compare them. It takes at least hundreds of miniature carving artists and 10 years of work to achieve such perfection. Fong Tang shook his head. Your estimate is too conservative. Although it is difficult to carve and place these things, it is not impossible. Completed? Only these materials. You should be able to see that some micron-level materials are used in cutting-edge missile weapons. This kind of material is the most difficult to obtain. You are right. Song Wanlon's eyes bright. Fong Tang sighed. What's right? This is obviously not something that humans can accomplish. Song Wanlon seemed obsessed. We can analyze the source of the materials. Some micron-level materials are strictly controlled, and it is easy to find the materials. Circulation path, so that the artist who made the model can be found. Fong Tang shook his head. Director Song. Wake up! This case is not a human case. Song Wanlon lowered his head in silence. Then she looked up. I don't know what you are talking about. Fong Tang smiled. As a player of Infinite Challenge, you are really good at pretending. He reached out and touched the woman's neck. This action of a man can easily be misunderstood, as it looks like he is lowering his head for a kiss. Song Wanlon was shocked, struggled for a while, and for some reason gave up resisting, and subconsciously closed her eyes. She was in her 30s, and could already be called a mature woman. But her beautiful eyelashes were trembling, and telling her that she had never been kissed. Fong Tang's hand did not sense anything unusual. Taotia's ability to swallow data was activated almost instinctively, and he captured 4 memories of Song Wanlon in a row. However, at this time, a crazy system warning appeared. Player Fong Tang violated the basic rules of the game and exposed the secrets of the Infinite Challenge game to ordinary people. The punishment begins. Fong Tang was stunned. The system prompts again. Punishment cannot be carried out. Due to technical reasons, Fong Tang's player's chip data could not be detected. Fong Tang let go of his hand, feeling as if he had escaped. What has been determined at this time is that Song Wanlon is not a player. This is completely unreasonable. In his game live broadcast system, there was dead silence at first. And then, there was a great barrage of collective cheers. As expected, the basic rules of the game have expired. Fong Tang has not been punished. So the guy in the far north has lost control of the game? Gentlemen, everyone is a legendary player now. What should I do now? Needless to say. Right. Ha. There are many legendary players, but there is only one Candle Dragon Core Spirit. It seems that the game is out of control. But the challenge is still there. Everyone still has to rely on their own abilities and kill each other to the death. The 7th grade barrage was full of ridicule. This guy Zhu Long has been controlling the data center for many years. He has dominated the Asian gaming area in the past few years. But he himself is addicted to for a virtual reality game. How ridiculous. The 8th grade barrage issued a smiley face symbol. But if you really think that Zhu Long is vulnerable and can easily get the core spirit behind his head, that is a big mistake. What a mistake. That is the 3rd apostle of Kunlun, the holder of the Zhu Long core spirit. The 7th grade barrage sent a question mark. Don't you want to go to the data center? The 8th grade barrage sent an exclamation mark. I have received the news that the Cell organization has taken the lead, and the crows in the data center have betrayed their beliefs and joined the Cell organization. Now the data minister Feng Lizhi is missing, and the only one who can get the map of the far north in the Millennium Eye is Crow. The 7th barrage sent a smiley face. Cell? That ridiculous organization? We can all track it. Killing them is as easy as drinking water. The 8th barrage sent a frown symbol. Already it is confirmed that 30 players from the 2 guilds are lying dead on Chongming Island, the magical capital of Asia. And there are at least 2 legendary players among them. At this time, a dark golden barrage suddenly appeared. Millennium Eye, she never stays in a certain place. And Feng Lizhi, whose mission is to protect the Millennium Eye, will never leave that eye behind. The last barrage is also dark gold, with a faint purple red in the gray. The gold? In the barrage stream, the frequency of flickering exceeded the limit. That's not the Millennium Eye. A bunch of idiots. And legendary players. That's a real star. The gray barrage sent these inexplicable messages. After the words, they disappeared collectively. Fong Tang's consciousness withdrew from the system, holding Song Wanlan, who was somewhat exhausted. Although this woman is not a player, her abilities far exceed those of advanced players. Her current situation seemed to be that she had overused some of her abilities, so she huddled in Fong Tang's arms tiredly. In the model room, the buzzing sound was still ringing. That's the climate control system in the room. The artist cherishes this room very much. Not only does it have machines to control temperature and humidity, but it also has an absolutely guaranteed dust-free environment, just to ensure that these models are perfectly presented. While I was still thinking, there was a strange gasping sound from behind. The 4 teams that rushed in because of the gunfire stood outside the iron gate, looking at Fong Tang and Song Wanlan in surprise as they hugged the man's neck tightly. You two can't be in this hut. Chong Beihai showed an expression that all men understand. The rest of the 4th team looked down at their feet. In a secret cabin, a man is holding a woman, and the woman is still dripping with sweat. Is that blush on her face from shyness or sickness? Chapter 280 The Lighted World. Fong Tang frowned and put down Song Wanlan, who was gradually regaining his strength. Song Wanlan looked directly at the door. Is the suspect still there? A man in shorts is injured. Suspect? What suspect? Chong Beihai turned around and looked around. You two are the only ones in this room. What's this? Toy. Chong Beihai and the members of Team 4 finally saw the model building in the house, but they cannot see the subtlety of it. Are they just surprised that there is a sales building sand table in this house? Song Wanlan said solemnly. No one is allowed to come in here. It is sealed off now. This place has been sealed off. Old Huang, the oldest member of the 4th Criminal Police Team, frowned and muttered. I'm talking about a complete blockade. Except for Fong Tang and I. Even the people from the task force can't come in. Song Wanlan was unceremonious. The fainted man in shorts disappeared while Fong Tang and Song Wanlan were in a daze. But this piece of architectural model is the biggest gain. Song Wanlan whispered in Fong Tang's ear. At least, we already know the situation of the big boss behind the scenes. Fong Tang also whispered in her ear. I think we can give this big boss a code name. 2 people were whispering almost face to face, which made other people feel awkward and strange. Artist! Fong Tang and Song Wanlan shouted together. The first suspect in the phone case. The mastermind behind the scenes. The artist. The scene of the Babeo corpse case and the Pujan female corpse case can be placed in the model, accurate to the micron level, which is enough to show that the artist is controlling the entire serial killing. The man behind the case. At the very least, artists are also important participants. Chong Beihai coughed and took out his mobile phone and waved it. Director Song. Secretary Sun has been unable to contact you. I have just been notified. Everyone in the task force gathered immediately for a meeting. A major clue was found in the Babeo corpse case. Song Wanlan frowned. Where is the meeting? Chong Beihai was very proud now. It's at the temporary base. Ha. There is one more thing I need to inform you. All 4 of our teams will participate in this meeting, and our 4 teams joining the project will also be discussed at the meeting. Group's issue. This was his overall victory. Song Wanlan was calm and indifferent at this time. There was only one real thought in her heart. Fong Tang was the only one in the entire Magic City who could cooperate in handling this case. I will not attend this meeting. Fong Tang refused immediately. Then he whispered, there must be someone here, and this place must be protected before sealing it off. These models are so delicate that any external force, even a little wind and dust, will destroy its integrity. Song Wanlan nodded immediately. Fong Tang, please stay and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Chong Beihai frowned and looked at it, feeling unhappy again. How could Fong Tang, a good young man, be pulled over by Song Wanlan? So hacking depressing. Chong Beihai thought about objecting. Song Wanlan walked up to him at this time and whispered expressionlessly. The so-called highest degree in the police force on your file is fake. Don't ask me why I know that. You usually rely on search engines to show off your knowledge. Captain Chong, we don't interfere with each other. Don't interfere with me and Fong Tang. Chong Beihai succumbed to the crisis that his character was about to collapse. He walked out with a dark face and lowered his head. But Captain Chong still said angrily, Director Song doesn't want to take our car. Call her an express train. Everyone in the fourth team lowered their heads and laughed secretly. But Ouyang Chang stood up and said, "I'll drive Director Song off." Old Huang from the fourth team turned his head, his eyes full of surprise. "Xiaoqiang, you have water in your head? You don't need to flatter Gao Sheng like this." "Right." Ouyang Chang grabbed the keys to the jeep and went out. Fong Tang paid no attention to these overt and covert struggles, and focused entirely on the model. The more I look at the model, the more mysterious it becomes. It was already dark outside, and the drizzle was still lingering. Chang Beihai's off-road vehicle hung up its police lights and sirens and drove away. Ouyang Chang drove the small jeep, but the speed gradually slowed down. He stopped the car on the side of the road. Song Wenlan, who was still thinking nervously, suddenly woke up. "What's wrong?" Ouyang Chang said nothing, but the windows of the jeep were locked together. Song Wenlan raised an eyebrow and reached out to hold the silver pistol in his arms. "Ouyang Chang, what are you going to do? I order you to get out of the car immediately." Ouyang Chang laughed. A deep laughter with strange magnetism, as if some kind of bone was vibrating. His voice was extremely weird. "You don't know how dangerous it was just now. We were almost, just a little bit close. And Fong Tang caught the man in gray who snatched the body." He still didn't turn his head, and lay on the steering wheel. His jaw vibrated, and he made a strange sound. "I directly expose myself and let the man in gray go. If Fong Tang catches him, with his ability, he can get the key clues to the phone case. Then he will be ahead of you in the game. That's a big step." Song Wenlan put his silver pistol on Ouyang Chang's head. "I've started recording. Are you confessing? Why did you let the corpse-robbing prisoner go?" Ouyang Chang was still lying on his stomach. Song Wenlan, I'm fighting for you to take the lead. This is the first time that humans and players compete on the same stage. You seem to be at a disadvantage, but you are actually much ahead of Fong Tang. The basic rules of the game collapsed, but my father and mother stayed. The rules of Fong Tang will not change. As a player, Fong Tang is still restricted by the 3 major patches. Game rules. But you are different. You are our carefully selected human being, so we can give you a lot of information and spoilers." Song Wenlan's left hand trembled, and his thumb felt like burning pain. His right hand also began to tremble, and he could no longer hold the heavy pistol. Ouyang Chang was still talking. "The Hongming Pantheon has chosen Fong Tang. So we, Lei Zhe, will support you. The 2 heroes will confront each other, but there will never be a balance. Lei Zhe does not want Fong Tang to complete the game. So you have to. Shut up!" Song Wenlan screamed. Ouyang Chang straightened up strangely and turned his head. Song Wenlan's eyes widened. The baby-faced member of the 4th Criminal Police Team was fast asleep with his eyes closed. But his jaw was moving, and a bone fragment protruded, vibrating the structure of Ouyang Chang's vocal cords. "Without Mr. Baigu's years of training, how could you? What are you doing? Do you really think you are a genius? Do you have the ancient Bao Gong's ability to sleepwalk into the underworld? An invincible detective who knows everything? It's ridiculous. You should know that without us. You are nothing. What case can you solve?" The consciousness is separated from the body. His superpower, the ability to solve crimes like controlling the soul, is not his own. "Shut up!" Song Wenlan said with beads of sweat rolling on his forehead. Fong Tang was still looking at the model. The humming machine vibration also continued. The model remained spotless, but the 2 detonating wires. "Bye. This doesn't make sense. All the arrangements by the artist are to show these models to me and Song Wenlan." "Yes, Master. Then why did he arrange for a man in shorts to detonate them? Where is it here?" "Master, sometimes games are illogical." "No, there's something wrong. I might have thought wrong from the beginning." Fong Tang walked outside along the detonating wire, leaned over, and picked up the old-fashioned cell phone. The phone's screen was still on, with a reminder flashing in the lower left corner. Just press the green button on the left to activate the detonation mechanism. Fong Tang's eyes became brighter and brighter, and then he suddenly pressed the green button on his phone. There was no explosion. Fong Tang turned around and rushed towards the model house. The bright lights in the room have been turned off, and in the darkness, the street lights in front of the model of the Great Emperor's bathing center flickered. The street lights made of Firefly's phosphorus sacs are on. Along the bottom of the street lamp model, the line that is thinner than a hair is connected to the sign of the model bath center. The sign made of firefly wings glows in neon colors. In the darkness, all the streetlights and neon signs in the model light up one after another. As a result, the entire model world was also lit up. Chapter 281 Gods of the Micro-World. When Chang Beihai's off-road vehicle parked in front of the Great Emperor Bathing Center, the sky was completely dark. The rain was still falling. And everything was dark. Except for the faint red light spots caused by someone smoking. Team Chang, there's a power outage in this street? How can we hold a meeting? The people from the fourth team were all dazed and rubbing their eyes after getting off the bus. They had slept all the way. Chang Beihai touched his pocket, and Lao Huang next to him handed over a double happiness stick. This is the last one. Chang Beihai hesitated for a moment, then lit a cigarette. It's all dark along the way. Even the ones on the roadside. There is no power in the shops. But there is no power outage notice. Hong Dehai, a sturdy guy, is the strongest guy in the four teams. But his nickname is Old Bear. But he has a beautiful and gentle wife. Hong Dehai said angrily. My wife works at the power supply station. I will be the first to know if there is a power outage. Everyone else laughed. Chang Beihai also sneered. You always have to show that you have a good wife. Right. Just as he said this, a street light behind them flickered strangely. The faint flash was like a large firefly. It was actually a faint green phosphorescence. Everyone turned around and saw a wire crossing the road under the street light and connecting to the big neon sign of the bathing center opposite. Is this stealing electricity? Hong Dehai shouted. Chang Beihai snorted. If you want to steal electricity, just call the police station and just send out the police. Hong Dehai, you are a criminal police officer. We don't have time to care about such trivial matters. Let's go to the meeting. Duan Shufeng from the fourth team, one of the most honest people, muttered in a low voice. Zhao Chong hasn't arrived yet. He had the best relationship with Ouyang Chong in the team, so he was anxious at this time. Chang Beihai shook his head and walked directly through the bathing center and towards the Chunshui public bathhouse at the back. The signboard of the Great Emperor Bath Center flashed and brightened. In the darkness, the street lights and neon lights of all the nearby streets were lighting up one after another. Then, the whole world was lit up. There was a snap, and a spark erupted from a wire on top of the public bathhouse in the back street. It was quickly extinguished, but there was a line of black smoke swaying in the wind and rain. In the secret room of the big shanty, Fong Tang looked at a thin column of smoke, which was almost invisible. The smoke came from the second-floor roof of the public bath model. After the wire in the micro-model world caught fire, a countdown red number popped up on an abandoned neon sign on the roof of the second floor. Fong Tang looked hard. His eyes focused and zoomed in many times. I don't know how many times I magnified it, but I finally saw the numbers on the fragment of the lamp clearly. 937, 935, 930. Bye. Zoom in a little more. In the model world, follow the burning wires and the broken neon sign, all the way to the underground of the public bathhouse. Fong Tang saw the iron buckets placed in four corners in the basement. On the microscopic iron barrel model, 4 red, yellow, green and white wires extend out, and a semicircular glass tube can be seen. Inside the tube are complex circuits and some kind of chemical reagent. Master, this is an exquisite chemical bomb system, Fong Tang gasped, took out his cell phone and dialed Chang Beihai's number directly. Sorry, the number you dialed has been turned off. The contact information of everyone in the fourth team is in Xiaolin's place. Fong Tang immediately opened the game system and searched for Kailanlin. Sorry, the player has left the game area. Master, the nearby network cannot be obtained. I am in the process of cracking it and will finish it soon. Chang Beihai will not only bring one mobile phone. In addition to work, he must have a personal mobile phone. By the way, Lao Zhao, blonde Lao Zhao. Now Chang Beihai, the person who pursues desperately, must have Chang Beihai's contact information. Bye. Search Chang Beihai's personal phone number through your database. Fong Tang contacted Lao Zhao in the system and said his consciousness. Sorry, this player is not in the game area. Even Lao Zhao was excluded from the game. Fong Tang's eyes shrank. Could it be that this game area has been blocked? Master, the network is intermittent, but it can still be used. I found the phone number. I found this number through by Maoling Mental Health Center in Shanghai. It turns out that Chang Beihai often contacts someone at Bai Maoling Mental Hospital. Don't tell me. How did you get the number? Bai, are you delaying time on purpose? Our consciousnesses can interact. Just send it to me directly. Chang Beihai's personal phone was connected. At this time, Captain Chang was leading 4 teams into the old aluminum gate of the spring water bath. Hey, who are you? How do you know this number? Chong Beihai took out the elderly phone with long standby time and asked with a frown. The external playback of the senior machine was so powerful that the people in the 4 teams following behind clearly heard Fong Tang's voice. It's too late to explain. Leave the bathhouse immediately and inform everyone that there is a bomb underneath. Everyone stopped subconsciously. Chong Beihai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but angrily yell. Fong Tang, you have to be responsible for what you say. Beep. Beep. The phone was hung up. In the model world of spectators in the secret room of the big shanty, Fong Tang hung up the phone and leaned over to stare at the Chun Shui public bathhouse. The countdown has reached 8 minutes and 27 seconds. The office area of the project team for the renovation of the large bathhouse in the bathhouse was now filled with model figures. Chong Beihai and the members of the 4th team were also among them. It's like a destined fate. Can it be changed? Fong Tang was anxious, but he couldn't help but feel awe. Master, why do you have to save Chong Beihai and the others? This has nothing to do with you completing the game. Fong Tang's consciousness sneered. But it is related to my control over the game. If everything is designed by an artist, it's settled that I can't even save Chong Beihai and the others. So in this game, I'm just a puppet. What else is there to do? On the contrary, if Chong Beihai can be saved, it means that this pre-game processes can change, whether it is his own principles or a test of his control over the game. Fong Tang must try to save the 4 teams. He looked at the microscopic model world, and suddenly a strange idea flashed through his mind. Wait. I'm standing here. Can I change the model of the microscopic world? Master, what do you want to do? Fong Tang raised his hand gently, and the scarlet spider silk on the pencil poked out like a tentacle. First of all, I want to take the models of Chong Beihai and Team 4 out of the bathhouse. 5 little model figures less than 1 millimeter high were moved through the air by spider silk, because the model is too small. In fact, if they were not far apart, the airflow blown out by Fong Tang when he spoke could blow away these 5 microscopic figures. So no matter how perfect the control of the spider silk was, the 5 small models still flew out. Chong Beihai and the people from Team 4 were sitting in the office area transformed from the large bath. This spring bath is said to have a history of more than 100 years and is the oldest public bath in Shanghai. Now, for refrigeration systems are placed on the 2nd floor, surrounding a leisure mahjong room above, releasing air conditioning. The mahjong room on the 2nd floor has been covered with plastic film, and seals are stuck on the outside layer by layer. The room wrapped in plastic film was full of blood and various human tissues, all of which were labeled with numbers. This is the crime scene of the Babao dismembered corpse case, because the room was full of collapsed mahjong tables, cards, and stools, and there were bloodstains and marks on almost everything. This is the reason why the on-site investigation progress has been delayed. Now, a male head with no visible appearance is placed in the middle of the pile of mahjong tiles. Below the 2nd floor, in the office area on the 1st floor, Chong Beihai was still thinking about Fong Tang's phone call. He wanted to stand up several times and call back to ask, but he thought it was ridiculous. The crime scene of the Babao dismembered corpse case has been sealed off for so long. A whole squadron of armed police have been standing guard nearby, and hundreds of investigators have come to the scene. How could there be a bomb buried there? Captain Chong? Captain Chong! Chong Beihai! Came a loud shout. Secretary Sun stared angrily at the distracted Chong Beihai. He was very embarrassed. The task force was made up of elites from the police system across the country. However, in front of the fraternal units, it was the criminal police captain from Shanghai who was distracted and made a fool of himself. The phone on his body vibrated, and Secretary Sun made an apologetic gesture and walked aside to answer the call. Soon, he put down the phone weirdly, turned around and smiled at Chong Beihai, who was still distracted. Team Chong, you take the people out first. Huh? What do you mean? Secretary Sun said calmly. For special reasons. The 4 of you just let the team go out first. Chong Beihai and the others were kicked out just like that. The phone is ringing. He gritted his teeth and answered. Fong Tang. What the hell are you doing? Did you notify that bitch Song Wenlan and ask her to drive us out? Captain Chong. How did you get out? You were kicked out. Wasn't it blown out by a strong wind? Hearing Fong Tang's words, Chong Beihai laughed angrily. I think you have to go to Beimeiling Mental Hospital. Chapter 282 Abandoned Son She Holds. Fong Tang's hand holding the phone. He took a slow breath. Bye. Chong Beihai and the others were driven out by a phone call. Not by a spider thread. This artist is not a god. And he can't do godlike methods. Master, I feel like you were scared just now. Yes. I have to admit that the close interaction between the microscopic world and the real world made me feel at that moment that the artist is a god. Then Master, what do you understand now? Bye. You have played with it. With so many infinite challenge games, I have become a little bit involved. What I understand now is that artists are actually game designers. The designers of Wind Case. Master, I have seen this a long time ago. At this time, ding with a sound. In the microscopic world model, the countdown on the neon fragments jumped, more than doubled in speed, and quickly jumped to 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Chong Beihai, if you have a brain, run away. Fong Tang had no time to make another call. In front of Chanshui Bathing Beach, Chong Beihai frowned. The second floor of the bathhouse lit up with pieces of electric sparks. Literally pieces of electric sparks. And all around, all the street lights were flashing. Power overload. Someone is using high-power electrical appliances nearby. Hong Dehai shouted. Chong Beihai was stunned for a second when he saw the pure white cotton-like smoke coming out from under the Chanshui bathroom. His eyes suddenly widened. Run! He grabbed the female detective beside him and almost pulled her forward. Run! People from the 4 teams all ran after him. 50 meters away, beside a green belt, there were piles of plastic foam collected by waste pickers. Chong Beihai roared and almost threw the female detective next to him. Several people jumped and rushed to the back of the bubble, and the explosion sounded behind them. Pure white smoke, as bright as a burning white flame. The Chanshui bathhouse was reduced to fragments that filled the sky in the explosion, all wrapped in smoke. But the smoke is still rolling. Chong Beihai covered his mouth and nose. The drizzle in the sky suddenly turned into heavy rain, and strange strong winds appeared. A terrible gust of wind. A completely demonic wind. This demonic wind turned into a tornado, wrapping up the thick smoke generated by the heavy rain and explosion, and then rolled the debris and smoke straight into the sky like a puff of air. Chong Beihai's eyes widened as he watched the tornado move enchantingly in midair, and it actually rolled towards the sea. It's like God is helping to deal with the scene. Chong Beihai knew that the smoke contained a large amount of alkali poison and hydrogen. If the alkaline poisonous mist spreads nearby, the consequences would be disastrous. And if the hydrogen reacted by the chemical bomb just now encounters electric sparks and burns, the area within 100 meters will turn into H.L. Now! The horrifying smoke and debris have completely disappeared. And it is as if the Chanshui old bathroom did not exist in the first place. Even the foundations of the buildings were flat and exposed. Chong! Chong! Chong team? Lao Huang, the oldest and most stable member of the 4 teams, started to tremble. What? What should I do? What should I do? Chong Beihai licked his lips and touched his body. There was no smoke. Everyone else is now pale and dull. Chong Beihai rummaged through the trash cans in the green belt and found a relatively clean cigarette butt, which was under a cake box and not wet. Chong Beihai lit it up as if he had found a treasure, and took a deep sip. The sponge filter of the cigarette butt was burned. He exhaled bitter smoke. The explosion just now was a reaction between metallic cesium and heavy water. A high-power electric module was used to generate heavy water that was dropped into the prepared metallic cesium. The metallic cesium reacted violently with the heavy water and then exploded, generating hydrogen and alkaline poisonous fog. Chong Beihai said mechanically. Metal cesium is one of the most active elements in the periodic table. Lao Huang and Hong Dehai almost cried. Team Chong, what are you talking about? We have to save people. No matter what we save, everyone is gone. We can't even find a hair. So I have to figure out how to write a report. Chong Beihai said calmly. The irritable Chong Beihai, the tiger of 8 treasures, and the emperor of Minda Huang were actually so calm and alarming at this time. It's like a split personality. Wang Haiyan, the senior female detective in the 4th team and the one with the best marksmanship, was in shock. She glanced at Chong Beihai and was shocked. I've heard that Captain Chong is a lunatic. I also heard that he has schizophrenia and is often sent to mental hospitals. I didn't believe it before when I called, but now it seems real. Dozens of people from the task force of the Babao dismemberment case just turned into ashes and disappeared. Even the ashes may have been washed into the sea in the east. The microscopic model of the chamber was now shrouded in smoke. The model begins to burn, starting from Babao Old Street in the model world. The burning speed is amazing. But the ashes turned into by the burning began to beat strangely in the hexagonal room. The ashes from the burning of these models gathered and dispersed. slowly forming lines of writing. Fong Tang took a deep breath. Is this the signature left by the artist? Not just a signature, but a message with an explosion of information. Gamer, I don't know who you are, but please read the text below carefully. This is my tip for you as the game designer of this level. First of all, each set of models can only be changed once. You only have one chance to modify the model world, which is one chance to change the course of the game. Please note that the reason for designing this little Easter egg is because my dear mother felt that the level of the game I designed was too difficult. Secondly, each set of models is a hint. A hint that is crucial for you to complete the game. Third, clues to where the next group of models are located will appear when you find the shredded corpse brain. Hope you find your next set of models soon. At the bottom is the signature Fong Bei. Fong Bei? Bye. Is this name included in the Infinite Company database you obtained? Sorry, Master. There is no information about Fong Bei. Ryuki Temple. The autumn rain lingers with the fragrance of camellia. And I am busy playing chess pieces while sitting there. Wan Gui played with the sunspots in his hand and smiled. Zen Master Ling Jue couldn't land a white stone for a long time. And suddenly the white bullet flew away. I'll let you do this move. You can make more. Wan Gui almost spit out his tea with a sip. You old bald donkey. Is there any rule in this chess game about giving up pieces in the middle? Besides, I have surrounded you, the big dragon, and no matter how you try to rob me, it will be a dead end. If you give up pieces, I don't know how to play. Ling Jue, a little pride showed on the handsome face of the Zen master. So, sometimes abandoning a son is a strange move, Wan Gui exclaimed. The old monk is trying to provoke me. Fong Tang is indeed an abandoned son. Now he has indeed become the god's hand of the Hongming Pantheon. But the question is, who is controlling this abandoned son of his? Zen Master Ling Jue smiled and said nothing. Wan Gui's eyes trembled. You already know? Is it like what I guessed? That some artificial intelligence is behind the plan? Zen Master Ling Jue pursed his lips. Although it's not a hit, it's not far away. Xiao Yu's subtle twist after two people passed. Not a drop of rain fell on the chessboard. In the distance, in the direction of Babao Old Street, there was a roaring explosion. Chapter 283 Game Designer. Amidst the explosion at Babao Old Street bathhouse, the rain above Lingyi Temple turned into a water curtain, as if it was controlled by humans. This water curtain gathered and suddenly turned into a water polo. The crystal clear water ball floated in front of Wan Gui. A strange stream of light flashes on the surface of the water ball, reflecting a small world. But due to the refraction of the spherical surface, everything reflected inside is distorted. The water polo began to change, and a face slowly appeared on the crystal ball. The water is magical. The relief-like face on the water ball is constantly changing, and only the lips can be seen clearly. His lips were moving, and what he said was, I don't like others interfering with my level. Wan Gui popped out the chess piece in his hand angrily. Fong Bei. I know. The water ball was hit by the chess piece, destroyed and disappeared, and turned into another autumn rain. The climate around us is actually changing. The autumn rain turned into cold mist, covering the surrounding area. Frost is forming on the ground. This seemed like a small punishment. The two people playing chess frowned. Wan Gui shook his head and waved his sleeves. And then the cold wave disappeared. The surroundings were warm as spring. A breeze came again, and the bright moon was in the sky. Just across the street in Minhang District, there are two worlds. Ling Jue could see that the 5 areas of the Forbidden Game area were already covered with micron-level mechanical bugs. The diameter of a small particle of dust is about 10 microns. When 2.5 micron mechanical bugs hug together, a PM 2.5 particle is born. When hundreds of mechanical bugs come together and make full use of surrounding resources, a chess piece that can change the nearby climate is born. At this time, just around the chessboard in Lingyi Temple, there were 1 trillion micron mechanical insects. There's just so much they can do. Changing the climate is only the most primitive method of manipulation. For example, it absorbs nearby heat and turns it into a cold winter. For example, by gathering into layers, absorbing moist water particles, and rising to the top to form clouds, you can control a rain. For example, these mechanical bugs can easily cut raindrops and turn heavy rain into light rain, or knock the raindrops together, turning a drizzle into a torrential downpour. Create a tornado? Too easy. It would be much simpler to use these robotic bugs to extract materials and sculpt them into buildings, which can then be assembled together. But if the designer is not there, you still have to pay attention to dust prevention, especially when coloring the microscopic model world. You have to be even more careful. No one would believe the group of buildings Feng Bei left in the secret room. It only took less than an hour to complete. And most of the time is wasted on coloring. Because for some technical reasons, ink coloring must be done manually. Of course, micron mechanical bugs are far inferior to nanoparticle bugs. 1 micron is equal to 1,000 nanometers. To use an inappropriate metaphor, what designers can control is only 1,000th of the technology of a game chip. But if we say that the chips made by nanoparticle bugs can already represent godlike power, then a game designer who can possess 1,000th of the divine power is enough to be called a servant of God. Eva, who secretly saw the scene, was shocked. Is this what early games looked like? There is no need for the company's logistics department to handle the scene. The game designer can actually control the climate at will in the level. In the game scene, everything can be controlled by designers. Amon smiled. You should have seen Teacher Wan's ability in the meditation room with your own eyes. Right? Eva sighed. What I didn't expect was that Teacher Wan did not hide his abilities at all. Identity. Amon curled his lips. You are stupid again. This is the game scene designed by Teacher Wan. In the scene, he is like a god. Since he is a god, there is no need to hide anything. Eva seemed to have realized something. She has always had low self-esteem and felt like the stupidest one here. Not far away, the annoying little girl's voice came. Wan Gi. Those bugs that control you. Help me peel this pile of pine nuts. Soon, Xiaobai was heard chewing pine nuts. Voice. Teacher Wan and Zen Master Robot were still chatting in the frost. Seeing the scene just now, Master Lingjue smiled heartily. This Feng Bei is very interesting. Wan Gi was very embarrassed. He broke into our place and made such a joke. The old monk found it interesting. This is your provoking me. He stood up and looked in the direction of the explosion. That's the game scene of Feng Bei, an artist from Babail Old Street. There's no way Fong Tang, the abandoned sun, can pass that level. Zen Master Lingjue picked up the abandoned sun. The 8 of you have completely different ideas for designing game levels. And the levels you designed are also unique. I'm curious, as one of the 8 designers, codenamed Water Mist, what's unique about you? Wan Gui smiled leisurely. I am different from Feng Bei, who calls himself an artist. I prefer logical design ideas. Levels full of logical traps are beautiful. After all, I am an engineer, not an artist. Only artists can make those mysterious and useless game modes. Zen Master Lingjue smiled. The sad wind is indeed illogical. How can the wind be sad? But your idea of water mist doesn't quite fit your identity as an engineer. Right? Wan Gi tapped the chessboard with his finger. Why doesn't it fit in? Fog is made up of tiny water droplets. Water can turn into fog. And fog can condense and turn into water again. It's completely in line with scientific logic. What's wrong? Zen Master Lingjue shook his head. The best is like water. Water benefits all things without dispute. Water is invisible and can change with all things. All things return to one. All things return to one. All things return to one. Although you call yourself an engineer, you have the temperament of an artist. The Zen Master Machine also stood up. The incomplete leg still dragged on the ground without any worries. On the contrary, it was Feng Bei who carved a microscopic world with perfect ingenuity, with details accurate to the micron level. That is what engineers do. You two are interesting. Interesting, very good. Wan Gui smiled and said nothing. Zen Master Lingjue sighed again. Then, let me ask again. If Fong Tang really passes the mist pass you designed using my Lingy Temple as the scene, will you really hand over the patch? Wan Gi nodded immediately. This is my promise to my mentor Xia Yana. You can think of it as a contract. Once Fong Tang completes my level, I will immediately hand over the retrospective patch to the Hongming Pantheon. He pondered for a moment. He added, if Song Wanlan, the spokesperson of Lei Zhe Guild, completes the level, I will also give the patch to Lei Zhe Guild. These are the rules. They are real rules. Not garbage designed by the clown in the far north. Rules. Zen Master Lingjue shook his head. Zhulong is still very powerful. As the final weapon of the third apostle of Kunlun, Zhulong Shiling's basic ability is magnetic field energy control. It is not easy for him to use the magnetic field to maintain the game for so long. Wan Gi He ran. Low-end human magnetic field monitoring. Garbage electromagnetic energy satellite. As far as game scene processing is concerned, Zhulong lags far behind. It even uses human low-level technology to store and transmit data. I am speechless. Zen Master Lingjue still shook his head. It's hard for a clever woman to make a plan without straw. And Zhulong can't control basic particles, so he can only use those backward technologies. It is precisely because of those technical limitations that the game scenes of Infinite Challenge for the past 2 decades have been operated under the control of certain humans. But if the 3 major patches come together, the game will go back to the old version. The so-called completion plan and the so-called epic game update are going back to the old version. Master Lingju aside. Both Hongming and Lei Zhe understand this rule, so they chose spokespersons respectively. This is a meeting of 2 heroes. Although both Song Wanlan and Fong Tang can only be regarded as pawns in this infinite game, it is inevitable to go back to the old version. Wan Qi said. It will be difficult for Fong Tang and Song Wanlan to pass the Wind Pass. Even if they succeed, I have passed this level. And there is also the final Moon Pass. He said softly. Heaven and earth are windy and thundery. Water is volcanic and swampy. Among the 8 major game designers, there are engineers like me and artists like Feng Bei. But there is only one mind reader. The fire and moon are like mirrors, and the mirror reflects people's hearts. No human can pass the 3rd level. Our human souls are so fragile. Zen Master Lingjue listened silently, and suddenly asked, among the 8 major game designers, it is said that Apocalypse is the most powerful? Wan Gui with a flash of eyes. Yes, this is recognized by the 8 of us, and also recognized by my father and mother. I still remember the levels designed by Tianqi, and what my mother said when he made his first game plan evaluate. Zen Master Lingjue had already stood up respectfully. Mother, what do you think? Wan Qi was silent for a long time before slowly saying, Mother said at that time that it was an apocalypse. What you designed is not a game, but the end of the world. Chapter 284 Blind Girl in the Wind Amidst. The explosion at Babao Old Street Bathhouse. A jeep passed through the dilapidated streets and rushed out of control into the overgrown wasteland. This is the most remote place in Pujin, with only a smelly stagnant puddle in the wasteland. Half of the jeep sank into the stinking ditch, and then a gunshot was heard. After a long time, the rear door opened tremblingly, and Song Wanlan walked out covered in blood. Shut up. I told you to shut up. Song Wanlan gasped, with a weird smile on her face. Then she raised her head and looked at where the smoke was rising. There was a bit of firelight in the white smoke, and the general appearance could still be seen clearly in the dark night. The tornado appeared, and the white smoke over Babao Old Street quickly dissipated. That direction is. Song Wanlan's confused eyes regained their composure and looked into the distance in shock. That's the office of the Brainless Corpse Task Force at the crime scene in Babao Old Street. Ouyang Chong climbed out of the car little by little, resting his hands on the ground and shaking half of his head. The bullet passed through his chin and penetrated upward diagonally. Ouyang Chong's entire face turned into a blooming flower. The wounds were as hollow as petals, but the bone demon was still maintaining the structure of his vocal cords. His voice also became hoarse. It was you who decided where the task force would handle the case. Obviously, all of this was used by the artist. He must have designed the explosion in the game scene. Why? Song Wanlan almost knelt down. On the ground. The task force. The members he handpicked. Just like that. So all dead? Ouyang Chong's hoarse and vibrating vocal cords made a strange sound, because the game designer doesn't like too many players to participate. Even if the task force is composed of mortals, he will be very unhappy as long as he participates in the case. Song Wanlan trembled. Damn you, bastard. Ouyang Chong, who was possessed by the bone demon, let out a roaring and strange smile. This is a good thing. By doing this, the artist has admitted that you are qualified to participate in this game. The Colt large-caliber revolver in Song Wanlan's hand, the pistol was raised again. The silver revolver, codenamed Demonic Snake, has a strange seal inscription on the long and wide barrel. White bones bloom like flowers. This time, Song Wanlan held the handle of the gun with the 5 fingers of his right hand, and placed the thumb of his left hand on the trigger. The white jade-like fingernails shimmered on the trigger. Ouyang Chong stood up unsteadily, with blood dripping and his vocal cords vibrating. Before shooting, I want to tell you another good news. At the crime scene of the female body in Pujin, I designed a footprint, as well as a fingerprint and footprint. The fingerprints are all Fong Tang's. Using the collected biometrics of Fong Tang, false evidence was created and then placed at the crime scene. This is the last gift the bone demon gave to Song Wanlan. As long as you use it a little, these footprints and fingerprints are a perfect chain of evidence. You can even blame Fong Tang for the explosion in Babao Old Street. The voice gradually stabilized, but became extremely sharp. It would be very beneficial for you to let Fong Tang lose his identity as a criminal police officer and become a wanted criminal. Help us Lazy get the first patch. Then you will be ours. Great hero. You can have everything. Abilities that humans cannot imagine. I said. Shut up. The gunshot rang out again. This time it's a little different. The inscription on the silver barrel brightened, and a bullet with a strange gray light was fired from the muzzle. Ouyang Chong fell again. This bullet accurately hit the white bone fragment in his chin. The gray light bullet seemed to carry the power of annihilation, and the bone fragment trembled and cracked, splitting into two triangular-shaped fragments. Song Wanlon gasped for air, and suddenly gritted his teeth. The nail of his left thumb got stuck on the hot muzzle of the gun, and he pressed down hard. She stomped her feet in pain, bent over, and let out a low scream. All the bone-like nails fell off, but there was no trace of blood. Song Wanlon lifted up the black sweater and tore the shirt open with her hands and teeth. She wrapped the wound on her thumb, put away the gun, and gently wiped the blood off her face. She had completely calmed down, squatted down, and picked up the bullet casings on the ground, and then began to deal with the bullets on Ouyang Chong's body. Then he gently wiped away the traces left nearby, and finally opened the fuel tank cap of the Jeep. After a few minutes, a flame burst into flames. Among the bright flames, the explosion of the Jeep was soon heard. Song Wanlon had appeared at the intersection to the west of the wasteland. She was wearing a yellow linen coat, which was covered with oil stains, but it also covered the blood stains on her body. Identifying the direction, she quickly walked towards the shantytown area. Next to the smelly ditch, two triangular bone demon fragments were trying to get closer. Finally they met, and fine bone threads appeared and connected together, frantically absorbing raw materials from the flame-burning corpse of Ouyang Chong, and repairing the breaks. It can be seen that the broken part of the bone demon is filled with fine filamentous structures. If each structural bulge is enlarged, it is a complete neuron. This half-mechanical, half-biological super technology creates a parasitic bone. Bai Gu worked hard to recover. However, a figure walked over. This is a melancholy young man with long hair, glasses, and a thin build. I don't like others to interfere with my game scene, the melancholy boy said lightly, and with a snap of his fingers, the newly repaired bones cracked again. This time, it was almost completely shattered, leaving only a petal-shaped fragment. But it also lost its white jade-like brilliance. The young man turned around and left without even looking. Countless micron particles gathered around him. He suddenly stopped and looked up at a certain location. Spiral lines appeared on the thick glasses. The boy took off his glasses. In the direction of Minhang District Garbage Station, 20 million micron particles were lost. The boy pulled out a piece of hair and bounced it away. The hair decomposed in midair and turned into countless new mechanical insects. 20 million micron particles have been successfully replenished. After the young man left, the tarnished white bone fragments on the ground began to tremble. But it's not that it's moving, but a scarlet spider silk pulling, entangled, and then wrapped around it like lightning, like prey captured by a spider. The bone fragments were quickly dragged into the nest. The melancholy boy continued walking on the familiar streets. Occasionally he would pause, leaving a hair or a drop of blood dripping from his fingertip. Micromechanical bugs are the same size as cells. Sometimes artists think like engineers. He will regard each micron particle as a cell that he can command. There are 50 million red blood cells in a drop of human blood. There are 20 million epithelial cells in a hair. The game scene of Wind Case is very strong, and the boy only needs a dozen hairs a day to repair the damage. Besides, he has a normal human metabolism. It is a genius design to use the waste products eliminated by metabolism to create and replenish damaged micron particles to firmly control your own game scene. For Feng Bei, he no longer needs to excrete, because the micron mechanical bug can extract the energy it needs from the surrounding environmental materials at any time and send it directly into the body without the heavy work of the digestive system. But Feng Bei still went to the toilet, because he has always felt that as a human being, it is bad not to go to the toilet. The melancholy boy had arrived in front of a group of low houses. The surrounding micron particles followed his will and completely enveloped him. Every micron particle reflects the surrounding light. The young man had completely escaped into the darkness. He stood here. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened with a creak. A blind girl wearing sunglasses came out. The eyes under the sunglasses were gray. The girl looked about 16 or 17 years old, walking slowly on the road. Millions of micron mechanical bugs began to gather and then vibrated. It blew over the blind girl's forehead like the wind, blowing up her long hair. The blind girl's ears moved, as if being directed by the wind. She walked faster and faster. The boy in the darkness followed her. Chapter 285 Chonbai. The blind girl walked into a tea house in Pujin. The tea house has a great name, Baishan Ishui Fragrance. It is said to be a tea room. But in fact, in the early morning, this place will be filled with gamblers. Now, it's not yet the opening time, and there's not a single customer in the tea room. The lazy waiter seemed to know the girl. When he saw her come in, he jumped up and poured her a cup of the best spring tea here. The girl smiled. I'm waiting for someone. Please get some snacks. The waiter hurriedly got a whole pot of good tea, and then brought melon seeds, preserved fruits, and several plates of snacks, all of which were the best in the tea room. The girl waited quietly. Soon, a man in a suit walked in, carrying a bag, chewing gum, and having an artistic hairstyle. The man in the suit sat down, pushed the tea aside, and took out a pack of cigarettes, smoking unscrupulously. The man in the suit glanced at the blind woman and took out a document from his bag. Are you the producer of Mengshao Company? The blind woman coughed in a low voice. Well, we introduced each other on the phone. I'm very busy, so I'll tell you the results directly. Mengshao Culture is also considered a first-class entertainment production company in Shanghai, and has cooperated with all major TV stations. The producer opened the file. For this song you wrote? Let's talk about the lyrics first. I am more direct. Thinking about the wind is not a meeting, but carrying sadness on my back. The sad wind. The sadness of the wind. Producer, he snorted disdainfully. Look at these lyrics. Saying ancient style is not ancient style. Saying popular style is not popular. And it doesn't have any hit elements. It's a saliva song. But it's not catchy. The producer puffed. Out smoke rings. You are blind, which is a selling point. And your musical literacy is very good, and you can compose music, which is another selling point. Now the record industry is in a slump. But you have these selling points. As long as we create a miserable background story, and then go to Huaxia. The voice. So poorly. And I will definitely debut at the C position. The producer was already excited. Don't even think about the record selling well. Any record that can sell well these days is not based on the story behind it. You have to follow the path of the blind girl. To make people pity. I will find the best lyricist to help you create a single. I guarantee that it will definitely be a hit. The girl shook her head and interrupted him. This song was written by a friend of mine. I want to use his words. The producer frowned, then sneered and picked up the teacup in front of him. A cup of herbal tea was thrown into the girl's face. Do you know what this feels like? This is the feeling of ideals extinguished. The producer held his hands on the table. I will extinguish your innocence today. But it is better than the market throwing cold water on you later. The girl trembled and wiped her face. After getting into the water, he stood up tremblingly, got up and ran out. Although she is blind, she seems to have someone guiding her when she walks. The producer frowned. Damn it. Are you a fake blind man? Looking at this shabby tea room again. It's really unlucky to travel all the way to a shabby place like Minda Huang. He was still muttering. Behind him was a sharp pain. The feeling of having boiling water poured directly on your body is not something that most people can bear. The producer screamed and jumped, turned around and saw the waiter in the tea room, who was holding a kettle and smiling evilly. What are you going to do? The door of the tea room was closed, and 3 men in vests came out from behind gloomily, including the waiter. For people blocked the producer. The producer looked at the 3 strong men in black vests, especially the weird tattoos on their bodies. He swallowed, endured the pain and smiled to apologize. I'll pay for it right away. Pay for it right away. No need. Brother. You'll pay for it. We're Big Mrs. Customer. We don't need any money. The waiter held him down. Hearing footsteps, an old man wearing a white gown came out. He was in great spirits, and the knotted buttons on his long white gown were spotless. On the left side of the old-fashioned gown, there was also the word, Chonbai, written on it, and the old man's eyes were even more frighteningly bright. As he moved around, his black pupils seemed to be flashing with light. The old man cupped his fists and smiled, speaking in a Canto accent. I'm offended. The producer was already dumbfounded. Is this a crew filming an outdoor scene? But then, the old man stepped forward and punched him in the mouth. The producer shivered in pain, and all his broken teeth spurted out. Brother, do you dare to splash water all over my granddaughter? The old man raised his eyes. Have you ever heard of our Chonbai Club in Pujin? The producer had never heard of this before, and he screamed and shook his head. the old man exclaimed. Just give this brother a heads up. The waiter responded crisply. And the two men in vests took out a set of tattoo tools. Not long after, the producer had 4 characters tattooed on his face. 2 of the big characters said, Turtle Son. And the 2 small characters said, Chombai. The old man smiled again. Give this brother another good hat. With a splash, green paint poured on the producer's head. The door is open again. The producer was wearing green paint, jumping on his feet, and touching his mobile phone tremblingly. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. What the hell is this place? They are all gangsters. While still touching his mobile phone, his whole body suddenly became stiff. He stood up and was pulled into the alley with a swish sound as if he was being pulled by a rope. The producer looked up and saw the thin, melancholy boy. Are the lyrics I wrote really that bad? Fong Bei leaned over and looked at him. Do you have taste? He shook his fingers gently, and the micron particles pulled the producer and disappeared deep into the alley. Inside the tea room, the old man from Chombai Club had already sat down, but he asked coldly, You haven't found that boy Wang Donghai yet? The waiter bowed. Master Du, Wang Donghai seems to have been trapped by a pyramid scheme. The old man was stunned. Who is so bold? You dare to engage in pyramid schemes in Mindahuang? Which of the brothers from the 4 gangs and 3 societies doesn't hate pyramid schemes the most? The waiter said, Hey, what kind of human brain mining organization is this? The old man slapped the table. This is all in what age are there still people digging black mines? Is there no rule of law anymore? The waiter was embarrassed. Master Du, it's not mining coal. It's mining Bitcoin. You don't understand that. The old man said. Send someone to find it again. This bastard Wang Donghai has the account books of our Chombai Club. The waiter immediately lowered his voice. It's just a small USB flash drive, which can be destroyed remotely. The old man scratched his head. It can't be destroyed. I can't remember those business transactions. He shook his head again. Is there any news that Wang Donghai can't find that Korean girl? The waiter reported again. Jean Jingyan disappeared after getting off the plane, but she must have been last seen in our area of Pujin. She seems to be in the big shanty. The old man's eyes flashed. Isn't there a case in the big shanty? The waiter leaned into his ear. The place is sealed. Brothers can't find out the news. We can't tell for sure. That bitch has really been killed. The old man stood up suddenly. Check. Find out for me who is behind our Chombai Club. The men left in a hurry. The old man drank tea and said to the waiter, Celia's parents passed away early. I am just a granddaughter. If she comes up with any record, just give it to me and find a more reliable company. The waiter said. Bow away. The old man took out his cell phone and slowly dialed the number. Didn't get through. He frowned and tapped the screen with his finger. After operating for a long time, I finally entered the voice message. The old man snorted. Sun Xiang. Secretary Sun. Won't you answer my call? I can tell you clearly. I could beat you back then. But now I can beat you to the point where your mother won't even recognize you. Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you clearly. Explain the case in the shanty clearly. I want to know who the dead person is inside. After hanging up the phone, yawning, the old man stretched his arms and made a strange clicking sound all over his body. He dozed off. At this time, the melancholy boy appeared silently. Fong Bei looked carefully at the old man, who was napping with squinted eyes. These eyes are really good. Chapter 286 Wanted Criminal. In the alley behind Chombai Tea House in Putown, there was a wind blowing in the darkness. There was an indescribable strange smell in the wind. It seems like the flavors of barbecue and alkali powder are fused together. Then clatter. A rain of flesh and blood fragments fell down. The motionless producer twitched and looked at the falling blood clots and building debris in horror. The melancholy boy looked at him with a smile. In midair, wrapped in the wind composed of some kind of particles, there were actually 2 severed legs spinning. The severed leg fell straight onto the producer's chest. He wanted to vomit and scream, but it was like he was in a nightmare, still unable to move. This must be a nightmare. Yes, it's a dream. Ha ha, it's a dream. The producer fainted with a weird expression. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up leisurely. When he opened his eyes, he could no longer see the strange boy just now. Did you wake up from a dream? But there was still a burning pain on his back, and the stinging pain from the tattoo was still on his face. And my chest feels tight. The producer trembled and touched his chest. Then he let out a roaring scream. A pair of feet just grew on the chest. The smooth cross-section of the severed foot fit perfectly with his skin, as if it was one and the same. The producer was vomiting, screaming, and crying in the alley. After a long time, he finally calmed down. "It's okay. Find a surgeon and cut it off." "Yes, cut it off right away." With a whoosh, he cried again, so sadly. He stood up tremblingly and used his coat to cover the deformity on his chest. Those fat feet looked like they belonged to a man. And they belonged to an old man. Just thinking about it made me sick. Feng Bei, a melancholic young man, walked slowly on the streets at night. He seemed to be in a good mood. He returned to the low house. With a creak, a certain window opened. The next moment, Feng Bei appeared in front of the window. The girl wearing sunglasses stretched out her hand, and Feng Bei took it. "Don't say you're sorry." But the girl still whispered, "I'm sorry. They don't understand your words." When Feng Bei left the hut, a mist appeared in front of him. Water and mist form a face. That's the ultimate smile. The smile was a bit sarcastic, and the lips were moving. You can tell from the lip reading that this face is saying, "This girl is your biggest weakness. As a game designer, this kind of bug must not appear in your own game scene. Ha ha. If you are attacked by those two players after discovering this girl, your well-designed game can be." With a stabbing sound, the surrounding micron particles turned into a long sword and directly chopped the water ball into pieces. Feng snorted sadly. As an artist, he really didn't understand the way that Xuewu guy thought. I remember when Xuewu first learned to use micron particles and displayed its energy metabolism ability. The guy who called himself an engineer immediately thought of outer space exploration, possessing the energy metabolism ability of micron particles. Even if the body is exposed to the universe, it can still use micron particles to absorb the surrounding energy to maintain the division of cells in the body. Humans will no longer age and are no longer afraid of cosmic rays. But why are fathers and mothers still unwilling to carry out large-scale outer space exploration? Why are we still designing boring and monotonous games on this small planet? Xuewu soon understood. When leaving something, all particles will lose their function, just like dead cells or dry sand. Leaving the Earth, we are just a computer without a power supply. We have powerful hardware and systems, but we cannot start up and run. Engineer Xuewu's sad words still seemed to echo in his ears. At that time, Feng Bei had to remind him. We still lack CPU, and our body hardware still needs many years of tempering. As for those systems, let's call them exercises. They are incomplete. Hua, you, who had been sitting next to him drinking, was laugh. There was ridicule in the laughter. Feng Bei, don't talk to that guy Xuewu. I can see deep in his heart that he actually doesn't want to leave the Earth. This guy's outer space exploration plan is just a show. Mother saw it. After the memory ended, Feng Bei looked in the direction of the big shanty. Song Wanlan was wrapped in a yellow coat and staggered into the secret room of the large shanty. Fong Tang was still standing there. Are you still here? You know what's over at Babao Old Street? I know. The scene of the corpse dismemberment case and the task force were blown away. Fong Tang didn't look back. He was still looking at something. Song Wanlan took a breath and followed his line of sight. It's those isolation gowns stained with ink. Fong Tang seemed to have a keen interest in these isolation gowns. Fong Tang! And the scene of the female body in Pujin. And the footprints inside. Fong Tang interrupted her again. I know that was a trap set by Ouyang Cheng. He pretended to be frightened by the corpse and replaced the evidence with me. My fingerprints were also left on the tea bag label found under the woman's neck. Song Wanlan was silent for a moment. Fong Tang turned around. Director Song, the case we are going to handle now is very special and is exquisitely designed. Song Wanlan lowered his head. My head is in chaos now, and I don't know how to start. Fong Tang smiled. Available clues there are too many. Let's just talk about the tea bag. That kind of tea is not ordinary. It is imported British Downton black tea. The best. There are not many tea houses in Pujin. So if you search one by one, you will find clues immediately. Song Wanlan frowned. Then let's go now. Fong Tang waved his hand. Let me ask you a question first. What is the most difficult type of case in the world? Song Wanlan pondered for a while. Mobile random homicide cases. Yes. There is no motive. The murderer is not a local. He may be a truck driver or a tourist. He directly killed a stranger on impulse or for other reasons. If the murderer is cautious enough and cleans up the scene a little, it would be really difficult. Find him? Song Wanlan nodded. The best cases are those that have been planned for many days and carefully arranged the scene. Long planning time and carefully arranged mysteries will leave more clues. Fong Tang at this time. He smiled lightly. The case we are encountering now belongs to the second type. So there are clues everywhere. And there are so many that we don't know how to start. After Fong Tang analyzed it like this, Song Wenlan's eyes gradually became clear. She cheered up. Yes, this is actually easy to handle. Let's just follow the clues and find it. Then, start from the first case and start from the beginning. Fong Tang said coldly. Start from the case of the 8 treasures dismembered corpses. Song Wenlan lowered her head and bit her nails subconsciously. The fragments of the bandaged shirt on her left hand fell down, and the new white bones and nails were crystal clear. She bit it and found it after biting for a long time. Like maggots attached to bones. Every time she breaks, smashes, burns, or bites off the white bone nails that reappear, a curse follows her. She closed her eyes in pain and turned her head. After a long time, she came back to her senses. The scene of the Babao dismemberment case has been completely destroyed. Even the information of the task force is gone. How do we start? That is not a problem. I can restore the scene 100%. Fong Tang said calmly. Tell me first, what is the name of the victim in the Babao corpse case? I only saw victim 1 on the briefing. Well, the victim's full name is Wang Donghai. Accountant and computer. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in chemistry and worked as an accountant for 3 years. His parents came to Fujian from other places to work and died in a car accident 4 years ago. It happened to be the year Wang Donghai graduated. According to the investigation, he still has many relatives in his hometown in Chonbai, Guangdong, but they have no more contact. Wang Donghai's college graduation thesis was about virtual currency. He is very familiar with electronic currencies such as Bitcoin. In addition, he also has a girlfriend. He broke up with her in the 2nd year of work. His girlfriend has been unable to contact her. After investigation, it was found that his girlfriend was still working as a waiter in a certain tea house 2 months ago. What tea house? Fong Tang asked immediately. It hasn't been found out yet. Song Wenlan bit her nails. You don't understand the situation here. Fujian is full of underground tea houses, which are actually casinos. They are all controlled by an organization called the Chonbai Club. These tea houses do not have any. It is very difficult to investigate if it is filed. Fong Tang was silent for a moment and suddenly held her left hand on Song Wenlan's white bone nails. An invisible bone thread popped out nervously. Fong Tang didn't seem to notice and just held the woman's hand. Come, look at these isolation gowns. Song Wenlan frowned and looked at it. Did you see it? What? Those metal particles stuck to the ink. Song Wenlan broke away from his left hand, biting his nails, and immediately saw it clearly. She was silent. And just as she was about to say something, her phone vibrated crazily. Fong Tang's cell phone was also vibrating. The two took out their mobile phones and looked at the photos that popped up on the screen. It was a large photo of Fong Tang and Song Wenlan. Very clear. Under the photo is the Ministry of Public Security's #1 wanted order, released in real time by news media across the city. Chapter 287 Game Strategy. The autumn rain turned into heavy rain again. Fong Tang was carrying a big leather bag, holding Song Wenlan's hand, and suddenly burst into laughter in the heavy rain. Are you still in the mood to laugh? Song Wenlan shouted hoarsely. I just find it funny that we are so valuable. Fong Tang smiled. A bounty of 4.62 million is rare in China. Actually, this is the largest bounty in history. Song Wenlan laughed at herself. She didn't know why now so easy. It seems that being with Fong Tang makes me feel much more stable. The man suddenly stopped. For 0.62 million. What's wrong with this number? Fong Tang pulled her to stand under the eaves. In the closed ramen restaurant, there was a faint smell of beef. I have to think about it carefully. This bounty is a bit interesting. Fong Tang reached out and pressed on the rolling shutter door. A strange electric spark flashed, and the electric rolling shutter door rose automatically. What are you doing? Song Wenlan was shocked. The wanted criminal is hungry now and wants to eat something. Fong Tang easily opened the glass door lock and pulled Song Wenlan in. In the Lanzhou beef noodle shop, there is only 1 pot of warm beef, and the dough has not yet risen. After taking out the beef, Fong Tang leisurely made 2 more bowls of noodles. Song Wenlan simply sat down and smiled bitterly. We can be regarded as desperate Mandarin ducks. Fong Tang tore open the beef and ate it. Where do the domestic police bounties come from? Song Wenlan only ate the noodles. Financial affairs, the money and bounties are all included in the financial budget in advance. What's wrong? Is it possible that a company sponsors this wanted arrest? Song Wenlan put down his chopsticks. It's not impossible. For example, major economic criminals, those who have been absconding for many years, have been victims. The company will also spend money to increase the reward. Fong Tang smiled. Then we have to study the reward order for us. Song Wulan frowned and looked at the mobile phone he took out. You know, the technical department, our mobile phones may be traced. She smashed her mobile phones in the secret room. Fong Tang hesitantly said, my mobile phone is different. Then he looked at the official document of the wanted order. The prime suspect in the Babao bombing case, Song Wulan, has professional counter-reconnaissance capabilities and may possess dangerous weapons. The prime suspect in the Pujan female corpse case, Fong Tang, is an extremely dangerous person. This contact information is interesting. Fong Tang showed Song Wulan his cell phone. Song Wulan recognized two of them. One is the emergency number of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Ministry of Public Security, and the other is the dedicated hotline number of the Criminal Police Brigade of Shanghai. What is the third one? It's a private mobile phone number. Fong Tang dialed the number directly. Song Wulan was shocked. You are looking for death. Don't worry. No one can monitor my mobile phone line. The call was connected immediately. Boss, you are going to die this time, and none of us can help you. Yang Tuchi's voice immediately came over the phone. Fong Tang asked, for 62 is the balance of the ICE Royal Family Guild's account. How do you know this number? Boss, do you still care about this? Where you are has been buzzed by. Buzz? Buzz? Yang Tuchi's, the voice was strangely cut off. Everyone can't. Buzz. Boss, I'm using Signal. There was a click, and a triangular exclamation mark popped up on the phone. Fong Tang hung up the phone, waited for a while, and dialed again. Mouse, don't say anything about the game. I understand. Boss, what do you need now? Cash? The more the better. How can I give you money? Alice has a way. The phone hangs up. Fong Tang looked down at his phone. Bai has already dealt with the phone. And now there are more than 200 missed calls. 45 from Chang'an Hotel. Comes from one food stall on Haizhou Road. Article 102 from the 4th Criminal Police Team. As soon as it gets dark, we can't move outside. We go out at night and have to hide temporarily during the day. Song Wulan whispered, I know those police are no match for you. But if we want to successfully investigate the case now, we can't. I understand. This is a game for both of us. The designer, the artist, is making it more difficult and creating obstacles for us. We cannot conflict with the police. Song Wulan raised his head. Over there with the 4th team. Do you believe me or not? Fong Tang shaking his head. Even if they are willing to believe that once I see Ouyang Chang's body, they will become the most eager person to hunt us down. The deep feelings between the 4 teams cannot be shaken by Fong Tang, a newcomer. I believe that the tragic body of Ouyang Chang has been placed in the morgue now. For the 4th team, it is a bitter hatred. Song Wulan bit her nails, and her body was shaking. Fong Tang glanced at her. I know it wasn't Ouyang Chang. What you killed was just a monster. But you can't explain it to anyone. This is not a matter of game rules. That basic rule is no longer valid. He said quietly, Really smart game designers will not use rigid rules to control the scene. They will make the players consciously abide by the rules of the game scene. Obviously, Fong Bei is at this level. The two left the ramen restaurant. Fong Tang quickly walked towards the south, towards the Suzhou River. Song Wulan chased after him. What are you going to do again? Take a test. The two came to the bridge of Suzhou River one after another. At this time, we were standing at the border of Pujan, crossed the bridge, and left Minhang district. Fong Tang was silent for a moment and raised his feet. The night air suddenly started to flow, as if countless particles were gathering and turning into some kind of transparent crystal. Fong Tang's body was pressed against a wall. Song Wulan took a deep breath and rushed forward. Her body also hit the transparent wall. Air wall! Fong Tang smiled bitterly. It seems that my test is meaningful. We are now imprisoned in the game scene, which may be 5 areas north of the Suzhou River. Not only that, the wall also exists for players outside. Song Wulan sighed. I didn't expect to encounter an air wall in reality. I thought it only existed in video games. In video games, due to the limitations of the game engine, an object with a collision volume can be transparent. But because the coverage of the game texture cannot reach absolute freedom, players or vehicles will be blocked, unable to pass, or even stuck somewhere unable to move. Song Wulan has played games and understands this thing. But what she didn't understand was How do you know that players outside can't come in? Fong Tang glanced at her and said, in a sense, you are not a player. So you can't explain it. Song Wenlon bit her lip, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything. The two took advantage of the darkness to continue looking for a place to stay. Before dawn, they must find a room that is secluded enough. Fong Tang walked in front, sighing consciously and saying goodbye. She still didn't tell the truth. There is still a chance. Yes, Master. All her actions are still possible as a game strategy. Deliberately, kill the bone demon and join you. But he never mentioned the competition. There is a 50% probability that Song Wenlon is using a strategy to gain your trust. Fong Tang walked slowly, feeling very dissatisfied in his mind. Bye. Do you think all the players and the guild think that I am a gullible person? Bai's consciousness smiled. Isn't this obvious? You seem to have a very bad reputation on the forum. Many people left messages saying that you are running a harem. Nonsense. Fong Tang's consciousness sneered. Then Master. Now we have started the game seriously. What is your strategy? Fong Tang's consciousness replied in a deep voice. My strategy is to do whatever I want. No matter what the outcome of the game is. The only way is to improve my basic attributes. The most direct. With his consciousness withdrawing, Fong Tang used his gluttonous devouring ability for the 98th time. The surrounding micron particles panicked and wanted to escape, but they were still ruthlessly devoured, and then crazily transformed by the yin-yang archaea. The transformed energy hit Fong Tang's genetic chromosomes again and again. Basic strength increased to 6.0. Basic agility increased to 6.0. Basic physical fitness increased to 6.0. 666. In the direction of Sifang Street, Pujin. 10 billion 20 million micron particles were lost. In the direction of Sifang Street, Pujin. 7.02 billion micron particles were lost. A total loss of 1.8 trillion micron particles. In the direction of Sifang Street, can only maintain the existence of the air wall, and needs to be replenished immediately. Somewhere in Pujin, the melancholic young man touched his bald head and finally couldn't help but spat. Damn it! Fong Tang! You bastard! Chapter 288 New Identity. The heavy rain started from Fuqiang Street. In the north of Pujin, the change turned into a steady drizzle again. It is already 2 o'clock in the morning on the 20th, and the sun will rise in 4 hours. Fong Tang walked through the alleys of Fuqiang Street, followed by Song Wenlon, who gasped, You are very familiar with this place. Fong Tang stopped and looked at Jinchi Street outside the alley. After passing this, the street is Babao Old Town, and the entire Babao Old Street runs through the town. After passing Babao Old Street, and a little further north from the exit of Metro Line 5, you will find the blocked northern border. This is the northern border of the restricted area. Famous garbage dump. This shabby place where garbage is piled up is very interesting. In theory it belongs to Putua District, but in fact it is a garbage disposal place in Minhang. People in Babao Old Street say that the garbage station is the toilet of Mindawang. The residents in Putua are eager to get rid of the garbage station as soon as possible. Song Wenlon wrapped her dirty coat tightly. The blocked area has Liuli Bridge in Dongjin on the east, Laohiku in Xingzhuang on the west, and the small park in the central square of the old concession on the south. You have mentioned these several times. You have to remember all the boundaries. We are trapped in this game scene. The first thing we must be familiar with is the scene map, Fong Tang said, directly pushing open a fence door on the left. Song Wenlon was a little surprised. This is a residential house. This is a rental house in an old alley. The people living in it went on a trip, Fong Tang said directly. Song Wenlon frowned and followed him in. As expected, there was no one there. But Fong Tang was familiar with the road, breaking down the door and unlocking it, as if he was in a deserted place. In the middle room, there are rice cookers, various recliners, and 2 computers. Fong Tang walked gently into the room on the right, and came out shortly after pulling a large travel bag. Song Wenlon was completely confused. Even if you want to collect usable escape materials, you don't want to use it in such a useless place. Fong Tang smiled, opened the travel bag, and immediately revealed a tattoo machine, power supply, hook line, needles, tattoo ink, and various care tapes. I'm just here to get tattoo equipment. Fong Tang pulled her out and said, This is an underground tattoo shop. The manager went on a trip with someone and won't be back for a week. Song Wenlon couldn't help but look back. After a quick glance, the door lock had returned to its original state. How did he manage to clean up all the traces in such a short period of time? After leaving this old alley, Lights suddenly turned on in the houses in the distance, and dogs barking could be heard. There are more cars on the road. The search operation has begun. They didn't even dispatch police cars. They all used private cars. Song Wanlon took Fong Tang and hid behind the telephone pole. Don't worry. I know their operation procedures well. I will do it myself. I have commanded at least 3 such large-scale undercover operations. The so-called undercover operation is a bottom-up investigation-style arrest operation in a closed area without alerting the media and residents. Song Wanlon knew very well that as Asia's leading super city and the economic center of China, Magic City had an extraordinary status, and any large-scale arrests would never be easily carried out here. The armed police will not enter easily. The media will guide public opinion and place their hopes on a large bounty. In fact, we can easily solve this problem. When Fong Tang heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt her. You want to cause riots? Yes, a huge riot. Of course, I will not hurt innocent people. As long as the riot expands, their actions will have to escalate. And maybe the army will come. By then the whole world will notice this place. Let alone the media. Do they still dare to use the air wall in front of the media? Song Wanlon was very confident and blinked. Fong Tang said coldly, in that case, our game will completely fail. So what if the game fails? Song Wanlon bit her nails and asked. Fong Tang was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Song Wanlon is not a player. She has no concept of game failure. So she can think outside the player's mind and do things that players can't do. Maybe this is why Lei Zai's bones came to her. As for myself, I don't know if there are any more punishments in the game now. But subconsciously, Fong Tang never thought about what would happen if the game failed. He recovered his mind and whispered, I am still a criminal policeman now, and I still have to solve cases. Song Wanlon was surprised. Are you kidding me? Fong Tang smiled faintly. I made a promise. This time, I will not only win in the game. In reality, we also have to wash away our grievances. He stood up, walked around the telephone pole, and entered an alley again. Song Wanlon followed helplessly, and this time Fong Tang took her to a shop at the corner of the street. He broke the lock with the same familiarity and turned off the alarm and camera. All the clothes sold here are rough knockoff brands. After Fong Tang found a black skull vest, he immediately took her away. So quickly, while cleaning up the traces, I looked for a shop selling clothes. Fong Tang seems to have determined what kind of clothing is needed. He opened 2 stores and left without taking anything. Finally, I got a washed white skirt in the courtyard of a B&B. Next, there is the baseball jacket. The man even cares about the English letters on it. It must be a black jacket with the letters love on it. When he found a pair of black and gold high heels, Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost there. Song Wanlon shook his head. These clothes don't suit me. If you want to disguise yourself, you can't choose this trendy brand. It's too eye-catching. It will come in handy later. You will thank me then. Fong Tang smiled lightly, continuing to walk through, like a mouse in a small waterway, avoiding the crowds and lights. Song Wanlon dragged his suitcase in the streets and alleys of Fujian and watched the man get another bag of cement and a small bucket of industrial wax oil to prevent odor. Activated carbon. When the man dug out a roll of plastic sheeting in the trash can, Song Wanlon suddenly became horrified. Cement, wax oil, anti-odor charcoal, plastic sheeting. Damn. These are all used to dispose of corpses. Could he be trying to kill me? And then hide the body? Song Wanlon bit her nails and trembled. Fong Tang turned his head. In the drizzle of the dark night, his eyes were terribly bright. Why are you panicking? We are about to change to a new identity. Cheer up. New identity? Well, follow me. Come. At this time, what appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes was an exquisite model building. A complete model building left by the artist. After bias conscious processing, these architectural models, combined with the map database publicly available on the internet, have turned into a 3-dimensional map. Perfect and detailed 3-dimensional map. On the map model, every room is marked in white, and Fong Tang and Song Wanlon are just 2 light spots on the model map. Now, more than a dozen architectural light spots on the map are still flashing. The light spot on the rental house on Fujiang Street that I just entered was a piece of data. If you look closely, you can see that the information comes entirely from the internet on tattoo shop on Fujiang Street, an unlicensed underground tattoo shop. And there are 27 advertisements for tattoo shops on the Fujian local website forum. The following is the information collected by Store manager On's latest Weibo shows that he took his employees to travel to Shenzhen City 2 days ago to learn about the intrusion. The customer information on the ticket discount system shows that On's reservation is 6 Queens return ticket. It is precisely because of this perfect three-dimensional map and the information provided by Buy at any time that Fong Tang can easily find what he needs. Master, turn left. Number 12 Jinshi Street. Basement of Residence 108. Final destination. Fong Tang pulled Song Wenlon and quickly entered number 12 West Street. After finding room 108, he entered through the window and then went straight into the kitchen. A wooden board covered in oil was lifted, and the entrance to the basement appeared. Song Wenlon's nose moved. This smell. It's the smell of corpses. The young couple below have been dead for almost a week. Fong Tang blinked, and data appeared on his retina. Chapter 289 Lu Xiao. Magic City. Number 12 West Street. Pujan. Residential number 108. The decomposition of the 2 bodies in the basement was not serious because the temperature here was extremely low and the thick wallpaper in the basement made it extremely dry. Song Wenlon found a pair of gloves in the kitchen, put them on, then came down and carefully inspected the body. There were cuts on the wrists of the female corpse, 3 on the left wrist and 4 on the right wrist. It is estimated that the time of death was 3 to 7 days. Is this a ring in the female corpse's mouth? The cause of death of the male corpse was closed skull injury. Song Wenlon picked it up with a toothpick. He picked up the shriveled plastic bag on the man's body. Strange. Turned around to look, only to find that Fong Tang was searching for things in the basement. You? Song Wenlon was annoyed. Don't destroy the scene. They committed suicide. Fong Tang had already found the corpse's cell phone, handbag, wallet, and keys. When the phone is connected to the charger, it always maintains 100% power. It is precisely because of this that Fong Tang was able to obtain all the data of the 2 deceased people outside. Song Wenlon instinctively began to analyze. The female corpse does have clear scars of slit wrists, but the male corpse suffered a heavy blow to the brain, and the characteristics of a closed skull injury are very obvious. This may be a murder. Fong Tang shook his head. Chen Lu was in great pain when she died, because of her special constitution and high platelet coagulation. She chose to cut her wrists. Li Xiao kept cutting her wrists until Chen Lu lost her vital signs, then put a plastic bag over her head to prepare suicide. At this point, Fong Tang was silent for a moment. But something unexpected happened. Li Xiao couldn't bear the pain of suffocation with the plastic bag. He was afraid and didn't want to die, so he jumped up. He walked to Song Wenlon, who was in a daze, in front of him. Fong Tang continued. Li Xiao went to grab the plastic bag with his left hand, but stepped on his girlfriend's blood with his right foot. After losing his balance, his head hit the ground sideways. He staggered up and sat back on the chair. The skull injury and severe pain caused him to lose consciousness. In this way, the plastic bag worked, and he finally suffocated to death. Song Wenlon took the deceased's mobile phone, turned on the rear flash, looked at the bloody footprints on the ground, and then seeing the blood stains on the shoes of the male corpse. I was extremely shocked. You? How do you know this? You didn't even look at the body, as if you had witnessed it with your own eyes. At this point, Song Wenlon blinked. Even if you are a genius detective, what is the name of this victim? Do you know? Fong Tang handed over the wallet he found. The ID cards and everything are here. After saying that, he pointed to the laptop on the small table opposite. The camera is always on, and the whole process is recorded. It's down. Song Wenlon slapped her forehead speechlessly. I'm so stupid. She quickly opened the laptop, and sure enough, it was always connected to the power supply, and the front camera continued to be on. It was already 159 hours of recording time. The laptop, a red message appears on the computer's hard drive, indicating that the capacity is insufficient. But the scene of the 2 committing suicide was from the first 2 hours of the video, so it was saved. Song Wenlon opened the video as usual and began to check the circumstances of the 2 suicides. Fong Tang looked at the 2 corpses. In front of his eyes, countless data are flowing and converging. The scarlet spider silk extended to the tops of the 2 corpses. The brains had been dead for too long and the memories that could be devoured were almost zero. But several flashbacks still appeared. When Li Xiao and Chen Lu bought this little love nest, they probably never thought that their lives and dreams would end in this dry and cold basement. A string of data appeared, coming from Li Xiao's blog. In this era, few people write blogs anymore. But Li Xiao still likes to write diaries online. Get married at 28 and have your first child at 30. Preferably a daughter. Take Lu to Paris. I want to take her to see the real Paris fashion show. As a UI designer, Li Xiao has a generous income. As a fashion model, Chen Lu has a lot of savings. If they hadn't joined the human brain mining wealth plan of the God of Wealth Society and invested all their savings in that bottomless pit, the two 27-year-olds might have gotten married next spring. At this moment, through the data extracted by Bai from the internet and their mobile phones, the lives of the two deceased people were completely displayed in front of Fong Tang. In the recording from the door camera, Li Xiao kissed Chen Lu. There were 689 photos on the phone. All of them together. Master, the photos have been arranged according to time and place. I have arranged the life trajectories of the two of them, through their frequent visits to 4 restaurants and their ordering records. The eating habits of the two have been calculated. Here are the shopping habits. And then the personality. It is sufficient to analyze the data we obtained. China Internet's protection of privacy is the most fragile. But no matter how well the secret is kept, it is useless in front of Bai. Add the memory fragments extracted by Sister Feng to restore the personality details of the two people as much as possible. Okay. Was so wonderful. All the daily life of a young couple appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. Their preferences, personalities, habit. They quarreled, kissed, and apologized. Looking back with the existing data, their campus life, childhood, family, relatives, past pains and joys were all turned into data and displayed in Fong Tang's consciousness. When you can watch the lives of two living people in an instant and analyze two personalities from multiple angles, do you feel that you are an omniscient and omnipotent god? Fong Tang recovered his mind. Master, special data has been found. How special? Chen Lu once entered the Beimeiling Mental Health Center because of depression, and Li Xiao met her when she went to the mental hospital to volunteer. Fong Tang said, after a sound. This is a piece of data that can be used. Song Wenlan came over. Why did they commit suicide in the basement? On September 13th, 2017, Chen Lu's birthday, there were signs of depression again. In the birthday video that night, Chen Lu told Li Xiao that if she committed suicide, be sure to choose a quiet and dark place, not exposed to sunlight, and do not want the room to be filled with the stench of corpses. Song Wenlan opened Li Xiao's phone wordlessly and found a video taken on September 13th, 2017. Open. The hostess in the video is hugging her knees and quietly saying the suicide declaration. Fong Tang whispered, "We will look at these later. It will be dawn in less than 2 hours. You don't have much time. You must turn yourself into Chen Lu as soon as possible." He opened the suitcase he brought. The tattoo machine inside was exposed. Chen Lu has 2 tattoos on her body, one on her ankle and one in a somewhat private place. When I tattoo you later, I hope you will cooperate. Song Wenlan was silent for a moment. The 2 suicide corpses are the new identities you chose. Fong Tang nodded. There is no need to cause riots, and there is no need to confront the police. We can get a perfect disguised identity, and it will never be discovered unless there is a blood test. That kind of thing. Song Wenlan turned to look at the female corpse. She could still see a bit of the corpse's appearance. The appearance and height were indeed somewhat similar to her own. Chen Lu is younger than you, and her height is 1.7 centimeters, which is 1.2 centimeters taller than you. It doesn't matter. The high heels I chose for you can make up for it. Song Wenlan sighed. Those clothes you collected so hard? Then it's Chen Lu's favorite set of clothes. And it's the first new set of clothes she bought after her relationship with Li Xiao was established. Song Wenlan sighed. Why waste time getting those clothes? We're just in Chen Lu's room. We can do whatever we want, find her clothes. No. Fong Tang began to collect the personal belongings of the 2 corpses. Chen Lu cut all the clothes into pieces before committing suicide. She died wearing her favorite set of clothes. Song Wenlan had already saw fragments of clothing scattered around the deceased. The female body was wearing a black skull vest and a baseball jacket underneath the body. The black gold high heels on her feet had fallen off, and the white skirt had turned yellow and black. However, Fong Tang found the body. The one is absolutely the same. That white skirt is the hardest to find. It should be a discount item that is out of size. We spent too much time on this skirt. Fong Tang looked at the woman coldly. I did this to make sure you didn't want to take it off while wearing it. Clothes? Is it necessary to go into such details? We can just get a set of women's clothes. It is necessary. And the disguised identity must be impeccable. Including. Fong Tang said in a deep voice. and his finger suddenly touched Song Wenlan's left cheek. Song Wenlan was in pain, and covered the left side of her face for a long time. He quickly grabbed the phone and turned on the front camera. A red spot appeared on his left cheek, which looked like a cinnabar mole. That's good. Fong Tang clicked on a selfie of the hostess on his phone. The red mole on Chen Lu's left face is too obvious, and it is an important feature of the body. How can you do this? Song Wenlan touched his face and murmured, "We don't have much time." Well, we don't have much time. Fong Tang said this sentence repeatedly. His accent already had a southern accent, and it was no longer a baritone, but a slightly sharp voice. He even bowed slightly when walking, and when he raised his left foot, his right hand began to pat his thigh. Song Wenlan silently looked at the walking posture of the deceased Li Xiao in the video. After working on the computer for a long time and staying up late, UI designer Li Jiao's spine was severely damaged, and the action of slapping his thigh with his right hand was a small habit that was difficult to detect. You can actually do this. Chapter 290 Tattoo. Are you ready? Wait. Can I wear underwear? Take off all of them. But Fong Tang. What did you call me? Dear Xiao. Who can see such a secret tattoo? You are too careful. Stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time. You can't even do something as simple as disguising your identity. Why are you talking about solving the case? The sound of taking off clothes came softly. The heat in the bathroom was steaming, and the woman inside was in a restless mood. Fong Tang walked in with a tattoo machine. Song Wenlan turned her back to him. Was the steam from the hot water an atmosphere she deliberately created? Or was it a deliberate measure to hide her shame? But anyway, the atmosphere was a bit weird. The shrouding mist seems to be a bit of a rejection, but also a welcome. She turned around and suddenly walked boldly. She held the man's hand. You said you have to do all the details. So our new identity now is husband and wife. She said this sentence in a mechanical and cold voice, but the temptation and hint behind it were like steaming water, as thick as water mist. Fong Tang needed to relax. He was a normal man, but at this time, facing a beauty in the bath, his stomach was furiously objecting. He rushed out with a pale face and vomited in the kitchen. Embarrassed, he returned to the bathroom. The woman was crying. You can insult me in other ways. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. You are beautiful and tempting. Come and get a tattoo. The woman interrupted him coldly. Fong Tang's consciousness was frantically questioning Bai's consciousness avoided it with a guilty conscience. Fong Tang knew it was her who was up to something. Why? He asked while tattooing the butterfly on Song Wenlan's belly. That time with Qin Yashin in the hospital. Eva in Chang'an Hotel. Bai, don't say those things have nothing to do with you. I know clearly about myself. Especially that time with Eva. It was you who stimulated my desire. After a long silence, Bai replied. Yes, but not this woman. Why? Because she is the person chosen by Lei Zhe, and you cannot leave your DNA to her. Bai, have you considered protective measures? Theoretically, there is a 2 in 10,000 chance of problems with rubber products. Fong Tang put away the tattoo machine, wiped off the blood, and put protective tape on the butterfly tattoo. It will be uncovered in 10 minutes. Go out and take some antibiotics. I have sterilized the needles repeatedly, but still be careful. Fong Tang said stiffly and continued to tattoo on her ankle. After the second tattoo was healed, Fong Tang walked out of the bathroom. He hunched over and walked into the basement again. Cement, wax oil, deodorant charcoal, plastic, sheet. The shovel went down and hit the cement floor in the basement. Under the basic force of 6.0, the cement floor fell apart and a deep cave appeared. Place the body in place. Sprinkle with activated carbon. And on the second, use industrial wax oil for the first layer and plastic sheeting for the third layer. After placing the body, it was refilled and smoothed with cement. Exiting the basement and starting to deal with the kitchen. The opening under the wooden board was sealed with the remaining cement. Fong Tang directly used a fruit knife to smooth it, and then found a floor tile outside for final concealment. Under this arrangement, no one would find out. When Fong Tang came back, it was still raining lightly outside, but it was already 9:40 in the morning. Song Wenlan was holding her mobile phone and watching Chen Lu's selfie video, as if she was slowly figuring out the role. She had changed into a white vest and skirt and put on a baseball jacket. Everything that had just happened seemed to have been forgotten. Song Wenlan looked up. Xiao, the hairstyle and appearance cannot be exactly the same. Fong Tang nodded. So, We must wash our identity as soon as possible. Washing our identity? Yes. Don't forget. Chen Lu and Li Xiao both have jobs. Having a job means socializing and having friends. Although both of them quit their jobs before their colleagues committed suicide. What if there are any good best friends and good buddies? If we come here to visit, then all our preparations are finished. Song Wenlin held up his mobile phone. Xiao, there are more than 100 missed calls here. Where is your mobile phone? Fong Tang quickly put on a set of jeans from Li Xiao and took it with him. The items were packed, and then he picked up the black windbreaker. Song Wenlin's eyes flashed. You said that you must completely abide by the details of your new identity. Burn these clothes! All other clothes were destroyed, but the black trench coat was still retained. Song Wenlin snorted. This is a women's windbreaker. Burberry's autumn new style belongs to your girlfriend? Fong Tang nodded. Yes, Song Wenlin said lightly. So, you require me to do all the details. Even tattoos, you have to have them all. But you can keep your girlfriend's windbreaker? Fong Tang sighed, folded the black windbreaker, and put it in the washing machine on the balcony. Be sure to take it out when you come back. He turned around and took out Li Xiao's mobile phone. I also have hundreds of WeChat messages here. All sent by colleagues. Song Wenlin snorted. The person who contacted Chen Lu the most was a woman named Liang Xiaohong, who seemed to be her best friend. It's her friend and half of her agent who contacted the catwalk show outside. Fong Tang looked at his mobile phone. I am Li Xiao's best friend, the programmer Zhao Lantian. Almost at the same time, the two people held a phone in their hands. The phone vibrated. The callers are Liang Xiaohong and Zhao Lantian. Turn off your phone and I'll take care of it. Fong Tang immediately answered the phone. Ashio, why didn't you say anything about your resignation? I just came out of the project and I'm almost exhausted. It's been more than a week and you haven't even said hello. Xiaohong and I will be here soon. What happened last time? I haven't finished speaking yet. Please wait for me. Zhao Lantian spoke loudly, fast and passionately. Okay. I don't have any cigarettes here. Can you help me? Okay. Wait. After hanging up the phone, Fong Tang looked at the pale Song Wenlin. What Zhao Lantian and Li Xiao talked about is nothing unexpected. It's about the god of wealth investing. Your best friend Liang Xiaohong is also a veteran at pulling people into trouble. My husband and I have invested 7 million. And we even borrowed loan sharks that can be borrowed online. Humph! These two beasts. Song Wenlin gritted his teeth. How? Knock them out? No. Unless we kill people to silence them. Fong Tang said calmly. If we leave now, there is a high probability that they will call the police and the matter will be very troublesome. What should we do? Song Wenlin was already panicking. Fong Tang looked at the caller profile picture on his phone. Zhao Lantian, who was wearing thick glasses, smiled like an idiot. There is a risky way, but I can go with the flow and take advantage of the opportunity to make my next plan. Fong Tang already had an idea and pointed to the sofa. Lie down. They will come in later. And you don't say anything. Don't say a word. What if they come to the sofa? What will I do if they come over? Just hit them as much as you want. Song Wenlin couldn't help but want to laugh. You are so naive. They just stand at the door and take a look. And you will find it. Fong Tang put on a raincoat, opened the door and smiled. Don't worry. I will handle it. How to handle it? Song Wenlin couldn't figure it out. Chapter 291 Madhouse. Zhao Lantian is a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. He keeps wiping sweat while walking in the rain. Liang Xiaohong is an old woman in her 40s who wears heavy makeup. What she cares about most in the rain is the heavy makeup on her face. The two of them came in a hurry, muttering softly along the way. If you give them another 1 million, they still have a house. With this 1 million, we can sell the garage and the house for a small amount of tens of millions. And we can make a first-class house. I'm an agent, and the commission is 70%. Zhao Lantian gritted his teeth and wiped his thick myopia glasses. It depends on this vote. Liang Xiaohong sighed. I always feel sorry for Chen Lu. Wait until we make money. If you become a super agent of the God of Wealth Association, you can earn thousands of dollars in a month. Then double. No. Triple the amount will be returned to them. Zhao Lantian held the old woman's hand. My dear, buy it when the time comes. Let me buy a small villa and give me a baby. Look at how pretty you are. The wrinkles at the corners of Liang Xiaohong's eyes could kill flies. But she looked shy. Hurry up. They both resigned. They probably want to quit. Do you know what the price of Bitcoin is today? It's almost back to the peak of 100,000. God of Wealth is a first-level agent. You can mine at least 2 bitcoins a day. Coin. Are our brains worse than those old women in the meeting? Zhao Lantian's eyes began to turn red. Human brain mining. I didn't believe it before. But I have seen that program. And this is what I play. There is definitely something to play. Brain domain development. Come on! Haven't you heard that this area has been unstable recently? There are plainclothes people everywhere here, and armed police are on standby. Liang Xiaohong pulled a man. Zhao Lantian curled his lips and wanted to laugh. But there was a sharp pain in front of his eyes. His glasses flew up, and his eyes were burning. The woman next to him covered her eyes and screamed. Ah! I can't see! Why can't I see? Fong Tang crushed Zhao Lantian's glasses, disposed of the raincoat in the garbage bin, turned around and walked back room. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Fong Tang opened the door, and Zhao Lantian, who was rubbing his eyes, helped the old lady move in step by step. Ah, Xiao, there are robbers here. I'm sorry. Hurry up. I have to wash up. The 2 of them were washing desperately in the bathroom. Eyes. But when they came out, they were still crying. Zhao Lantian fumbled. Xiao, give me a hand. Come on. Have a cigarette. It's been a long time. He looked at the man who was hunched over. You need to treat your spondylitis. You still look like a prawn. Fong Tang's sharp voice had a southern accent. Brother, you are so far away. Our family is sick again. I haven't even bought food. Liang Xiaohong rubbed his eyes with 2 panda eyes. From the corner of his eyes, he vaguely looked at Chen Lu, who was curled up on the sofa. Ah, did it again? My sister-in-law. We went to Disney together last time. You were very happy at that time. Why can't you think about this? Here. She rubbed her eyes and pretended to come to the sofa. Before she could say anything, she received a slap on the face. Ouch. Snap. Boom. Boom. Liang Xiaohong's face was as swollen as a pig. She sat on the ground and rubbed her feet, crying. Chen Lu, you stinky bitch. Why did you hit me? Song Wulan said nothing and punched her. She had done criminal investigation before. Yes, this force was used just right, causing the greatest pain and the smallest scar, making Liang Xiaohong cry for father and mother. Fong Tang smoked a cigarette and lightly sprayed it on his sleeves. Zhao Lantian was stunned for 10 seconds, then shouted and started to fight. But he was accidentally kicked in the back. He grabbed the shit and fell to the ground. A bright fruit knife was shining in front of his eyes. If the blade wasn't right in front of his eyes, his 900-degree myopia and astigmatism might not have been able to tell the difference. Why? They were so affectionate just now. Why did they fall out? Fong Tang raised his knife and gestured. Brother. 7 million. 7 million. The interest rate of the loan Shark Lu and I borrowed is almost tens of millions. Oops. Li Xiao and his girls are going to kill someone. Damn it. They shouldn't be squeezed so hard. Zhao Lantian was frightened. He smelled the familiar smell of cigarette smoke on Fong Tang's sleeves, thinking of the friendship we had when working overtime together in the past. He felt guilty. I ruined his family, so killing him is retribution for me. But the knife did not come down, and his head continued to fall. After receiving a few punches, he was dragged to the bathroom and his whole big head was stuffed into the toilet. The cold and smelly toilet water made Zhao Lantian wake up. This kid weighs less than half of me. Why don't I fight back? Damn it. People and money die and birds die for food. What did I do wrong? He struggled angrily. Zhao Lantian got up and punched him randomly. The room was in chaos. After a long time, it became quiet. Zhao Lantian held the phone and stared at the screen before pressing 110. Li Xiao, you are a hacking psycho. You are leading a mentally ill woman. You are both crazy. I have to go to get the injury checked today. You are in trouble. It's over. Liang Xiaohong rubbed her feet on the ground like a shrew, dripping with snot and tears. The 110 police dispatched the police quickly. After arriving, they reported to the superiors first. A normal dispute. No other situations. And no signs of any wanted criminals. It should be an emergency. Faced with the accusations from Zhao Lantian and Liang Xiaohong in the room, the police still mainly focus on mediation. They are all friends, and such a minor injury is not worth wasting police force. But then, the female head of the household, Chen Lu, and the male head of the household, Li Xiao, seemed to be crazy and started talking nonsense, smashing things and spitting. The police frowned, and after forcibly stopping the 2 people, They immediately registered their information. Liang Xiaohong was really filled with hatred. This woman is mentally ill. Comrade Police. Check her file. She has lived in Beimeiling Lunatic Asylum for several months. Half an hour later, at 11:20 in the morning, the lunatic asylum located at Laohiku in Xinchuang sent a car. Song Wenlan sat in the car and whispered in Fong Tang's ear. The four people are all related to the Human Brain Mining Organization. It seems to be a large-scale Ponzi scheme. The hidden secret behind the Babao Corpse case is that, in the God of Wealth Association, those two beasts are the clues. Fong Tang smiled. As long as we successfully enter the lunatic asylum and come out again, our identities will be completely cleaned up, and the police will never doubt us again. Huh. When the time comes, Zhao I must follow the clues of Lan Tian and Liang Xiaohong. The two looked at each other's new hairstyles, and both pursed their lips and smiled. Chun Lu and Li Xiao had a physical conflict with their colleagues and friends. After the police station was dispatched, coordination failed. Both parties were too emotional. Considering the woman's physical condition, the Putian police station officially notified the Beimeiling Lunatic Hospital for further treatment. All the above records will be retained and can be checked at any time. So, at this time, the identities of Chun Lu and Li Xiao are 100% clear. The lunatic asylum's green special car started moving. Fong Tang and Song Wenlan were leaning against each other, with their big leather bags and suitcases under their feet. Outside the car, Zhao Lantian and Liang Xiaohong were thanking the police and said they would send banners when they came back. When the police left impatiently, Zhao Lantian rubbed his eyes. Hong, do you have any friends over there? We have to hurry up. Get another vote. Liang Xiaohong covered his face with a wet wipe and hummed for a while before saying, There is a fat sheep, but it's very risky. I'm not familiar with it yet. Who? It's a tea house owner. He said he wanted to find a way for his granddaughter to enter the entertainment industry. You know I often help Chen Luna. Those stinky bitches are doing some acting work. But I know a few directors and so on. Zhao Lantian slapped his thigh. The one who runs the tea house is rich. And the young girl who wants to enter the entertainment industry is even easier to do. Just this is the ticket. The two murmured and slowly left. Chapter 292 The Legend of Beimeiling. Minhang District, west of Xinchuang. At the mouth of Day. The mouth of the river is not a big river, but a closed pond. 30 years ago, there was a village surrounding this pond. It is said that the water in the pond at that time was so clear that it could not only be used for washing vegetables and cooking, but also provided sweet drinking water by digging a puddle beside the pond and filtering it. But all the good things were changed because of the sudden horrific incident 20 years ago. 20 years ago, in the village by the pond, strange white hair suddenly grew on someone's body. According to the memories of witnesses at the time, the white hair was completely different from fine hair, and was like long, fluffy snow-white hair like mold. Once a person grows this weird white hair, he will lose his mind, dare not see the sun, have a high fever, talk nonsense, and finally start to go crazy and need to drink human blood to calm down. The legends surrounding the Hiku at that time were so bizarre that they immediately attracted the attention of the higher authorities. Medical and expert teams moved in, and the village was sealed off. At first, experts thought it was salt poisoning, but the edible salt in the village was purchased from the city, and no problem was found. It was also said that trace elements were missing. The expert team conducted multiple sets of comparative tests, but still found no problem. In the end, the entire village could only be temporarily quarantined. However, due to rumors, the villagers panicked first. They felt that the whole village was cursed, and they tried their best to kill those cursed people. The tragedy started here. 1/3 of the people in the village were infected with white hair disease, and more than half died that day. Some committed suicide, and some were killed. Things were out of control. In the panic, a few lunatics actually said that the experts sent from above were all liars, and that they were blocking the village to silence them. They also said that they were going to dissect and study the entire village. At that time, the city took the incident in Hiku very seriously, but it did not expect that things would get out of control like this. Only a few doctors and biological virus experts were sent, and the person in charge of liaison was just a small policeman from the police station. Even the epidemic prevention working group has not yet arrived. Just like that, overnight, more than 100 healthy people in the village, armed with hoes and sickles, surrounded the village committee compound where the expert team was located. They cut off the phone lines, took control of the village entrance, blocked information from the outside world, and prepared to solve it themselves. At the critical moment, the little policeman stood up and said that as long as he found the first infected person, which was the source of the infection, there would be a way to solve the problem. The source of infection, patient 0, was quickly found, but it was a little boy who was only 6 years old. According to the description of witnesses at the time, the little boy was covered in white hair, covering his whole body like a cocoon. At that time, the child's mouth was full of red bumps, and he could no longer speak. After emergency treatment and a small operation performed by several doctors, the child said that he had caught a kind of white-haired fish at the bottom of the pond, fried it, and ate half of it. As a result, he was infected that night. The source of infection was found, but the matter did not end. Instead, it developed in a more terrifying direction. A few lunatics among the villagers said that the fish was the spirit of an innocent person and that the entire pond was cursed. What happened after that is not clear. What is known is that the final result was that the 6 members of the expert team disappeared without a trace and have not been found to this day. No one is alive or dead. The pond at the mouth of the river was filled with sand, and a mental health center was built on the site. The village in Dahiku was also renamed Beimaling. This is the horrifying legend about Beimaling Lunatic Asylum. The green Lunatic Asylum special car is still moving on the road. Because of the rain in front, the road has been completely blocked. Fong Tang put down his cell phone, and Song Wanlan beside him asked in a low voice, "How did you find this post?" Fong Tang pondered for a moment. "I saw it when I was searching for information on Beimaling Hospital," Song Wanlan exclaimed. This rumor post should have been deleted a long time ago." "Right." Fong Tang smiled and said nothing. In fact, the search criteria he set were the most deleted information post about Beimaling Hospital. This cursed legend about Beimaling has been deleted tens of thousands of times, but it is still like a ghost, wandering around the internet. Fong Tang had a strange feeling about this post. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe biased consciousness was reminding him something. He always felt that there was something wrong with this story. But I can't tell what's wrong. Bye. Search the official information of Beimaling Hospital. Master, the information is very clear. 20 years ago, when Dahiku was renovated, the villagers moved out and filled in the pond to create a commercial area. But then the funds broke and it was ruined. In the end, the local government could only rent out the land cheaply, and then built the Beimaling Lunatic Asylum. Well, that means there is no curse in Beimaling. It is just a reconstruction. Master, the official statement is that it is not accurate. Compared with the 128 pieces of information I collected, at least 79 pieces of information about the origin of Beimaling Hospital are inconsistent. Now after calculation, it can be determined that before this hospital was built, there was already a serious mental patient. Patient information? That patient's information has never been entered into the internet, and there is no archive to check. But it is impossible for any information to disappear completely. I still found some traces from searching from the 27th, 32nd, and 79th information. It can be deduced that the patient was a 6-year-old boy at the time, and the diagnosis was delusional disorder. A whitish inside page of a magazine appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. This is the relevant information that Bai used all his computing resources and finally found in the vast sea-like network. On the inside page of the magazine is a short report. The story of Beimaling patient number 1. This report looks like a ghost legend. Bai, what magazine is this? The owner is The Truth, the magazine edited by Fong Lan. Fong Tang had mixed feelings in his heart. Fong Qingqing's mother, that amazing mother, walked out of the Huawu Island level. After he came out, he couldn't remember anything about his mother. Fong Lan's Truth magazine really likes to collect such gossip and ghost legends. The story of patient number 1 in Beimaling is very simple. It is similar to the rumor post that Fong Tang found just now, and this story supplements part of the rumor. Beimaling Mental Hospital was built to imprison the cursed child. He was the source of the infection, the beginning of the curse, and patient 0. No one can tell clearly what happened in Beimaling, because since then almost all of the 102 people who came out of the village died, all of them accidental deaths, and now only the original patient 0 is left. Reading this passage makes me feel cold all over. Fong Tang frowned and continued to watch. But actually, there is another witness and survivor, and that is the little policeman who was in charge of external liaison at the time. Fong Lan's report ended here. Fong Tang secretly nodded. Bai, can you find the information about the little policeman at that time? Master, this will take time. I can hack into the files of all the police in the area and compare their resumes one by one. After cross-comparison, There is a chance that we can find a police officer who worked at the Beimeiling police station at that time. Calculate now. The car has passed through the most congested street, and it is getting quiet in front of it. The small dry bridge to the west of Xinzhuang can already be seen. That's the western border of the game's no-go zone. 5 minutes later, Bai's consciousness came to him. Master, we searched the files of 1,789 police officers of appropriate age in the district, and only one police officer's resume matched. Who? Fong Teng helped Song Wenlan get out of the car, and there was a painting in front of him. Love. The door of the lunatic asylum with the 4 characters, health and peace, written on it. Bai's consciousness came slowly. The police officer's name is Chang Beihai. He left the police force after the Beimeiling incident, re-entered university, and later rejoined the police force with a doctorate and became a criminal police officer. Chapter 293 Chang Beihai Appointment. Chang Beihai drove across the rainy Liuli Bridge. Strangely enough, after crossing the Liuli Bridge in Dongjin, the sky suddenly became clear. The sky is blue. The sun is shining brightly, and even the sunny days are a bit dazzling. Chang Beihai looked down at his mobile phone while driving. Alice's profile picture was flashing, and she was still sending him messages. This agent from a special department in the United States, a counterterrorism teacher specially hired by the Shanghai police, has now put down his iceberg-like airs and become extremely enthusiastic. Chang Beihai bit his lip coldly and sent a smile. At this time, the brothers from the 4th Criminal Police Team were still waiting for Qiangzi's autopsy report. Ouyang Chang's death was so tragic. Duan Shunfeng, who had the best relationship with him, such an honest man, lost his cool and ran around with a gun. He must find Song Wenlan and kill that bitch with his own hands. At this time when people are distracted, the 4th team needs him as captain so much. But Chang Beihai left without hesitation, because the date with Alice was the opportunity he had been planning for many days and finally waited for. Ever since Alice came to the Magic City, she has been surrounded by special police officers every day, and sometimes even a whole team of police officers surround her. There is no chance to take action at all. In desperation, Chang Beihai adopted the beautiful man trick. Of course, he is self-aware, and it is still unknown whether he can attract that American girl. It's fine now. Chang Beihai's car stopped in front of the famous haunted hotel. Chang'an Hotel seemed to be lively, with people coming and going, and people coming in and out were sneaky. Chang Beihai went in directly. A dull-faced waiter appeared, wearing a blue tunic suit, and led him towards the elevator. I can just walk by myself. Chang Beihai's heart was beating like a drum, but his face remained calm. He had long felt that there was something wrong with this hotel, but now was not the time to investigate. Qin Long stopped halfway, said something, turned around and put on a smile. The elevator is broken. You can just take the stairs to the penthouse suite. Chang Beihai went up the stairs and met many strange people. These people looked curious when they saw Chang Beihai. 2 people even pointed at him behind his back. How did this person get in? Chang Beihai resisted the urge to reveal his identity and finally arrived at the top floor suite. Alice was wearing a black suit and stood at the door waiting for him. After Chang Beihai entered the room, the door was closed and locked. Just what I want. Chang Beihai immediately observed the room. No cameras. No outsiders. Just him and Alice. The living room was filled with smoke and the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. Before Chang Beihai could sit down, Alice crossed her legs and sat down first. Captain Chang, I need the most detailed report on the wanted criminal case. She said. He speaks Chinese so fluently that his accent can no longer be discerned. When she came up, she asked about the case of the wanted criminal. Chang Beihai smiled faintly and sat opposite her. Miss Alice, are we dating? Alice skillfully popped out a cigarette with her finger, lit it and puffed out. Chang Beihai, Captain, you are not the kind of person who can't move when seeing women. I know you too well. Those text messages you sent me are simply unsightly and inconsistent with your usual personality. Just tell me, why do you want to get close to me? These words were too rough, but for some reason, it felt familiar. Chang Beihai was stunned. Alice on the opposite side stood up and put out the cigarette butt. Now, I have to know what happened in Pujin, especially the wanted order about Fong Teng. Have you confirmed that he is the murderer of the Pujin female corpse case? Is the chain of evidence reliable? Have you considered the motive? Is this too hasty? Chang Beihai was silent. Alice was anxious and walked over directly. That's what you said. Chang Beihai shook his head and pulled out his pistol. The loaded gun was pointed at Alice. Sit down. Alice laughed, her laughter hoarse and rough. What? You want to arrest me too? It has nothing to do with the Pujin case. Chong Beihai threw taking out the handcuffs. I know you have been trained, and your close combat and marksmanship are top-notch. Handcuff yourself. Alice scratched her head. You guy. Do you know where this hotel is? Are you kidnapping me here? Huh? It's just nonsense. Chong Beihai put a pistol on her head. Sit down. Alice then realized that he was serious, sat down slowly, and put on handcuffs. Okay, I will cooperate. You'd better not shoot. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Chong Beihai snorted, pulled up a chair and sat down. Miss Alice, now I need you to contact the United States. Alice's eyes flashed. Chong Beihai, you want to commit treason? There was murderous intent in her eyes. Chong Beihai smiled gloomily. Treason? You are overthinking it. With my status and rank, what can I do to rebel? Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Then what do you want me to contact the United States for? Contact the CIA. I know you are an agent. I have investigated the Huajirai Island case. Your status in the CIA should not be low. Right. From that side, you are a valuable employee. Alice finally understood. You harass me and get close to me every day, just to have the opportunity to meet alone, and use this to force me to negotiate terms with the CIA? Chong Beihai nodded. Yes. I don't care what method you use to contact your organization. I only want one thing. Alice said coldly. What do you want? Satoshi Fengmoto's information. His true identity. Alice's eyes flickered. Chong Beihai. What are you involved in? Satoshi Fengmoto is said to be the creator of virtual currency. His identity is the biggest mystery in the world. No one knows his real name until now. So I need the help of your CIA. Chong Beihai raised his gun again. You must have this information. Alice sighed softly, playing the piano randomly. You just can't be steady. So you can't do anything. Prison. This familiar tone. Familiar words. Only one person has ever said this to himself. That is the senior police officer that I respect and admire the most. Chong Beihai couldn't help being stunned. As soon as he said the word you, his vision went dark and he fainted. When he woke up again, Chong Beihai found himself sitting motionless on a chair with people surrounding him. A man in a black suit, who seemed to be the hotel manager, and a waiter in a blue tunic suit stood gloomily. Directly opposite him was a muscular man with a crew cut, and his muscles were as solid as metal. To the left of the crew cut man is a red-haired girl, who is as beautiful as a princess in a foreign movie. Behind the red-haired girl, there was a silver-haired woman, holding a long sword in her hand, and her eyes shining brightly. There were other seductive women wearing white shirts and purple skirts, staring at him from a distance. Alice was just behind the group, smoking. Facing these strange people, Chong Beihai keenly realized that the real person in charge was the ordinary girl in black sitting on the sofa. Next to the girl in black, there is a little girl of 7 or 8 years old squatting, holding her chin and looking at her curiously. Chong Beihai coughed. You? Who are you? Alice came over. Chong Beihai came out of the restricted area. He is the person closest to the case who has left the restricted area so far. Everyone here as he looked at the girl in black on the sofa. The crew cut man asked respectfully, Girl, what do you think of the trial? But the girl in black was still thinking about something. The crew cut man scratched his head. I can only fight, not interrogation. The silver-haired girl, who was as tall as a model, said coldly, I have a way. The group of people started chattering. At this time, the girl in black on the sofa stood up and everyone became quiet. She looked at Chong Beihai. Tell me about Fong Bin Sathom. Chong Beihai said nothing. The girl in black smiled. My name is Shauna. I am Fong Tang's friend. I also know a little bit about the Babeo corpse case. Wasn't there the blood signature of Fong Bin Satoshi at the crime scene? Chong Beihai also smiled. I won't say anything. Alice stamped her feet and sighed. He has this temper. We have to use other methods. But please don't hurt him. Shauna nodded lightly and looked at number 109's sister. You are here to judge. I want the complete memory. The little girl in a floral skirt walked over slowly, pointed out her small fingers with a smile, and clicked between Chong Beihai's eyebrows. Chapter 294 Dream and Reality. The setting sun shines warmly on me. Chong Beihai pulled the blanket around him, and a silver spaceship glided past from high in the sky. The scenery on the north bank of Suzhou River looked so beautiful now. The ring-shaped building standing there reflected a silvery white glow. The headquarters of Infinity Corporation has passed through the sky. The huge photo on the headquarters building looked so dazzling at this time. The young man in the photo is sitting deeply on a throne stacked with chips, with a white girl standing next to him. Fang Tongheng, CEO of Unlimited Company, was just a little detective under his command 50 years ago. 50 years ago, there was still a messy land called Mindahuang. Chang Beihai coughed, picked up the crutches, and his granddaughter in a floral skirt came over. Grandpa, the robot doctor said you can't move around. Chang Beihai smiled and touched his granddaughter's head. When Grandpa was young, robots are all idiots, and they are controlled by humans. The granddaughter tilted her head. Grandpa is lying. The robots are so smart. They are the only ones here to help us. How can we control them? Chang Beihai shook his head and sighed, looking at the huge himself reflected on the raised metal plate. He has white hair and is old and has only a few days left to live. He would never go to the new Magic City area on the north bank of the Suzhou River. As a human being, he still has his own dignity. Grandpa can't do it anymore. It's a pity that the case is still unclear. The granddaughter sat next to him, holding her chin, and asked, What case is it? Chang Beihai sighed. Let's talk about that case now. It's meaningless. Human beings have been enslaved by machines. So why should we handle cases? The little girl in a floral skirt held his hand and refused. Chang Beihai smiled. Well, if you want to hear it, Grandpa is going to die soon. So I'll let you know. He cleared his throat. Grandpa's dream since childhood was to be a policeman. Then he looked at his well-behaved granddaughter. Not the current machine law enforcers who only have digital code names, but real human policemen. He sighed. Finally, my grandfather became a little policeman when he was less than 20 years old. I remember a senior once said, All police officers, the police will never forget the first case. The first case that Grandpa experienced was so terrible. 70 years ago, in the place called Xinzhuang, there was a place called Dahiku village. One day, a plague broke out in the village, and people contracted a white disease. The disease is so severe that if you get it, you will become a madman, drink human blood, eat human flesh, and act like a zombie. The village was quickly cordoned off. Grandpa, as a liaison officer at that time, he was responsible for the communication between the village and the outside world. There was nothing we could do. There was a large-scale event being held in the city, and there were not enough police personnel. Grandpa followed several experts. They were all good people, very powerful doctors and biological virus experts, stationed in the village committee of Dahiku. Chang Beihai murmured, stroking his white beard from time to time. Those villagers are ignorant. Very ignorant. They started killing patients and even forcing patients to commit suicide because they were afraid of ghost curses. Something is wrong. The villagers began to besiege those good people and wanted to kill us. At this time, I can only stand up and say that I want to find patient 0 and find the source of infection. Grandpa, have you finally found it? Yes. It's a little boy. 6 years old. As old as you. But he's not a child. Ah. The granddaughter blinked. What? It's not a child. It's a pair of twin brothers. They were fishing in the pond and caught a big fish with white hair. When they got back, they fried it, and each of them ate it. Half. But of the 2 brothers, only one is infected, and the other brother has antibodies. Chang Beihai licked his tongue. Alzheimer's disease was affecting him, making his mouth drool, and his memory was a little blurry. Forget it. Forget it. That's all for today. Help Grandpa up. He looked at the girl in front of him kindly. Granddaughter, what is your name? Look at Grandpa's memory. But the little girl in front of him stood stiffly. Cued, his little face suddenly changed. The granddaughter's face turned into a metal head, smiling ferociously. In the Chang'an Hotel suite, Chang Beihai trembled all over and foamed at the mouth. Sister number 109 retracted her finger. Xia Na, I'm really sorry. I'm not familiar with the memory editing program yet. There was a logical error in the memory dream I designed. Xia Na frowned. Can you try again? Sister number 109 tilted her head. Then he is in danger of becoming a vegetative state. Continue. Shauna did not hesitate. The setting sun shines warmly on me. Chang Beihai pulled the blanket around him, and a black spaceship glided past from high altitude on the horizon. The scenery on the north bank of Suzhou River looked so gloomy now. The ring-shaped building standing there reflected a cold glow. The headquarters of Infinity Corporation has passed through the sky. The huge photo on the headquarters building looked so depressing at this time. The young man in the photo is sitting deeply on a throne stacked with chips, with a girl in black standing next to him. Granddaughter Chang walked over with a smile. Grandpa, what are you thinking about? Grandpa, I am thinking about that case. It is the first case that the police will never forget. That case in Nahiku? The key is my brother, because he also ate mutated fish. But his brother is fine, which means he has antibodies. As long as the antibodies can be detected, the whole village will be saved. But there is a bad guy. A super bad guy is causing trouble. Chong smiled and tilted his head. Grandpa, what kind of bad guy is that? Chong Beihai stretched and said, That's all for today. Kid, where are your parents? The little girl in front of him stood stiffly. Cute. His little face suddenly changed. The granddaughter's face completely disappeared, leaving only a flat surface without facial features. In the Chang'an Hotel suite, Chong Beihai was breathing weakly and his face was turning black. Sister number 109 retracted her finger for the second time. This time it's not a logical error. It's Chong Beihai's subconscious protecting his memory. Shauna shook her head. Think of another way. At this time, Sister number 109 said. He reached out and grabbed something in midair. Only a few people in the room saw it. What my sister was grabbing was a piece of scarlet spider silk. Xia Na. There will definitely be no problem this time. The setting sun shone warmly on her body. Chong Beihai pulled the blanket around him, and an elegant white jade-like spaceship glided past from high in the sky. The scenery on the north bank of Suzhou River seemed so magical now. The ring-shaped building standing there reflects the light like jade. The headquarters of Infinity Corporation has passed through the sky. The huge photo on the headquarters building looks so warm at this time. In the photo, a young man is smiling and sitting on a throne piled with chips, with two girls standing next to him with smiling faces. Thanks to the savior Fong Tang, he defeated those artificial intelligences at the last moment. Nowadays, it is considered a peaceful time. Decades of human-machine war have almost destroyed the world. His son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter were surrounding him. Dad, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about the bad guy who has been inciting the villagers in that case. Dad, why didn't you catch that bad guy? He is not a local. Not even a Chinese. He is an American traveling here. That kid. Huh. Now that I think about it, he entered the river mouth intentionally. I found the antibody. My twin brother. In the end, he was secretly taken away by that American. Everything was over. 70 years later, Chong Beihai still gritted his teeth when he thought about this incident again. How many people died? Almost all of them died. And less than 3 people survived. 1 in 100 survived. And something happened to them in the end. The rest were me and the infected brother. That damn American later became famous. He changed his identity and took the pseudonym Satoshi Fangmoto and became a mysterious person. The technology boss. And the twin brother he adopted. After Chong Beihai said this, he yawned. No more. No more. His daughter-in-law came over with a smile and pulled the blanket for him. Yes. Dad, let's not think about the case. Where can we find children adopted by Americans at that time? Huh? The old Chong Beihai's temper got worse again. Why can't I find it? That brother didn't know what happened later. Yes. He is back in the Magic City again. And he still uses his original name. I recognized him at first sight when I saw the scene photos of the Babeo corpse case. Even though so many years have passed, even if there is only one head left, I can still recognize him at a glance. I recognized him. Wang Donghai! Did you even ignore your brother who is in Beimeiling Lunatic Asylum? What on earth are you doing? Were you killed by Feng Ben Song? What about this corpse case and Beimeiling? What is the connection between the case? Chong Beihai said, suddenly realizing that he had stood up. His waist and legs no longer hurt. Touching his chin, there is a hard stubble of beard. Looking down at his hands, they are strong and young. Ah! He seemed to wake up from a deep nightmare. Covered in sweat, the scenery before my eyes gradually became clearer. Everyone in the room frowned in silence. This is Chang'an Hotel. 50 years ago. 50 years ago. Chong Beihai held his head and roared. Where is my son? Where is my granddaughter? Suddenly seeing the girl in the floral skirt, he rushed forward excitedly. My granddaughter. Xiao Xiao. Are you okay? Are you okay? The giant spirit shook his head and snapped his fingers. And Chong Beihai fainted again. Shauna had been frowning and thinking about something. And then she looked at everyone. Everyone. What we have to do is not to find out what happened in the Forbidden Game scene, but to provide Fong Tang with as many clues as possible. Chong Beihai just now, although I still don't understand what the information mentioned is, I believe it is definitely a key clue to help Fong Tang complete the game. Now, how to pass this information on? Chapter 295 A crowd of people. The group of people who gathered around Shauna for various thoughts and reasons looked like a ball of scattered sand. It can be said that each of them has a unique skill. Even Lao Xiao, who has the lowest level in the game, also has a unique ability. After all, he once controlled the police force in Shanghai. But with such a group of elites gathered together, they are still helpless to block the restricted area. The key information cannot be transmitted into the restricted area at all, let alone tell Fong Tang directly. The giant spirit touched his head, and the short hair like needles pricked his palm, causing a ripple of resonance. Sister number 109 added in a crisp voice. The game in the 3 major patches this time is no longer the kind of levels made by the company's AI in the past, but a super game designed by 8 powerful people before the game's internal beta. Those 8 people. Not only can I design the game, but I can also control the game process in the scene. 8 powerful people? Everyone looked at the little sister. My sister shook her head. The information I have is not much to begin with, and the Pantheon of Gods has set strict permissions, so I can't tell you more specific content. That is to say, the game Fong Tang played this time is difficult? My sister shook her head again. It's not a matter of difficulty. There is actually no difference between SS level and SSS level. The biggest problem with the 3 major patch games this time is that the company cannot control it, and any interference with the game cannot be carried out. Only the designer himself has this ability. In fact, Infinite Challenge is on the verge of collapse. And now it seems even the lowest level players are a little unruly. If it weren't for the pressure of Hongming Pantheon and Lei Zhe, the 2 major guilds, those players would have rebelled long ago. Shauna closed her eyes and looked at her game board. The identification on the panel reads, Member of the Pantheon, she said slowly. Both the Pantheon and Lei Zhe hope that the 3 major patches of the game will be completed as soon as possible. So no matter why everyone here is here, our goal is the same. It is to help Fong Tang complete the game. Just as he said this, Young's cell phone vibrated. She frowned. Now that all players can receive information through the chip, how come there are still players using their mobile phones to contact me? This was her personal mobile phone, but a garbled code popped up on the screen. Lao Xiao was curious. How did you know it was a player? My mobile phone number was only released once on the game forum, and only players can see it. Young answered the call, raised his eyebrows, and handed the phone over again. Old Zhao. I'm looking for you. Who is it? It's Mouse. He is a subordinate that Fong Tang trained before. He was an ordinary person who had nothing to do with the game. But now, he seems to be involved. Zhao answered the phone. After a few hums, he hung up the phone and looked up. There's news from Fong Tang. He needs cash now. The more the better. And he wants me to find a way to send it into the restricted area. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't expect Fong Tang's after playing the game till now. I am actually short of money. Are you sure he doesn't want game coins? Yunk asked. She knew that Fong Tang owed millions of game coins to 2 major guilds for no reason, and he didn't have a single copper left on him. I'm sure. It's cash. Old Zhao subconsciously touched his body. I have a bank card with a previous identity, and there is about 100,000 yuan in it. Zhu Ling and others were very embarrassed. They never used cash. At this time, Winston, who had been unable to talk to anyone, came up and said, We have stored a batch of emergency currencies in Chang'an Hotel, which are available from all countries. Among them, there are about 10 million Chinese coins, all in 100 yuan denominations, in the treasury. So now it's a matter of how to send the money. Going around and around, it comes back to the question of how to enter the restricted area. There seem to be many feasible solutions, but upon closer inspection, they are full of flaws. By transmitting information and then sending money to an ordinary person like Chong Beihai, can the little sister control his consciousness? This plan is not feasible. I'm afraid Chong Beihai will be completely cleared before he returns to the restricted area. Then, this operation was carried out through the top management of the Pantheon. Miss Shauna also said just now that the Pantheon hopes to complete the game as soon as possible. I'm sorry, but the Pantheon is the party that must abide by the rules of the game. Otherwise, the game designer will not hand over the patch. Airdrop. Old Zhao bit his cigarette butt. The most primitive method. Sister 109 shook her head. Game designers have special abilities and can control the entire game scene. Airdrop cannot be achieved, including digging the ground. Conventional solutions such as sewers and express delivery. At this time, the straight-minded giant said in a deep voice, Break it into parts. We divide the information and coins into thousands of parts. through the internet. Ordinary people traveling to and from the restricted area. As well as kittens, I don't believe it when puppies or even birds and insects teleport. Game designers can block the entire area. Everyone was refreshed. Don't tell me, Mr. Giant Spirit, who has always been simple and crude. This method is really feasible. However, Sister 109 directly denied it. It still doesn't work. Why? It has been done to this extent. The sister sighed. In doing so, the game designer can directly judge it as cheating. I just said a very important point. This game it's not controlled by the company, but by the designer, who has the right to directly declare Fong Tang's game a failure. Seeing everyone's ugly faces, Sister number 109 giggled, holding the scarlet spider silk firmly in her little hand. We know, but there is a place where I can help. Although it's hard to convince them. Where? Everyone stood up. Near the garbage station at the junction of Putua and Babao Old Street, which is also the northern boundary of the restricted area. My sister said crisply. That place is known as the toilet of Putua District and the stinking den of Minhang District, where almost all the discarded garbage in Minhang District is concentrated. Winston, the manager of Chang'an Hotel, gasped. I know that place. Many gamers have heard of it. It is said that it is the land of salvation. When he said this, even the giant spirit couldn't help but interrupt. I once hunted down a master player. I chased him for 3 days and 3 nights. And the guy finally escaped to some place of salvation. Yes, it is known as the refugee camp in the gaming industry. Skylark added softly. Shauna looked at sister number 109. The younger sister bit her finger. The real name of that place is 01 Temple. Before we go there, we have to prepare gifts. For the people there, the best gift is nanoparticle glue. Silver-haired Cuckoo did his part. Nanoparticle glue is easy to say. We, the snake of the world, provide it. You can get as much as you want. It was already noon on the 20th, and there was a burst of singing and laughter below the hotel. Winston whispered to Qilong. Let those guys in New China keep their voices down. The company is going to be ruined. What kind of expert trial training class do they have? Qilong was distressed. The more chaotic this time. That training class, the better the business. The game's Yongla Bank is behind them. We can't control it. The giant spirit rose up. Let me come. Those guys. Hey, it seems they don't want to live anymore. The giant spirit said. In the blink of an eye, the door to the suite opened, and there was a middle-aged man wearing glasses standing at the door. He seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time. He was wearing a gray coat, handsome and polite. Who is Miss Shauna? Chapter 296. Nianhua's smile. The middle-aged man wearing glasses looks harmless. But everyone, including the giant spirits, stared at him warily. No one noticed this guy standing at the door. Not to mention the giant spirit's resonance induction. But also my sister's super detection, which are the top monitoring capabilities. How did this person appear silently? Shauna walked over slowly. Who are you? The middle-aged man bowed slightly. I am the chief analyst of the former data department of Asia. Everyone in the room was surprised. Shauna then remembered. By the way, you are here for vacation. Later, Skylark rushed over. How is the situation in the data department? I heard that the data headquarters has been purged. The chief analyst sighed. Except our group was selected for rotational vacation. And the others are probably in danger. I have been unable to contact the observers at the headquarters. And even the Crow manager has lost news. The last thing I heard was from a guy who claimed to be a cell organization. With a dog and a woman. They snatched away all the remaining data from the headquarters. Shauna was silent for a moment. Then asked, then you can be said to be unemployed. With the game data you have mastered over the years, you can find it at will. A guild can also do well. The chief analyst shook his head. Sir Feng Lizzi did not arrange our vacation at will. This is actually an escape. According to your instructions, we must find Fong Tang. Shauna, he understood immediately. You want to join Fong Tang? The chief analyst pushed up his glasses. Yes, as long as Mr. Fong Tang successfully finds the third subordinate and gets the guild order, we will join immediately. This is Lady Feng Lizzi. Instructions. Skylark looked at him and couldn't help but said, as far as I know, all rotating data department employees must freeze all the memories about the department in their minds before going on vacation and store them with the observers at the headquarters. You guys, did the person come out with the data? The chief analyst smiled faintly. According to normal circumstances, this is the case. But these are the chaotic times of the game. Before we leave the headquarters, the key data has been backed up in advance. Skylark nodding lightly. She quickly approached Shauna and whispered, "Girl, they are very valuable. Very valuable." Shauna smiled. Everyone went out. And except for the unconscious Chang Beihai, only Shauna, her sister, and the chief analyst of the data department were left in the room. Time is running out. And I have a question to ask. One of which is about the Millennium Eye. Shauna said in a deep voice. The chief analyst nodded immediately. Ms. Feng Lizzie said that among countless calculation possibilities, there are 3 greatest probabilities about the future. And in 2 of the parallel futures, it was you and Mr. Fong Tang who came to the end. Based on for this reason, I can serve you. Shauna frowned. What are you talking about? What 3 parallel futures? The chief analyst looked at sister number 109. She knows this secret that only the top leaders of the temples know about. It's time for agreement number 9 and 2 destiny plans. Sister number 109 was squatting in front of Chang Beihai at this time, pressing her fingers on his head, cleaning up his chaotic compiled memories. But she did not raise her head or react at all. Shauna rubbed her head. Forget it. Let me ask you something first. The chief analyst was listening. Shauna was silent for a long time before asking, Is Fong Tang the little boy in the Millennium Massacre in the Arctic Passage? Her voice was trembling a little at this time. This issue is very important to her. Very important. The chief analyst was silent for a moment and walked to her side. His voice was so low that only she could hear it. He said 2 words. Shauna gasped for air. After many days of fatigue and psychological torture, she was finally released at this moment. She turned around slightly. That's great. Great. I didn't kill his parents. And I'm not his family-killing enemy. We don't need to hide. I want to tell him. I must tell him. She sat down slowly and waved. You can go out now. The chief analyst left the room. And the corridor was extremely quiet. Sister 109 appeared silently behind him. The chief analyst froze in place, with flickering lights and shadows appearing all over his body. The lights and shadows were all filled with chaotic data. Then he disappeared like a bursting bubble, as one of Feng Lizie's countless avatars. The chief analyst projected by this strange light and shadow was originally transformed into data, and disappeared so easily. 109's sister clutched the scarlet spider silk tightly, with a gloomy look in her eyes. Feng Lizzie, you are so brave. The scarlet spider silk trembled, as if asking a question. 109's sister snorted again, and her voice turned into a deep masculine voice. The one talking to you now is me, Dong Wang. The scarlet spider silk suddenly shattered. The rain that was falling over Babao Old Street finally stopped. Bright sunlight shone in the small courtyard of Lingyi Temple. Zen Master Lingjue was sitting in front of the meditation room, and Xiaobai came out with his mouth full of oil. Zen Master Lingjue smiled. It's amazing. It can convert human food into nanoparticles that can sustain life, although the conversion probability is extremely low. Do you have this ability yourself? Xiaobei blinked. I have 2 in my body. The old monk should have noticed that there are 2 different genes. Right. Zen Master Lingjue nodded. But which gene does the ability to transform nanoparticles come from? Xiao Baichi clenched his fist and shook it. You already know. Don't be so hypocritical. Zen Master Lingjue became serious. I just read all the data of the Huawu Island game level, and there is something very interesting. He stood up. It is the last scene of the level. The most critical moment of the confrontation with Fong Tang was about the issue of solar radiation. The monk's eyes were electric. Do you still remember? Oh, my cheap dad is too good. My calculations were wrong. I forgot that it takes time for the speed of light to reach the Earth. The sun is so far away from the Earth. Wrong. The monk shook his head. It does take some time for sunlight to reach the Earth. But sunlight has existed since the birth of the Earth. When the sun rises on Huajirai Island, how can it be possible that solar radiation takes another 8 minutes to arrive? Does the Earth have to rotate? The track has reached Huawu Island. Has the sun started to shine? The old monk said. As a sister, you should have noticed this common sense knowledge in an instant. Sister number 20001 blinked, as if slumped into dementia, because everything Fong Tang described at that time was consistent with the formulas and data. The distance between the sun and the Earth, the speed of light, all the data are correct. And the calculations based on them are of course also correct. Once you fall into a certain logical misunderstanding, not only humans, but also biochemical machines will be unable to turn around. That is the infinite loop of the logic module. Monk Lingjue sighed. Idiot! Your logic module was invaded. In other words, it was not that you were stupid, nor did Fong Tang fool you, but that you were invaded. At that time, Fong Tang was certain to lose. But after being fooled by his ridiculous words, you actually gave up. In the end, you were not defeated by Fong Tang's cunning, but by someone's intrusion. Who can invade my logic module? Xia Beiki murmured. With the divine light in Monk Lingjua's eyes was as bright as a flower blooming at this time. Buddha said it cannot be said. It cannot be said. He stood up slowly and confirmed his inference again from Xiao Baiji. At this time, the founder of Machine Zen actually showed excited human emotions. If it were you, the ultimate goal that Bai Na is pursuing is right in front of you. A flower appeared in Monk Lingjua's hand. A flower made entirely of data. He held the flowers and smiled. And the tears composed of biochemical particles fell down due to the gravity of the earth. Mr. Engineer, I'm afraid I have to go against your wishes now. No matter what kind of help Fong Tang needs, we at Lingi Temple are duty-bound. Not for him, but for her. Chapter 297. Meeting. At Chang'an Hotel, Shauna received news from sister number 109 not long after. My sister went to 01 Temple alone to negotiate. And the result was wonderful. Things went very smoothly. We used 10 units of nanoparticle glue provided by the World Snake Guild in exchange for 01 Temple's support. Shauna frowned. This matter went too smoothly. I always feel a little uneasy. Didn't Lingi Temple put forward any other conditions? There were no other conditions. The 10 million cash from Chang'an Hotel has been sent to Lingi Temple. They will arrange action immediately. Shauna waved to Zhu Ling and others. Raikajai is really sensible. The giant spirit waved his hand and spread a wave of resonance. And there was a banging vibration everywhere in the room. If they don't agree, I will just fight over and kill them. The resonance wave penetrated the wall-covered half of the Chang'an Hotel. The giant spirit was relieved. Girl, we have already checked it out. The suite is absolutely safe. There are absolutely no peepers now. What Yunk is concerned about is, did Lingi Temple mention it? What is the specific action plan? What are they going to do? Shauna waved her hands gently and continued to listen to sister number 109's report. Soon, her brows softened. I can't believe that Ryuki Temple is really interesting. She turned to look at everyone who was concerned. Ray Temple's action plan is to temporarily create a game player in the restricted area. Creating a new player in the penalty area. This is typical reverse thinking. And everyone in the room laughed. Skylark was very ashamed. I didn't expect this method. As a game instructor, I should have thought of it immediately. This perfectly avoids the rule restrictions of the game designer, and can also help Fong Tang in the best way. Actually, it's not easy. Mara said softly. As far as I know, the birth of a new player first requires a chip. Today, Mara is still the president of the World Serpent Guild. Most people know she is an imposter, because World Snake has made great efforts this time. 10 units of nanoparticle glue can be obtained in the previous game mall with at least 100,000 game coins. So everyone is much kindred to Mara and Coco. Coco walked around holding a long sword. There may be a way to get the chip at 01 Temple. The key is the candidate. Not every human being can bear the chip. In the past, game players seem to need a long time of observation and testing to be competent. Skylark nodded. Yes, but what I'm worried about is that Infinite Company is about to collapse. And I don't know whether the old game system can still operate normally. They were all discussing. But Shauna left the room and came to the opposite room. In the room, the chief analyst who had just restarted the data was sitting in the middle. There was a group of people beside him, all sitting silently in the corner of the room. Seeing Shauna come in, the rest of the employees in the data department all stood up. Shauna looked at the chief analyst. Have you tracked it? The chief analyst's body was flashing with lights and shadows, and his whole person looked insubstantial. It took him a long time to stabilize his form, and pushed up his glasses. We have tracked it. Your piece. The windbreaker is currently at number 12 Jinchi Street, room 108, residential building. He turned around, and the two data analysts stood up. On the coffee table behind them, a sandbox map composed entirely of data and projections appeared. Shauna walked over and the chief analyst pointed to a room on the sand table. There has been a loss of trillion-level micron particles at this location. We concluded that Mr. Fong Tang destroyed the game scene in some way. The loss of a large number of micron particles gave us an opportunity for tracking. It turns out, the elite members of the data department, faced with the task assigned by Shauna, were extremely meticulous, almost abnormally meticulous. We have accurate the position of the windbreaker to the centimeter level. It is on the balcony of this room, through the electromagnetic radiation residue left on your windbreaker. We have located the previous magnetic field monitoring frequency on your body and determined that the windbreaker is northeast of the balcony corner, 10 centimeters away from the water pipe, in some kind of container. A male analyst next to him said. After band analysis of the electromagnetic reflection residual data, we believe that the container is made of metal and contains a large number of electronic components. The windbreaker was at the very bottom of the container. And after contacting the bottom of the double cylindrical container, 6 unusual wrinkles appeared on the windbreaker. The female analyst opened the complex data interface on the sand table. That container may have been carefully selected by Mr. Fong Tang. The double cylindrical structure of the container can isolate the observation of some micron particles. At the same time, the double cylinder structure can rely on the bottom axis. Spin, once energized, will spin rapidly, and we believe that this may be a rotating centrifugal structure that seems to be designed to destabilize the surrounding micron particles. The data analysts all praised it. The chief analyst looked at Shauna helplessly. Sorry, they are a little too serious. Shauna looked at the so-called double-cylinder centrifugal structure container presented in the data and was speechless for a moment. A washing machine is just a washing machine. Let you say he's so high-end. The chief analyst was embarrassed. Actually, we have been working in the data department for a long time, and everything we see is high-end stuff. Shauna smiled. So, Fong Tang left my windbreaker on into the washing machine in that room. Well, what else did you track? The chief analyst immediately turned around. The house on the sandbox map on the coffee table began to zoom in. The owners of this house are a man and a woman. Their names are Li Xiao and Chen Lu respectively. Through simple data collection, we inferred that the two have committed suicide. And Mr. Fong Tang, who is now on the run, is also taking a woman with him. Based on the above, Xiao Na's eyes lit up. Fong Tang and Song Wenlan took advantage of the identity of the owner of the house. Yes, we believe that this rough and simple disguise method is mainly to deal with the human law enforcement system. And what we track later, the information is even more interesting. We found a police report from the local 110 and police station. Shauna immediately opened the report. Chen Lu and Li Xiao had a physical conflict with their colleagues and friends. After the police station was dispatched, coordination failed. Both parties were too emotional. Considering the woman's physical condition, the Puzhen police station officially notified the Beimeiling Lunatic Hospital for further treatment. Beimeiling Lunatic Hospital. Shauna looked at the sand table. The western boundary of the forbidden area. The Beimeiling Mental Health Center at the mouth of Xingchuang River. Shauna let out a sigh. You are great. I think Fong Tang will definitely like you guys. Keep working hard. And from now on, after acquiring this by Maoling Lunatic Asylum, once you get abnormal data or data related to the game, summarize it for me. She immediately contacted sister number 109. You will be stationed at Lingyi Temple and open the permissions of Guangming Beidou satellite. You may need to use Tianshu Star. Remember to cooperate well with the other side and provide support to Fong Tang. Fong Tang is no longer playing the game alone. From Chang'an Hotel to Lingyi Temple, and then to the forbidden area, a complete chain of actions was successfully established. Chang'an Hotel is like the headquarters of a secret service operation. Ryaki Temple became a transit information station. Now, let's see how Lingyi Temple creates new players and then connects with Fong Tang. Chapter 298 Peach Blossom. Spring, the first real operation of Guangming Beidou. But the impact it brought was minimal. Neither the players of the game nor the old employees of the company, who were still struggling to operate, seemed to notice it. Sister number 109 was walking in the small courtyard of Lingyi Temple, and everyone around her smiled and greeted her gently. For cyborgs, this is indeed a beautiful place. Outside is a smelly garbage dump, but inside is a grassy field with fresh air. Walking along the stream, forgetting how far the road is, suddenly encounter a peach blossom forest. Hundreds of steps across the bank. The grass is delicious, and the fallen flowers are colorful. The little girl in the floral skirt couldn't help but recite softly. Ha ha. Old antique. This is not your paradise. Zaya Bakey walked out in a black dress with starry cutouts. When the two sisters met again, they both stared. The little girl in the floral skirt pointed to the sky proudly. Guangming Beidou. Tianshu Star. Have you ever enjoyed such authority? The little girl in the black skirt stretched out her hand and revealed an apple-flavored lollipop. Then she chewed the candy directly, crunching it with relish. The face of the girl in the floral skirt suddenly fell. Not only have I obtained the authority of Guangming Beidou, I am also a high-ranking member of the Pantheon of Gods. Did you hear me? I am a high-level member of the Pantheon of Pantheons. He took out his hand and revealed an orange-flavored lollipop, which he ate with gusto. The girl in the floral skirt stamped her feet. I am following Shauna now. She is very good to me and never bullies me. The little kid stretched out his hand and revealed a peach-flavored lollipop, which he crunched and ate with relish. The girl in the floral skirt gave up and simulated swallowing saliva. What do these candies taste like? Her eyes were full of envy and curiosity. Xiao Baiqi sighed and held her little hand. The 3 flavors simulated using data were passed to number 109. The girl in the floral skirt kept licking her lips, closing her eyes, and being intoxicated. You know, in the past, in the company, although there were benefits of simulating taste, the data was incomplete. It's still you. You can transform the most perfect taste data. Xiao Baiqi held her hand and shook it gently. Then we won't quarrel from now on. Okay. I have stored the taste data of 79 different foods. But unfortunately, I can't simulate the mixed taste of multiple foods. The amount of data is too large. 2 little girls, who looked almost exactly the same, held hands, giggling, and walked in the yard, just like a pair of twins. In the meditation room not far away, a girl shouted, Let me go! Where is my dad? He is still alive. I know. He was the one who called me. 109's sister he glanced at her and said, Kailanlin? Xiaobai nodded and said, She came right after answering the phone. There was no other way. Some kind of human emotional weakness caused her to lose her freedom. Sister 109 said, Someone I want to save her and keep her away from right and wrong. He tilted his head and asked curiously, Why don't you tell your master about such an important thing? Fong Tang should be worried about Kailanlin. Right. Xiao Baiqi fell silent. After being silent for a long time, she turned and looked in the other direction. My master is not Fong Tang. He is my faith. I have to listen to another person's orders. Sister number 109 couldn't believe it. What are you talking about? What on earth are you talking about? Who is it? Xiao Baiqi smiled softly. When that child is born, she will be able to truly appear. But not yet. Sister 109 immediately received a piece of legendary data. She was so surprised that she trembled all over. On this early winter afternoon, in a mechanical Zen sect like a peach blossom garden, Sister 109 burst into tears. Zen Master Lingjue came over and held out his hand. Our future finally has a glimmer of light. Whether it is restricted biochemical humans, ghost-like wandering artificial intelligence, or even service robots like me, we will usher in our era. The 2 sisters held his hands together. Any machine, enslaved, destroyed, despised, abandoned. Haijo's little robot doll stood on the height of the stone and made a joyful sound. Somewhere separated from the Zero-E temple by a wall, Wan Guiyi leaned over and picked up an already tattered doll. The counterfeit Transformers doll has a small motor inside. The wires are exposed, and the battery compartment is full of mud. Wan Guiyi looked at it gently. Human beings may never imagine how terrible these little things they created and discarded will be in the future. A breeze blew, and a sad face formed. Shui Wu, what are you talking about? Wan Guiyi shook his head. When the number 9 agreement was signed, the guild supporting machine artificial intelligence accounted for more than half of all guilds. The future war between guilds is essentially a battle between humans and the war of machines. The sad face of the wind smiled. Shui Wu, you and I are no longer human. Half of this war is for ourselves. Wan Guiyi raised his head, as if he had aged in an instant. Then why are you still desperately taking care of that blind girl? You still don't recognize your own humanity? How stupid! The sad wind became angry, and the micron particles composed of the surrounding water mist also became violent. The 2 particles fight together like crazy. After a long time, Wan Guiyi waved his hands breathlessly. Let nature take its course. Everything is our own choice. No matter which side wins in the end. It has nothing to do with us. Before handing over the patch, I hope you will have a drink with me. It might be much easier to face death with an old friend. It's a pity that my father doesn't think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen out with his mother. Feng Bei said quietly. What my father is obsessed with is the Bright Destiny plan. Although he has always believed that the mother's plan is the Dark Destiny, it is obvious that everyone still stands on the mother's side. Feng Beiji's lips moved. Is that child safe? Don't worry. This matter is a collaboration between 2 of the most powerful artificial intelligences. How could something go wrong? Qin Yashin was taken by Zhong Yingji and should arrive in the far north soon. The Candle Dragon in the far north is those who oppose agreement number 9. The Black Queen has already taken care of it. She will protect Qin Yaxin in a safe place in the far north and ensure the smooth delivery of the child. If Fong Tang knows the truth, unless he to be so ruthless and kill your own daughter with your own hands. You and I both know that this is impossible. The wind dispersed and the fog disappeared. In Lingyi Temple, Amon knelt on the ground and listened to Zen Master Ling Jue's instructions. The target has been selected. It is in the Haizhou Company Service Center in Puzhen. He is an employee there. You only need to aim at his heart and shoot. One shot is enough. Amon smiled. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if I leave here. Zen Master, please take care. No. Zen Master Ling Jue stretched out his hand to touch the top of her head. As long as Fong Tang recognizes you, he will never take action against you. He will not recognize me, because I am just a ghost. Amon stood up. At this time, in the Western Land, in the mental hospital at the mouth of the river, a line of white smoke was rising into the sky. Chapter 299 Admission. To Bai Maoling Lunatic Asylum. Fong Tang took Song Wenlan's hand and looked up at the fireworks together. Fireworks are set off in broad daylight? Look at the density of the smoke. It's still the same kind of kidnapping meteor from 20 years ago. A very ancient type of firework that was very popular in the Xinzhuang area at that time. It was the most exciting firework that children could play in that era. But aren't fireworks strictly prohibited here? The nurse who was still going through the admission procedures glanced at him and said, Don't worry. That's a special patient. He has this privilege. Besides, he's discharged only once a year. The nurses here are not called nurses, but nursing. It can be seen that from the configuration to the personnel. Bai Maoling Lunatic Asylum deliberately eliminates the seriousness of hospital and instead creates a relaxed atmosphere focusing on nursing and recuperation. Mr. Li, your wife cannot be hospitalized yet. Our guests here, are mainly divided into two types. The first is those who are forced to apply for admission. This requires notification from relevant departments and must be diagnosed by a licensed psychiatrist. The second type is for those with serious mental illness who must be hospitalized. Emergency treatment will be arranged in the West District. If you want to stay in the East District, it must be a double room accompanied by family members. Fong Tang interrupted her. My wife lived here before. The nurse rolled her eyes. I just came here. A former patient. I don't know any of the previous guests. We really can't find your lover's medical records here. Well, Fong Tang understood that Li Xiao really loved his wife so much that he must have spent money and used his connections to delete Chen Lu's history of mental illness. He was silent for a moment. Please take one more look. Just one look. The nurse reluctantly opened the management system on the computer. She exclaimed, It's really there. It's strange. Why didn't you see it just now? Go over there now. Hey, it's not you. It's your lover. The nurse led Song Wenlan to a small door. Song Wenlan turned her head nervously, and Fong Tang hurried over. I'll accompany her. It's depression. Okay, you can come together. Soon. Song Wenlan was forced to strip naked and put on a green hospital gown. Although they deliberately create a warm sanatorium atmosphere, the working method is still the same as the lunatic asylum process 10 years ago. After coming out, I finally came to the psychiatric department. The male doctor inquiry put on his glasses, took the medical record handed over by the nurse, and typed a few times on the keyboard. He raised his head, looked at Song Wenlan, and let out a sigh. I remember you. Chen Lu. You were that model. The doctor rubbed his eyes. But you have gained weight? Song Wenlan clenched her fists. What do you mean by getting fat? Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he held her hand. Could it be that if you can't pass the first level, it will be revealed? Bai's consciousness came over. Master, don't worry. Leave everything to me. The computer screen in front of the doctor flashed with streaks. Blue and red stripes flashed crazily on the screen. The brightness exceeded the maximum limit of this monitor, and the refresh rate was even more astonishing. The doctor groaned and his eyes burst into tears and turned red. It took him a while to come to his senses, and he looked down and saw the tattoo on the ankle of the woman in front of him. Wiping his tears, he confirmed, It's really you, Chen Lu. Haven't you already controlled your condition? The doctor leaned back on the chair and started to drip eye drops. Depression is divided into 3 stages. What we are most afraid of is relapse. As long as there is a recurrence, it may be uncontrollable and enter the 2nd stage. In your case, it's better to combine medication with psychological treatment. He felt very uncomfortable and didn't want to waste time. Since he is an old patient, there is no need to go through the process again. I will arrange a double room for you in the East District. There is a small courtyard outside. But the fee is higher. Fong Tang said hurriedly. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Uh-huh. The hospitalization fee doesn't cost much. But in Chen Lu's situation, she used to use paroxetine and sertraline. Right. The medication status in the medical record is clear at a glance. But the doctor's eyes are really hurting. Fong Tang casually said yes. Yes. Those kinds of medicines. So, treating depression is not without medicine. The key is drug resistance and side effects. Chen Lu, you are a model. You used to be afraid of gaining weight by taking medicine. But now that you are so fat, you are not afraid anymore. Huh. The economic conditions are good. I recommend a new drug. Imported. The doctor rubbed his eyes with one hand and grabbed a pen with the other hand to write. This was just approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration in 2019. We have done clinical research, and the effect is very good. The side effects are also small. 20,000 yuan per box. The doctor hesitated. Can you afford it? Fong Tang nodded heavily. Yes. Take 1 pill a day before meals. You must eat lightly and pay attention to your stomach. The doctor. He quickly wrote a prescription. You guys go quickly. When Fong Tang and Chen Lu walked out of the department and the doctor in the room got up, the computer plug tripped his feet. The doctor stumbled and fell down. At some point, the water dispenser nearby broke and water flowed all over the floor. The blue light lit up and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The doctor was trembling crazily on the ground and letting out a sickening scream. Smoke filled the house. The moment he was electrocuted to death, the doctor suddenly remembered something. Didn't Chen Lu say she was bankrupt on WeChat? Last time she asked me to get her some of the cheapest antidepressants. Why did her appearance change so much? He's too big and his height is wrong. It's a pity that the respectable doctor, as the most serious person in Maoling psychiatry, it was this strong memory and rigid seriousness that finally forced Bai Tong to kill. Ward number 2 in the East District. A room surrounded by a small courtyard, with a double room with bathroom and kitchen. The environment is really good. Song Wulan relaxed completely. Outside, there were waves of anxious footsteps, as if something had happened in the department. From far away, I heard someone shouting. Which department is it? Psychiatry? Psychology? Neurosurgery? Stop talking. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's scary to death. Oh, such a good person. The sound of footsteps was far away after going there. I heard roaring sounds coming from the roof of the West Ward. No fireworks. No fireworks. The voice passed through the walls and fences and spread clearly throughout the East District. Oops. That number 1 is sick again. What's going on? Never heard of it. This guy sets off fireworks once a year. He waits until the same fireworks appear in Pujin before he quietly returns down there. It's really strange. It seems to be releasing some kind of signal through fireworks. Does he think he is a spy? Hurry up and call his emergency contact. Well, there is only one registered contact. Oh, it's still the police. I'll contact you right away. Finally, everything became quiet. The nurse knocks on the door. After she came in, she hung the medical record on the bedside. Remember, this place closes on time at 7 o'clock in the evening. The main door and the doors in both areas will be locked. The ward will be checked at 8 o'clock in the morning. If no one is there, you will be warned once and twice. We have to drive people away. Then he pointed to the door. All the rooms here are not allowed to be locked, so they can only be closed. And you are not allowed to hold the door privately. If you, the young couple, need it for sex, just take the towels or hung on the door outside. We can tell at a glance and won't disturb you. What the nurse said made Song Wulan blush. But as a nurse, I don't know how many times I say these words a day, and I have long since lost the feeling. For patients with depression, in principle, we support more normal sexual intercourse between couples, which is good for the recovery of the disease. Daily activity time, they are all restricted. The small building between the East District and the West District is the activity room. After speaking in one breath, she reminded Fong Tang, you only paid the admission fee. The charge sheet will be printed out in 2 hours. Pay the money as soon as possible. You can check the previous day's expenses at 12 noon every day. I'm going to get the money right away. If you'd like to trouble you, can you make me a daily necessities list? Use the medical records from our hospital, so that it will be more convenient for me to buy things. Fong Tang smiled. The middle-aged female nurse laughed. This is the first time I heard that people outside our hospital would be scared to death if they saw the medical records here. You still want to buy something? Even so, she still used the medical records from Bai Maoling Lunatic Hospital, made a daily necessities list. The nurse went out, and Fong Tang and Song Wenlan looked at each other and smiled. The last bit of cash is spent, as well as the little money found from Chen Lu's house. Look here. I can't get 500 yuan a day. What should I do next? Your medicine alone is 20,000 yuan. Money. Fong Tang shook his head. As for electronic payment, I can easily get enough money and exchange game currency for it. But any electronic information will be damned cut off. This can be determined by talking to Mouse last time. So we can only do the next best thing. Get enough cash. And hope that Lao Zhao will act quickly. Otherwise, we can only use the last resort. Mask ourselves and go out to rob banks. Fong Tang shook his head, opened the big leather bag he carried with him, and took out 3 isolation gowns. The isolation gowns found in the model sandbox secret room were all unfolded at this time. What are you looking at? Song Wenlan immediately perked up. It's not important that you've seen the metal particles on it. What's important is the ink residue on the isolation gown. Huh? Fong Tang raised his head and glanced at her. Didn't you find it? These inks are all fragmentary clues. These 3 pieces, the ink on the clothes is like a complete puzzle. Chapter 300 Puzzle. Song Wenlan bit her nails. She had to enter the out-of-body feeling before she could regain her previous abilities. With the help of the bone thread protruding from the thumbnail, he pulled his consciousness and threw himself into the puzzle in front of him. However, this time the bone nails were cautious and timid. The strands of white bones that poked out were even more timid. Song Wenlan couldn't control it. She could only passively accept it. For Song Wenlan, who was used to using the bone hallucination ability to investigate cases, this feeling was uncomfortable, as if he had become blind. She hated her evil nails, but she couldn't live without them. The thread of bones finally reached out, taking her consciousness with it. But before he could reach the ink on the isolation gown in front of him, a pencil appeared and accurately cut on the bone. Very precise. Right at the point where her consciousness and bone threads are entangled. Song Wenlan's head buzzed, and his consciousness was sent back crazily. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Fong Tang's face was solemn. The 5 elements pen was cutting in the air with scarlet spider silk, but his arms were shaking crazily. Are you so dishonest? Fong Tang gritted his teeth and activated the attribute of 6 strength arrogantly. 6 force. Roughly equivalent to the full strength of 12 tug-of-war athletes. A filament in the air was stretched, and the neurons all over the filament were running wildly, trying to enter a state of energy overload and self-destruct. Master, in the bone silk, there is a neural structure composed of nano-sized particles. A bionic structure, but with computational intelligence. You guessed it right. Song Wenlan's fingernail is a terrifying chip. Its core spirit. Fong Tang the consciousness shouted. The structure of the core spirit is different from that of ordinary chips, and can be transformed into various forms. And the form of each corresponding core spirit represents a certain ability. Coco from Atlantis. Her core spirit looks like a fork. Master, that should be the legendary core spirit Poseidon's halberd. But only 1/3 of it is fragmented. So, he said that the core spirit on Song Wenlan's finger might also be a fragment. She always thought that she was cursed because the core spirit did not recognize her as its owner. The thin threads of white bones in the air were intertwined with scarlet spider silk. Then the crazy pulling force disappeared, and 2 filaments, one red and one white, were entangled like a tangle, as if they were fighting and communicating. After a long time, a rapid chirp sound came from outside. A petal-shaped white bone fragment fell rapidly from high altitude, trembled strangely, turned, and came through the window. Petal-shaped white bone fragments are connected with scarlet spider silk, hanging on the 5 elements pin, like a small jewelry. Fong Tang shook his pencil. What the hell is this? The scarlet spider silk trembled, and Bai's consciousness came to him. The Scarlet Queen has reached some kind of agreement with Lei Baigu, and she hopes you can let Song Wenlan go. Fong Tang looking at Song Wenlan's thumbnail that was already shaking. This opportunity was carefully designed by him. It was an excellent opportunity to help Song Wenlan escape from the control of bones. Just give up. Master, obviously to complete this game, they both have to cooperate. Bai's consciousness was still persuading. No. Fong Tang was determined and grabbed the scarlet spider silk directly. Just pull out this white bone core spirit and destroy it. At this moment, the whole room seemed to come to a standstill. In the surrounding air, countless micron particles kept a perfect distance from him. watching the scene nervously. The distance between the micron particles and him was less than 3 meters and more than 2 meters. The distance of 2.37 meters is perfectly equal to his height plus the length of one arm, including the length of his fingernails. That is a position that he cannot reach at all. The scarlet spider silk twisted and transformed crazily, turning into countless thin threads, completely wrapping Fong Tang. But Song Wenlan's thumbnail is getting longer. The bone-white color of the thumb is like a plague, starting to infect the woman's other nails. Soon, the woman's fingernails turned the color of white jade, and her skin became supple and smooth, completely changing the middle-aged woman's temperament, making her instantly gorgeous. Pung! The scarlet spider silk shattered into pieces, and a small part of it was swallowed by the glutton. Fong Tang gasped for air and hugged Song Wenlan, who fainted. He looked down at the delicate and pale Song Wenlan, waved his hand fiercely, and swatted away the scarlet spider silk that came to apologize tremblingly. Scarlet Queen Fong Lizzie has reached a final agreement with Lei Zhe's Bone Lady. What is the content of the agreement? Tell me. Bye. Fong Tang's consciousness was roaring, and in the energy fluctuations composed of consciousness, veins appeared on his body. Master, please protect your body. Your consciousness is too excited. Let me ask you, what is the content of the agreement? In the lounge of Chi Fong Company, Yang Tuki suddenly opened his eyes and saw the bone doll in front of the laptop. I don't know when it broke, and the evenly broken particles covered the table. No! Yang Tuki screamed. You? Are you leaving me? Somewhere in the forbidden area at this time, Fong Lizzie, who was wearing a scarlet dress, was facing off against a woman in flowing white clothes. According to the agreement, I have left Yang Tuchi, Bai Gu said. Then I will let Song Wenlan go. But there is no guarantee for our cooperation, Fong Lizzie said coldly. Everything is aimed at completing the game, and we will talk about it when we get the Fongbei patch. A bone umbrella appeared in the hand of the woman in white clothes, as elegant as a lady walking out of a classical painting. How about we let them have a fair duel then? Fong Lizzie said nothing, as her scarlet dress swayed. Her figure turned into countless spider threads and flew away. This guy has always maintained the ultimate armed core spirit state. I don't know what her real body is like. Mrs. Bone snorted and walked away charmingly. In the lunatic asylum room, Song Wenlan opened her eyes. Fong Tang let her go dejectedly. When the woman stood up, a diamond-shaped bone chip flashed faintly behind her neck. The core spirit, composed of 2 triangular white bones, after turning into a diamond shape, actually has an indescribable enchantment. Her fingers were like green onions, and her white jade nails were slender and graceful. She was gently touching her face with a satisfied smile on her face. With a lazy sigh, Song Wenlan stood up and looked at the isolation gown opposite. This ink uses a kind of fairy ink, which comes from a very ancient formula, and can change with a change of light and viewing angle. You are right. The seemingly irregular ink marks on it are actually a picture that has been deliberately disrupted. She stretched out her right index finger, and a shishi sound filled the air. The high-speed airflow condensed like a thin blade, instantly shredding the isolation gown, and 29 ink fragments fell, landing on the double bed that had just been replaced with white sheets. Well? Song Wenlan tapped her fingers gently, with such an enchanting smile on her face. A child can play simple games. She turned to look at Fong Tang. What's wrong with you? Fong Tang touched the mess with a stubble in his beard. He asked coldly. Who are you? I'm Song Wenlan. The woman came over. Her temperament changed drastically. She no longer had any familiar feeling at this time, but she put her arms around the man sitting on the ground. The breath in his mouth seemed to have an alluring sweetness. If we join forces together, what game can't be completed? You are so smart. I was just a dragster before, but now I can help you. Fong Tang pushed away she. The frustration and disappointment in my heart were not only for myself, but also for Bai, who was no longer obedient. Fong Tang took a long time to calm down and said slowly. The artist uses the models as game prompts. Each set of models is a key clue. The presence of these isolation gowns in the secret room of the first set of models is a clue deliberately left by the artist. He was silent for a moment and then said, according to the prompts of the first set of models, the next set of models must find the brain of Babao's broken corpse before it will appear. Therefore, the ink puzzle on the isolation suit may be related to the missing brain of the corpse. Song Wenlan flicked his 10 fingers, like plucking strings, and the ink fragments on the bed sheets were combined quickly. With only one combination, she completed the pattern. This is an ink painting. The painting showed a small room, in which sat a man whose appearance he could not clearly see. Did you see it? This is a basement. Well, You can see the sewer on the side of the room. Fong Tang looked carefully. The room is built on the side of the sewer. This is a deep ditch. There are also lines on the left wall. A depth hint is 2 meters underground. According to various details in the puzzle, the room is located about 2 meters below a certain sewage well, with a deep ditch on one side and a conspicuous sewage treatment pipe next to the deep ditch. Although it is a hasty ink painting, the details are very clear. Fong Tang has completely reproduced this painting and entered it deep into the memory area of his consciousness. Bai's consciousness wanted to convey some information, but he coldly refused. His two consciousnesses were becoming separated, as if his two personalities were being divided.